Wow. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Christiana Moore, or Chris, and I'm the lead organizer for WordCamp LAX 2020, Los Angeles' 11th annual WordPress conference. So give yourself a round of applause for waking up early on a Saturday and joining us this morning. Our conceptual theme this year is WordPress tricks of the trade, and our visual theme is retrofuturism. When we first started talking about retrofuturism in February, back when we were planning an in-person camp, we were anticipating designing a camp that was filled with Mars landscapes and rocket ships. Little did we know that the future wouldn't turn out the way we were anticipating. And once everything shut down, we decided to bring it more down to earth. In the 1950s, people imagined Rosie the robot cleaning their homes, but it didn't turn out that way. And just as the future has changed, well, we have adapted also. So we pivoted our retrofuturism to bring it more down to earth. Our landscapes are now landscapes you might recognize if you live in the LA area. And the great thing about our theme of tricks of the trade is it can be applied even in unusual circumstances. Even if you don't consider yourself a web professional, a copywriter, a developer, it's still important to have an online presence. These tricks of the trade still matter. Our talks by 27 internet professionals are accessible to people of all skill levels and include actionable takeaways. We have a top of the hour live show, an unofficial hallway to simulate a serendipitous social experience you can have at an in-person conference, and also an event chat room. To access the event Slack chat room, you need to register for safety reasons. Registration is free unless you want to give us $100 and be a micro-sponsor, but don't worry about it if you can't afford it. I'm so excited that you're joining us. This has been a long project in the making, and my team of 11 organizers, 27 speakers, and 13 volunteers are delighted that you're joining us. Thank you so much and have a wonderful and safe and fun weekend.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to WordCamp Los Angeles. This is the 11th annual WordPress conference celebrating the tricks of the trade. We're streaming live from 9 to 5. All talks will be available later on WordPress.tv. This session, please welcome Steve Zengert presenting 5 reasons to move to headless WordPress. If you have any questions, submit them on the YouTube chat, and Steve will answer them at the end of their talk. We present to you Steve Zengert. Take it away.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So I started Zeek Interactive in 1995, but before that, in 1994, I did a brief gig at a company called Hollywood Online. Hollywood Online was a movie marketing company, and what they did was created trailers and teasers for movies that were coming out. They did it in a digital format. It was called an EPK, Electronic Press Kit. These EPKs were available for download on AOL. And so that's how these things were distributed. There was a challenge when distributing these press kits. The size was small. We had to keep them small enough for the bandwidth of the day. The press kits had to fit into 1 megabyte of space. That was about right for what somebody would tolerate for a download. It took about an hour to download on a 56K modem at the time. And so that was about the right balance. If it was a blockbuster movie, they might be able to stretch to about 1.2 megs, but 1 meg was about the size that you could use. Now, the tool that was used to create these EPKs at the time was called Director, and that was my tool of choice back in the day. The challenge was with Director, of that 1 meg that you had to for your EPK, 650K of that, or 65% of that, was used for the software itself. So just the engine took 650K. So you had 35% left over, or 350K for all your content. And we're talking about a movie trailer. So size was very limited. You had to make very specific choices on how you were going to display images, if you had any video or actually animated GIFs at the time. If you had any audio, you really had to make a lot of trade-offs to fit content into 350K. So those were our challenges at the time. Bandwidth was an issue. Like I said, actually bandwidth was not existent. It wasn't even something that we talked about. You were lucky if you had a 56K modem. Some people had a 24.4. That would take double the time to download these EPKs. Sometimes we would distribute EPKs on a floppy disk. That gave us a little bit more space. We had 1.4 megs to work with. So now we had about double the amount of space for our content. And again, we had to make very specific choices about what went into the EPK as far as the size of the files were concerned. Computer processors were also an issue, right? And so this was what a computer looked like in 1994. At least this was the standard Mac. And it wasn't very powerful. And you were kind of lucky to have this Mac at that time. This was about the fastest computer you could get for a decent price. In the PC world, there were computers all across the board. But that was a consideration as well, because the processing speed determined how fast the animation could work. So if you had anything animating within your multimedia or within your EPK, that would take processing speed. And so you had to make specific choices, again, about what you animated, what types of files you were animating, how much animation you could have, the frame rate, things like that. And so those choices were very, very specific, and you really had to build for the lowest common denominator as far as computer processes were concerned. So why am I telling you this story? It's not because I want to give you a blast from the past. It's because what's old is new again. This is a very cyclical business, right? And so these are the things that we were dealing with in 1994, right? But it matters now. And so fast forward ahead a few years. In early 2000s, people who came up during that time, bandwidth was starting to grow, right? People were getting broadband in their house, people had broadband at the office, and you didn't have these same constraints as you were building websites, right? You didn't have to, worry about small file sizes. Later on, or at least recently in the past few years, you actually do have to worry about these things again. So even though the bandwidth is not a concern anymore, pretty much everybody has, most people have broadband access, or at least it's widely available. So that's not a concern anymore. But file size has become a concern again, or at least performance has become a concern again, because Google considers it a major factor in how they rate your website. A couple more things. Back to Macromedia Director for a minute. We also, after we were building EPKs for download purposes, we started building CD-ROMs. And so that's what we did during the 90s. I don't know if you can see this on the camera, but this is a CD-ROM that we built that shipped with Pop-Tarts. It was for a promotion for the movie Robots. This was around 99, 2000, maybe a little bit later. It was a 3 CD set. And so we had about 650 megabytes to work with for all of our content, which was great. We still had to make certain choices. And I'm just going to read you some of the features on the back of this Pop-Tarts box. This CD-ROM includes the ability to build your own robot, so you have some customization features. It includes screensavers, includes action e-cards, behind the scenes from the Robots movie, which was video, and printable activities. So there's a lot of content here packed into 650 megabytes. One of the other things that happened here is these CDs actually talked out to other third-party applications, right? And so because it had printable activities, it can interact with the printer. It had screensavers, so it was saving content out to the desktop. The video had to tap into whatever native video player you had. Here's one more CD that I wanted to show. This is an Earthlink installer. If anybody remembers Earthlink, it was an Earthlink installer that was built for branded with Star Trek, right? So they used Star Trek to brand this Earthlink installer that they distributed. And so not only did this have to have the Star Trek branding and animation in it, but again, it had to talk to a third party. It had to talk to the Earthlink installer and manage that whole process. So there were a lot of third-party integrations with these programs. I want to pause for a minute. So this is not a dev talk. If you're expecting to learn all about how headless works, there's going to be plenty of talks on that over the weekend. I'm sure you're going to hear headless mentioned in other sessions. What I wanted to do during this session is explain what headless is and take a moment to explain the benefits of headless. But again, why did I give you that trip down memory lane? I will explain. So the first benefit that I want to talk about with headless WordPress or a headless CMS is performance. When you're using WordPress out of the box, it's fine. It works just fine. It is a content management system. It is a front-end website platform. That's how WordPress works. So out of the gate, you've got all things you need to build a website. What I get concerned about is when you're adding things like third-party plugins, add-ons, anything that you're adding to WordPress can have an impact on performance. And the specific performance I'm talking about is how fast it takes a single web page to render for one user. What we look at, one of the tools that we look at when we're analyzing performance, and I do this for quite a bit, is we look at web.dev. That's sort of the modern day tool of choice for analyzing a website. And so right before the session, I ran a web.dev performance report on the WordCamp LA site. And you'll see that accessibility best practices in SEO, it's fine. We're in the green there. But for performance, it's scoring a 34 out of 100. So there's some room for opportunity. And the specific performance that we're looking at here is sort of a combination of how fast the page renders on the server and how much content is in the page, which is really affecting the browser, right? And so those content choices that you make in your website when you're building your website actually do have a pretty significant impact on performance score. Again, I mentioned this before, but the reason I'm pointing this out is because this is not just a good idea. Google actually considers this one of the top factors in how they rank your site on SEO. So performance is a big deal. And that performance score you want to really see get as high as possible. And so when we're analyzing a WordPress site, just built out of the box and built with a theme and added some plugins, actually, these are pretty normal scores. We see scores, in the 30s to 60s, with a WordPress site. And again, nothing's necessarily bad about this. Doesn't mean anybody is unable to access your website. There's nothing necessarily wrong. There's just room for improvement as far as speeding up the website experience. And again, if you're just using WordPress out of the box and you've added some plugins, this is probably where you're going to see your scores. Some of the major factors that contribute to a 34 score, actually there's two major factors that I see. One is image optimization or image compression, right? Or just sort of where you're choosing to use images within your design. And then third-party assets, things like JavaScript and CSS. When you move to a headless environment, right, you're actually decoupling WordPress from the front end. And so you have a choice as to what gets rendered on the front end. So in our world, the front end is actually rendered into a static website. And so that back and forth with the server, the rendering of the web pages no longer exists. And I'll get into the details on that a little bit later. But I ran a couple, just in comparison, I wanted to show you a couple other scores that I've run recently. These are sites that I've recently did some analysis on. I blacked out their URL in the spirit of anonymity. So one of the sites that we're working on right now, these were their scores. Again, it was WordPress with some standard plugins that you're probably using, and so they're scoring a 43 as far as performance. Did an analysis just this week on a site that actually scored a 6. And I don't know that I've ever seen a score quite this low. But you'll see some of the areas in red down at the bottom here are you've got there's some pretty significant load times. And again, a lot of this particular site had to do with image optimization, image choices, and then quite a few third-party scripts that were running. We recently converted the Zeek site over from just standard WordPress site into Gatsby, which I'll cover a little bit later on. But we went into headless WordPress and we're rendering our site as static. Originally, when we first took on this project, our site was scoring in the 40s or 50s. Once we went to static, we're now scoring 96. And so headless WordPress rendered out to static pages can actually have a very significant impact on your site performance. Some other tools that you might want to consider, you might be using now, aside from web.dev, are GTmetrix or Google's Lighthouse. Web.dev is actually using Lighthouse in the background to determine these scores. And Lighthouse is actually how they factor into your SEO. The second reason to go headless, or that I think is a benefit of headless, is scalability. And so there's a difference in my mind between performance and scalability. Again, performance is one person accessing one web page at a time. That's how I think of performance, right? And so in this case, I've got John Malkovich accessing a single web page on my website. When I look at performance, I look at how fast that web page renders to the browser and what assets are on that browser that are going to affect those performance scores. Scalability, in my mind, is when you have many people accessing your website at one time, right? And so scalability is how many people, how many simultaneous users can you have on your website at a single moment. And that really has to do with database connections. Right. And so I talked a little bit about database so far, but in a standard WordPress environment, every time you're rendering a web page, you are making a database call, and actually several database calls. Right before this this talk, I went on to I just created a brand new WordPress site. I installed a tool called Query Monitor, and I just loaded a single web page inside of a vanilla, off-the-shelf WordPress site. And the homepage of that site ran, I think it was 23 queries just to render that page. That means that each time a page is called on your website with no plugins running, the database gets called 23 times. In the dashboard, it was something like 47 queries. And so you can imagine if I just had that site out on the internet and available, and it starts to get popular, so there's more people accessing the site at one time, those 23 queries is multiplied over how many people are accessing the site and how many pages that they're accessing, right? And what I'm talking about is not necessarily how many people are accessing in an hour. I'm talking about how many people are hitting the site at the exact same time. And that really results in database load. When you go to headless WordPress or static, you're actually getting rid of that database altogether. In a static website, like I showed you some of the page speed scores for Zeek, when you have a truly static website, a pre-rendered website, there is no database connection anymore. You've gotten rid of that. And so your site immediately becomes infinitely more scalable than if you were making a database call. By the way, none of this is specific to WordPress. This is true of any content management system or platform that you might be using, right? So plenty of other platforms fall under this same scrutiny. Where this becomes important is when you have spikes in traffic, right? And so if you're just running your WordPress site and on a normal day, people come visit your site and they're visiting sort of in regular intervals, probably don't have a problem. But if you have something that becomes popular, let's say something blows up on Facebook or Twitter, or you have somebody linked, somebody prominent linked to your website, you're going to get a spike in traffic. And if you're not prepared for that, your server can go down. And so that's where the scalability piece becomes important. The third benefit of going headless is security, right? So when you're using WordPress off the shelf, again, you're making all those database calls that I talked about. So every time a page is accessing, or somebody's accessing a page accesses the server, it goes and renders, it's accessing the database, right? That by itself can be hacked, right? Now, there's a lot of security in place, so it's not something I want you to worry about, but there is the possibility that you can be hacked. At a minimum, somebody could do a DDoS attack or a denial of service attack on your site. When that happens, what's really happening is it's flooding that connection to the database. We talked about scalability. So if you get a DDoS attack on your site, it's equivalent to a spike, and now your database usage goes up. So your site can be affected or impacted by that. I saw Tony Perez give a talk at Miami WordCamp in 2013 called WordPress Website Security. And this was his opening graphic. And I recognized this immediately, and it scared me. And the whole talk was about an hour about how to harden your WordPress site. There actually is a page on the Codex about hardening WordPress. And so if you're just running WordPress off the shelf, it is something that I highly recommend that you look at. Again, it's not something I want to scare you about. A lot of this has to do with your host. So if you're with a decent host, a lot of these security concerns just sort of go away naturally. But in a headless environment, you actually don't have a connection to a database anymore, right? You don't have to render those pages on the fly. There's no login that's happening in the headless environment, at least on the front end of your website. And so because of that, security isn't as big of a concern anymore in a headless state. And so all that talk about hardening WordPress, or that talk I went to where Tony Perez scared the hell out of me, that sort of goes away in a headless environment. And so that's another benefit. The fourth, in my mind, is flexible integration. So when you are, so WordPress, again, I mentioned it is a content management system and a front end and renderer, all in one package, right? When you go headless and you're only using WordPress for essentially the dashboard or the content management piece, you're basically leaving the front end up to whoever is the front end developer or the front end designer. Right? And so that could be people that are building in React, Vue, Next.js, Gatsby, Swift. Any language can access the content of your content management system. And so you're now sort of front-end agnostic when you go into a headless state. And so you're not tied into the WordPress theme way of building themes, right? You actually, when you're headless, you're actually shutting off the front end, or you're shutting off the theme part of WordPress when you're truly in a headless environment. And so it really is up to the front-end developer as to whatever they want to choose to build the front end of your website. And that also makes you more future-proof, right? So you can be, again, front-end agnostic and work with any front-end developer that can access your content. The last thing I want to mention is multi-channel publishing. Multi-channel publishing, in my mind, is when I think of WordPress, or when I think of a content management system, I think of a hub with spokes around it. In this case, the center of our hub is the WordPress CMS. And I say this specifically because when we're in a headless environment, really what we're using is the CMS portion of WordPress. We're not necessarily using the front end anymore. And so in this new paradigm, right, the spokes can be anything. So we can feed the content out to a website, either a WordPress website or another type of website if we're working with a different kind of front-end developer. We can feed the content to a mobile app, either in iOS or Android. We can feed the content to desktop software. So if somebody's building traditional desktop software in something like C++, they can access the content, right? Another spoke might be a CRM, right? So the content could be fed into a CRM, meaning if you have a web form and you're using something like Gravity Forms or WP Forms or Ninja Forms, that content could be fed into a CRM. Or one of the last ones that that I have a lot of experience building is kiosks, right? Maybe there's a presentation that's just sitting at a at a mall or at a trade show, and so those kiosks, that software needs content as well, and so all of that content can be fed through your CMS, and WordPress can be the center, truly the center of this hub and spoke model when you're in a headless environment. A couple of the benefits that I think are worth mentioning here are when you are in a headless environment and you've fed your site out to a static site, and I'll get into static site generators in a minute, but when you fed it out to a static site, one benefit is your hosting costs may go down. So it can be a lot less expensive to host a static site than it can just an off-the-shelf WordPress site, right? Hosts like Netlify are a static site host. It's a CDN host. Their hosting actually starts at free, and then it's pretty expensive once you go up from there. AWS, you can have a hosting package that might start at $5, and because we're in a static environment, it scales very well, and so your hosting costs may go down. Like I mentioned during the flexible benefit, is you're now future-proofed. So when you go to headless, you're using WordPress just as a CMS. It's just part of your system, and so you're now future-proofed so that you can adapt your tech stack as more modern frameworks may come out. Which means that your redesigns as you update your website may be lighter and simpler to program because you're not dependent on the server any longer. This also lets the front-end devs do their specific job, right? And so what you're doing by decoupling WordPress from the front end, WordPress is sort of focused on the content. It's focused on the database. It's focused on the server-side piece of the equation, where your front-end devs can just focus on the front-end website. And so this lets everybody sort of do their job individually. So let's talk about a couple of the tools of the trade. Early on, when WordPress first came out, in the very early days of WordPress, there was a feed system in WordPress. So RSS was sort of the tool of choice for getting content out of WordPress without using the front end. And it was good, but it was kind of limited. But that's sort of how you got content moved around from WordPress to other platforms. Around 2016, the REST API came out. And so the REST API is still good. It's a great system. And if you wanted to turn WordPress headless, the REST API is just built in, and you can use the REST API for getting content out of your system. And like I said, it's good, it's robust. That's a fine platform to use. The only issue I have with the REST API is it's big, right? So as you're getting content out of the system, it tends to give you more content that you need. You can't drill down into getting specific content out of your system. That's especially true if you're using Gutenberg or the block editor, right? If you're using the block editor, you may want content out of specific blocks, where the REST API is in general going to give you an entire post or the entire body of a post. In my experience, and this may not be exactly true because my experience with the REST API is a little bit dated, but in my experience, the REST API gives you a little too much data. And so what happens is when you're getting data from the REST API, the developer on the other end that's receiving the data has to then parse the data on their side. So it makes for a longer development time. Our tool of choice these days is GraphQL. Again, I'm not going to get into too much into the weeds about GraphQL. That I'll save that for the developers that are giving their talks. But GraphQL takes the REST API a step further and lets you get granular as to what pieces of data you want to pull out of your content management system. So if you have a page or a post that was built with Gutenberg blocks, the GraphQL can drill down to the specific block and give you either the data all in that block, or let's say, for example, you might be using a video embed block like YouTube. You can actually drill down to the specific parameter that's being called within the block and get the YouTube URL out of there. And only that piece of data is sent across the wire. The advantage of GraphQL is really the granularity of it, but bandwidth concerns. Remember, I explained during the scalability piece the concept of more people accessing your site simultaneously. Oops. That's important when it comes to how much data you're transferring over the wire, right? So GraphQL, because you can get more granular and send smaller bits of data, your system will be naturally more scalable because there's less data being transferred out. And also the developer that's receiving your data has to do less parsing on their side. So your development time will become faster. Now, there's one caveat to all of this. Everything I explained about headless WordPress and static sites, there's no turnkey solution as of today, right? So there's nothing I've found, now it changes every day, but there's nothing I've found where you can say, you know what, turn my site headless, and now I want to go out to this system to make my site static or fast. There are some Gatsby themes being developed, so that's one place I'd look. And that's actually a good segue into talking about our last tool of the trade. And so one of the tools we use for static site generation is called Gatsby. You've probably heard it mentioned here before. You will hear it mentioned during WordCamp. But what Gatsby does is takes the content that's in our WordPress CMS, and by using GraphQL, it's taking all of that data, converting it into a static website. That's done through through React, a system called React. And so what we've built for our clients that are using this are React themes, right? And so that React layer is actually taking the data out through GraphQL, creating a web page, and then going through Gatsby to create a static site. And so that's how we were able to get to that, that score in the 90s for the Zeek site, because all of the site, all of the pages that are being shown on the Zeek site are pre-rendered, and that all happens through Gatsby. So that's our tool of choice. Another tool similar to Gatsby that you might want to look into is called Next.js. So those are sort of competitors. There's some advantages and disadvantages to both, but those are the two sort of static site generators that are out there. So what could you do right now, right? There's actually a way for you to start making more money with your current WordPress site right now. I mentioned earlier, I showed the hub and the spoke concept, where if you start thinking of your WordPress solely as your CMS in a headless environment, then you can go out to multiple spokes. But if you're running a WordPress site, you actually have that right now. This is already set up for you. And so what I encourage you to do is start thinking of your WordPress site as two parts. You've got your WordPress CMS and you've got your website. That's what's happening now. Your site, if you're running a WordPress site, it is actually decoupled. Your CMS is one part of your site. Your website is your theme is the second part of your website. And so the reason I want you to start thinking about this is you don't actually have to go 100% headless to turn on things like GraphQL or Gatsby or any of the other spokes that I talked about. If you were to take your WordPress site and install WP GraphQL right now, you actually have an API. All of your content is accessible. So even though you're using WordPress in a very traditional state, with a CMS and your front-end website, you can feed that content out to other spokes right now. So you don't have to go 100% headless to do what I'm talking about. The advantage for you as a freelancer or as somebody who might be managing WordPress within a corporation is you can own the hub. You become more valuable when you own the hub. And a question I want you to ask of your clients or of other stakeholders within your company is, tell me about the other technology projects you're currently working on. Because somebody might be managing a mobile app separate from the WordPress site that you're managing. And they may need content to be fed into that mobile app, right? So that it's getting regular content updates without doing an app update. That can be powered with this, and it can be powered with your WordPress site right now by only adding the WP GraphQL plugin. Actually, you don't even need to go that far. You could just do this with the REST API. So there are ways to power that hub and spoke model right now without making any changes. You don't have to go 100% headless. But I do encourage you to explore this further if you want to experience any of the benefits I talked about. My name is Steve Zengit. I am the founder of Zeek Interactive. I run the OC WordPress meetup, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Steve. That was very insightful, and we are getting a lot of feedback from the viewers who are watching us live. So we will begin with the Q&A if you're ready.
I'm ready.
Awesome. Awesome. We have a few questions. The first question comes from Rob. Rob asks, what headless solutions do you recommend for complex, stateful WooCommerce websites?
That's a great question. So we actually are building headless WooCommerce right now as well. So it's the headless that I just explained is not just for WordPress. It can apply to most of your popular plugins out there, and especially WooCommerce. So by installing WP GraphQL, not only do you have access to your WordPress content, your posts, your pages, but you also have access to WooCommerce. One of the things I didn't mention is GraphQL is both input and output, right? So you have the ability not just to get the content out of WordPress or WooCommerce, you have the ability to write content into WordPress or WooCommerce, right? And so that authentication piece that's already built into WordPress is available in both the REST API and in GraphQL. So it's not open to the public to write content. But the way we're working with WooCommerce right now is we've actually rendered the entire site through Gatsby, through a static site generator. So all the product pages, the cart, the checkout, those are all static. They load very fast. And we've picked out particular pieces like add to cart or checkout, and we're using AJAX calls to talk back to GraphQL to make the e-commerce piece of it work.
Thank you for that answer.
My pleasure.
Next question comes from my mentor, Joe A. Simpson Jr. And
he's the
first
man.
question, yes. His first question is, what were some of the other ancillary benefits of switching over to headless?
Again, I think in my mind, headless is the way of the future, right? This is the way to go. And so I didn't get too far into Jamstack, right? But Jamstack is a philosophy where you're using the best tools for the best purposes, right? In this case, I think WordPress is the best CMS that's out there on the market today. And I've compared lots of other CMSs, right? So I'm not going to abandon WordPress as far as CMS. I think WooCommerce is a fantastic e-commerce platform. I'm not going to abandon WooCommerce. Those are both very solid platforms. By going to headless, we're letting the CMS do its job, we're letting WooCommerce do its job, and we're able to then be agnostic as far as the front end or any other spokes on that wheel that we're talking about. Because the web is always changing, right? There's always something new. I've been doing this for 25 years and I can't keep up, right? And so because there's always some new hotness that's out there, or some front-end dev has something new that's really slick that may have a benefit, this makes us agnostic and makes it so that we can use anything. So I think that's really important. So headless might not be right for you right now, right? But I can almost guarantee you'll be looking toward some parts of a headless solution within the near future.
Yeah, absolutely. So the next question is from Drew Chocolate. And the question is, it's more like a comment. Sounds a lot like what Cache or Cloudflare takes care of. Yes or no? Your thoughts?
Great. That's actually a great comment. So yes, so the goal of caching or Cloudflare, which is caching and a CDN, but the goal of those things are to offset the load from parts of your website, right? Caching, what that does is those database calls I talked about, right? If they become more frequent or you get a spike in traffic, your database load can go up, right? If your page content is not changing often, what that caching layer does is makes it so that it'll cache it the first time, and then subsequent visits don't actually have to make calls to the database. So caching definitely does offset that, and you're absolutely right. If you're not using headless WordPress, you should have some sort of caching solution in place. Good WordPress managed hosts that are out there will already have you covered on that front, right? Cloudflare is a great solution, right? These are all solutions that we use when we're not using headless WordPress. So yes, caching is great, but frankly, it only gets you so far, right? What you're talking about is the server side part of the equation, right? So caching is going to offload your database and may make your server faster, right? But it doesn't necessarily make the browser rendering faster. And so a solution like Gatsby does a lot of, and I didn't mention this because it didn't get too far in the development portion, but Gatsby not only makes it renders the static versions of the pages, but it also does image compression at the same time. So all those things factor into that page speed score that I talked about. So that performance score is both a factor of your server rendering and your browser performance. And so both those things matter. So caching only gets you so far as far as browser performance goes.
Awesome. I'm sure there will be more talks and discussion about Gatsby down the line.
Yes.
So next question, second question from Joe A. Simpson Jr. His question is, how did you handle services like email, forms, client updates, and access in HardyPress?
Great question. So when you're in a static environment, those dynamic elements of your website go away, right? You don't have access to those anymore. So you do have to find alternatives, right? Let's talk about kind of a common WordPress thing, and that's comments, right? So in a static site, you don't have a comment generator anymore. And so you may want to look to a third-party system like Disqus, right? D-I-S-Q-U-S. That's how I pronounce it. A lot of people call it Discus, but Disqus, right? Or there's several others out there that are third parties that you're basically embedding on a page. So you would take comments and offload it to another system. Forms, if your host is Netlify, they have a form generator on their host, and so you can embed their forms rather than using something like a Gravity Forms or built-in WordPress form system, right? There are plenty of other third-party or form SaaS tools that are out there that can accommodate that. So in a Jamstack world, right, what you're doing is combining a bunch of SaaS products together to get the best of all worlds to accommodate these things. And so in a standard WordPress environment, if you've got forms on your site and comments and abandoned cart plugins, all these things add up to slower performance, right? Again, they're not bad things. They're there for a reason, but everything you add to your site adds up to slower performance. And so you have to make some choices when you get into a static environment. I know that was a long-winded answer. I hope I answered your question, Joe.
Absolutely. Moving to the next question by Joseph Dixon. He asked, has moving to headless created any unexpected difficulties for site maintenance?
Absolutely, right. And so I said this is a caveat during my talk, right? Development is completely different when you're building a Gatsby site, right? And so if you're used to building a WordPress theme, this is a whole new skill set, right? You're essentially building React. And I think Matt Mullenweg said several years ago at the State of the Word, learn React deeply or learn JavaScript deeply. This is what he was talking about, right? This is about front-end development. This is about block development, right? So it's a whole different skill set, frankly, one that I don't have. And so for me, I've had to lean on my team to really let them take the lead on this development effort. It's not something I ever learned, and it's probably not something I'm going to take the time to learn. So if you have any specific React questions, I'm not your guy. But the development is completely different and can take longer. And so that means that the maintenance can take longer of the front end of the website.
Thank you for the answer.
Yep.
Third question from
really quick.
Go ahead.
One thing I definitely look at, and you can do this if you're a developer or if you're just operating a WordPress website, is I definitely start to look at GraphQL. GraphQL is not difficult. The WP GraphQL plugin is fantastic, and actually they have a GraphQL builder in the plugin. I'll share my screen here for a second. I don't know if you can still see my screen, but inside of GraphQL, it comes with this little browser called we call it Graphical, but it's GraphIQL, and this allows you to actually look at all of your content, all of your plugins that are installed, and drill down into particular posts or plugins to see how that content's going to render. And so I highly recommend installing this, playing with this, trying it, getting familiar with this, because ultimately what you're doing is you're opening up an API with your WordPress site.
Absolutely. Third question from Joe. How do WordPress plugins work in a headless environment?
Some do, some don't. And so, it's a bit of a trial and error when it comes to doing that. And so I can't give you a definite answer on any particular plugin. You're going to have to try. I will tell you that, on all of our sites, we use WordPress SEO or Yoast, right? All of that data is, and the schema data especially is available through GraphQL. So we're using that data to render it on in Gatsby on our static sites, right? And so WooCommerce, all of the data that's inside of products or orders or any of that stuff is available through GraphQL, and we're able to use it in our static environment. That's not true of every plugin, right? And so it does take some trial and error, unfortunately.
Right. I am seeing comments that you have generated interest, and people want to know and learn more about headless WordPress today. Now, this is my question, a very simple one. A few tips and tricks for beginners.
Yeah. Again, I think getting familiar with GraphQL is probably the first step, right? Or the REST API. Either one is fine. GraphQL just happens to be our tool of choice because of the scalability factor. So I would start to look toward those to see what kind of data is open for you out of WordPress, right? That's sort of the first piece is what data can I get out of the system so that we can work with other platforms. Another tool that we use on our desktop is called PAW, P-A-W, right? PAW is for sort of looking at data as to how it comes out of something like GraphQL and how it's going to render in another system. So it's a nice little go-between tool to preview this stuff. That's the first place I'd look, right? Second place I'd look, you might look at some of the Gatsby themes that are being developed. I don't know any offhand because we're not using them, but there are Gatsby themes that are being developed that are basically React themes that'll kind of show you the structure. They'll show you that data that's coming out of GraphQL, how it gets into a theme, and ultimately how it gets rendered in Gatsby. Gatsby itself, there's not much to know. It's a static site generator, right? There are some settings as far as how you're rendering your site, how you're optimizing your images. Gatsby takes care of all that for you, and it is a command line interface. So, but installing Gatsby is pretty straightforward, and working within Gatsby I found to be pretty easy. And then on the hosting side, there's several options for you, but you might want to look into Netlify, right? Which is sort of the a preferred Gatsby partner. If you're on the Next.js side, that's sort of hosting and static site rendering in one. Or there are other options. If you're an AWS person, Gatsby can go out to AWS, or frankly, it can really go anywhere. All Gatsby's doing is rendering out flat HTML. I'm dating myself here, but I equate it to Dreamweaver, right? So Dreamweaver sort of had a static site generator in it. You build your pages and then you hit a button and it would spit out all the HTML. That's what Gatsby's doing.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We have about a minute remaining. So I want to thank you, Steve, and everyone. A round of applause for Steve, a virtual round of applause. And I would like to request everyone to stay right here for our unique live show coming up next on the hour, every hour, or continue the conversation with Steve in our unofficial hallway tag. Enter the hallway on our website, which you can find right on the chat. We'll be sharing them. And remember to register for free access to our Slack chat room. Have a great weekend, you all. Steve, you also have a good one. We'll see you again in the future WordCamp.
Likewise. Ahmed, thank you for all your help.
Bye-bye.
Welcome, everyone, to the WordCamp Los Angeles live show. I'm Joey Dowd, your live show host and wrangler. So, what is this thing? What is the WordCamp LAX live show? It's a bit of an experiment that we thought we'd try out. We've all been living in virtual worlds in 2020 and doing online events and camps. One of the challenges with an online event is being aware of everything that's going on and knowing all the opportunities that are available to you. So that's where the show comes in. A bit of an intermission to tell you what's coming up next, what virtual booths and hallways you can check out, what our sponsors are up to, and where you can meet and chat with other attendees. Plus, we'll have some guests on to make this fun and interactive. We'll be airing the live show on the hour every hour on both tracks, so no matter which link you're watching on, you'll be able to stay updated. A quick note about captioning. All of our main talks have live captioning being done by real humans, but they need a break between talks. So if you would like to have captions on during the live show, tune in on our Facebook page, which has excellent auto captions. You can find the link on WordCamp LAX page, or just go to facebook.com/WordCampLAX. You don't need to have an account or be logged in to watch. You don't have to have an account or be logged into Facebook to watch Facebook Live. So first off, thank you to Christiana, our lead organizer, for opening up the camp and leading the team to producing this wonderful event. And thank you to Steve and Desiree for kicking off the camp with your talks. So after every talk, if you have more questions for the presenter or would like to be part of a two-way discussion, head on over to our virtual hallway on Zoom. You can find the link to join that on our WordCamp page. Another great spot to chat and connect with speakers and attendees is the camp's Slack workspace. We've got a channel for event chatter, a happiness bar, a jobs board, and of course, a random channel. You do need to be a registered attendee to have access to Slack, but you can register all weekend long. Also, our sponsors our wonderful sponsors have their own booths and activities this weekend. Happening right now in the Nexus booth from 10 to 10:30 a.m. is a WooCommerce Q&A with Patrick Rolland, and at 11 they'll have a Q&A with Steve Singett on Headless WordPress. Steve just presented. At noon, SiteGround will have a Q&A with Joe Simpson on his talk that he'll be giving at the camp. Green Geeks will be at their booth all day long, and if you stop by, you can win $50 cash or a $50 Amazon card. Also, the first 20 people to join will get some extra to that. That hasn't happened already, so you can head over to Green Geeks and check out their booth and all the other booths. WP Engine and Bluehost are also in their booths right now. You can find all the links to their virtual booths over on the Sponsor Hub, which you can access from the main schedule page. Next, we have WordPress Tricks of the Trade. So, as Christiana said, our Tricks of the Trade is WordPress Tricks of the Trade is our camp's theme. So the theme of our camp is WordPress Tricks of the Trade. We want to see your tips. So go on Twitter and tweet out your best WordPress tips with the hashtag WCLAX, and we'll pull them into the show and share them. Right now, we have just one tip, and it's from me. So we would like to have more tips that are not just from me. But my tip is change your permalink to something besides the default ugly. That is actual WordPress's documentation is the ugly. That's the P equals blog post number. If you're not going to be posting a ton, post / post name works great. So you have options when you're updating your permalinks if you're new to WordPress or just getting your site set up. What's it called? Yeah, default is kind of just the blog post number, but then you have options of like year, month, date, and then the post name. I would say if you're not posting a bunch of posts every single day, post name works great. It's also good for SEO. And also make sure an extra tip to that is to sometimes it's more helpful to customize what your post name is in the permalink. You can make it shorter and a little bit more succinct, especially if you're targeting certain keywords rather than letting WordPress pull your entire post title and making a permalink from that. Customizing it yourself is another quick tip. So I would like to see your tips and what you have to share. So please tweet them out. You can share them anywhere, but I can only pull in Twitter and make it look nice and fancy on the screen. So tweet it out, use the hashtag WCLAX, and I will pull them in here on the show, and we'll share them in future episodes. All right, that wraps up the first episode of this show. Go grab some more coffee, go chat and mingle, and get ready for some more great talks. Next up on track 1, we have Understanding React, and on track 2, we have Level Up with Child Themes. pull up the schedule there. So head over to track 1 or track 2. We got that coming up in about 5 minutes. Enjoy, and I'll see you back here at 11 with a special guest.
Hello. This session, please welcome Mauricio Denarte presenting Understanding React.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today at WordCamp Los Angeles 2020. This is Understanding React.js. I would like to go over why it is so appealing to use it. One of the very first things is that there is a philosophy in React that you can learn it once and apply it everywhere. For example, in today's example, we're going to build a React application rendered in the web browser. That means we're interacting with the web. But you can also use React to create mobile applications, VR applications, and desktop applications. And the way that this is performed is that there is a core library, React itself, and on top of that core library, there are these things called renderers that allows you to output your application to the specific platform that you are targeting. And if you go to that website, you are going to find about 25 different renderers. So, this holds true that once you learn the library, you are able to apply it to create a great variety of applications. Another reason to learn React is because you can implement it in an incremental fashion. For example, let's say that you have a big application and it is not possible or feasible for you to switch everything at once. You might decide to use React to modify only one widget on the website. And that goes well. Maybe you want to modify the whole sidebar. That goes well, and you continue that process until you have changed your whole your whole website or your whole application into using React. So you are not forced to do it like all or nothing. You can do it in incremental steps, and you can also stop at any time. As soon as you have what you need, it is okay to stop there. There is an application that I worked some time ago that it was a CMS site, but it has a checkout experience powered by a React application. So everything on the website was powered by the CMS, but the specific checkout process, the cart, was a React application. Another reason to use React is because it has a really good developer experience. The application has a very small API surface, so you can read the whole docs of React in an afternoon, and by doing so, you are going to be well prepared to writing React applications. And on top of that, because it is relatively small, it is easy to remember. There is no need to be referring back to the manual or to the docs so often. Also, React uses existing JavaScript constructs. So for example, if you want to create a page, you don't have to learn a new templating language. And in general, learning React makes you a better JavaScript developer, and you can then use those skills in a Vue application, in an Angular application, and so on, because there is no special syntax for the most part when working with React. It is mostly JavaScript. There is great error reporting and developer tools. It is easy to get started. Like I remember that the first time that I tried React a few years ago, you had to install Node and do a lot of complicated things. Now we have services that allow us to just from the browser test React. And today we're going to see some of that. And one of the things that to me are most impressive about React is that when there are API changes, the core team usually releases what is called code mods. So this allows you to automate your code updates to accommodate to the new syntax. So you execute one command and it will do its best to convert everything to the new syntax. And I have done this already a couple of times and it is very good and very impressive. Today is going to be a live demo for the most part. So anything can go wrong, right? Let's see how that goes. The code that I'm going to show is open source and it is available in that repository. And we're going to explain how to work from basic elements to components to full application. So we're going to go on a step-by-step process to have a fully working app. Now I am going to switch to my IDE and my and my editor. So this is the application that we're going to build today. It is relatively simple, but again, the focus is learning the React concepts, and it is basically a way to vote for your favorite JavaScript framework. You can vote for any, and when you do so, the list is going to update itself. As I said before, the code is available in this repository, and there is actually a step-by-step instruction. So this is written originally for a workshop in the context of a workshop. So you can go to this, profile, to this GitHub profile and the specific project, and then follow along. And let's get started. So this is on the right. We see what we're going to work as a beginning state. The HTML for this page is on the left. I am using VS Code with a plugin called Light Server that allows me that anytime that I save, the page is going to refresh, so we're going to be able to see the changes right away. As you can see, this is relatively straightforward HTML, nothing fancy. And again, the focus is learning React, the basic concepts. So to get started, what we're going to do is replace only one line. Of the whole application, we're going only to replace one line. And that is where it says vote for your favorite one. So what we're going to do is follow a three-step process on the HTML to be able to implement React in this page. The first step is actually including the library. So what I'm going to do, I have the information of the library, like the code itself, in a folder in my repository. So that's why you can see that here. And this is the React DOM library, which is the render for the web, but also I need the regular base package. So I have two. This is the core framework, and this is the DOM renderer, so I can create my application for the browser, for the web. The first step is just that, in adding the libraries. The second step is defining a mounting point where you want to load your React application. In that particular case, I mentioned that what I want to do is replace this line. So I am actually going to remove all of that section. And in this case, a div with an ID of React app. The ID can be anything you want. In this case, I'm just calling it React app. And the third step in my HTML is to include the JavaScript file that is going to contain the application. So in this case, one second here. In this case, is going to be React init.js. As you can see, by saving here, I already lost the line. That is okay. That is expected because so far I am only rendering an empty div, so nothing to show there. Now I'm going to switch to my JavaScript application, and this is where we're going to spend most of the time today. On the JavaScript file itself, again, there is a three-step process. The first thing that we need to learn about is about React elements. React elements is like the atom, like the basic piece of information that React manages. And in order, to work with this, I am going to create a variable, well, in this case, a constant called element. And I'm going to use this function, react.createElement. This function receives three parameters. The first one is going to be which HTML tag I want to create. In this particular case, it is a p tag. The second parameter, we're going to pass null for now, and we're going to revisit this later. And the third parameter is, the text that is going to be rendered inside the specific p tag. In this case, I would say vote for your favorite one. That is the text that we had before. One thing that I want to point out is that I am using another library plugin for the IDE called Prettier. So every time that I save, it is going to format the file automatically. So if you see things jumping around, that's the reason why. Now, after creating the React element, now I need to determine where it is going to be mounted on the page. So remember that we created a div that is going to hold our application. So we need to do in some way via JavaScript, get a reference to that HTML DOM element. So in my particular case, I'm going to use document get element by ID. And again, I'm going to create another variable. And in this case, I'm going to call it DOM container. And then document get element by ID, and the ID was React dash app app. So first step, create the element. Second step, create get a reference to the DOM container where this is going to be mounted. And the last step is to call the renderer. In this case, React DOM, because we are targeting a web browser. And we call the render function. And in this particular case, the first argument for the render function is the element, and the second one is the DOM container. And by doing this and clicking save, you can see that I already got on my right the text. So this is already a React application, rather simple, but already a React application. And if I open my web console, you will see that in my header, which is the thing that I am targeting, I have a div with ID of React app, and inside of that, this is my React application. As I said before, so far it's rather simple, just one line, but throughout the presentation, we're going to convert this, the whole thing, the whole page. Now, we lost some functionality by doing this. Remember that there was some text in bold and there was some text in uppercase. So let's address first the one about bold. One thing that you can do with create React element is that you can actually pass more than 3 parameters. And the way that this works is that they are going to be appended one after the other. Like the text, for example, if they are all text, they are going to be appended one right after the other. So in this case, this is just switching a little bit of the syntax, but the end result is going to be the same. But what I wanted to show is that React elements can be nested. So in this particular case, your favorite text before was appearing inside another tag, in particular a strong tag. So I'm going to do the same. I create a second React element, and I'm not going to open the inspector, but you will see that this is going to be wrapped in a strong tag. And that's it. Now I have one React element inside another one. And these, as I said before, these are the basic building blocks. You can nest this as much as you need. We are going to see one more thing. In the original example, all of this was uppercase. The way that this was configured is that there was a class assigned to the p tag, and with that class, we got the uppercase in via CSS. So if you want to apply a class to an element, this is where you use the second parameter to the function. So you pass an object, and then you say class name, and then the name of the class. In my particular case, the class is called subheading. And I have some CSS code, which is very small, that is going to make the text loop uppercase. So what we have seen so far is how to use create element to create and nest different HTML tags. Now, you might think that this is more complicated than it should be, like the syntax is not straightforward. If you have a big React application, it will easily become hard to maintain a list of nested JavaScript functions. So in order to address this, the React team came up with something that is called JSX, which is an alternative syntax that is very, very similar to HTML. So the equivalent of this in JSX is the following. I'm going to copy it from here. So that would be the equivalent. One thing to notice is that the things that we pass as in the secure argument, now they become attributes of the tags. This is basically regular HTML with some small difference. For example, instead of saying class, you say class name. And the reason for this is, remember that ultimately this is a JavaScript file, but with some HTML-like syntax in between. And in JavaScript, the word class is a reserved keyword, so you cannot use class there. Now that I save this, you might notice that my text disappeared. And what happened there? If I open again my console, I'm going to see that I have an error. And it says there is a syntax error, something unexpected happened. Again, this JavaScript file by itself, it is no longer valid. Having this angle bracket at the beginning is not proper syntax, and that's why we're getting the error. So what we need to do is we need to apply a transformation process from this new syntax into something that the browser can understand. And in order to do that, we're going to use a library called Babel. This is not the only way to do it, but this is one of the most popular ones. So what I'm going to do in my HTML, I'm going to include another library here. And again, taking it from my local repository, it is Babel. If I save this, the error doesn't go away. Like I still have the problem occurring. And the reason is just adding the library to the HTML doesn't do anything. The library only works on script tags that has a specific attribute, and that is the type text equals Babel. So let me show you here. If I go to the bottom and I add a new attribute, in this case, I say type equals text / Babel. And when this is going to be the signal for the Babel library that has been loaded to say, I want to transform this file into something that the browser can understand. If there is some syntax that is strange, I will take care of transforming that syntax. And as you can see, now the text is appearing again. You get a warning saying that you are using Babel in the browser to do the transformation. And this is not recommended in real life to do the transformation in the client, because that will slow down your site. But for the sake of this example, this is faster than configuring a whole approach. But another alternative for production is, for example, to use Webpack to create a bundle of your application. And in that bundle, you apply the Babel transformations. Now, we have one line that is dynamic. We have a syntax that is easier to remember. And just like taking a few steps back, we created a React element. We detected the mounting point, and then we rendered the element into the mounting point. Now let's see how we can go about moving more of the application to React. In this particular case, I'm going to decide that things are going well. So I'm going to move the header to my React application. And as you can see, I am literally copying and pasting. So I copy and paste here. And I paste here again to do not have duplicate content. And just by copying and pasting a few lines, now I have a more complex React element with more hierarchy. And my application is still working. Now, React element is the first concept that you will encounter, like the atom, as I said before. But then you want to keep evolving and learning more about the API. So the next element that you need to know about is called a component, a React component. So I'm going to show you the syntax, and then I'm going to explain a little bit about what a component is. So in this particular case, what I'm going to do is to create the component, I'm going to write a function. The function needs to start with a capital letter. For now, it doesn't receive any parameter. And the function needs to return the React element that is going to be rendered to the page. So this is like the basic shell of a component, a function that starts with a capital letter. For now, we are not going to worry about the parameter, and we need to return some React element. What React element? the one that I had before. So I'm going to literally remove this and paste it here. Going to save to get some syntax highlighting. I'm going to remove the element because now I have a component. And in the renderer, what I'm going to do is instead of just saying element that I had before, I am going to call the component. And the way that the component is called is as if we're another HTML tag. And one of the reasons why you need to start with a capital letter is because there might be collisions potentially between your own components and existing HTML tags. For example, we have an HTML tag called header, and we have a component by the same name header. So with the capital letter at the beginning, React is able to distinguish each of them. If it starts with a capital letter, it's a custom React component. If it is a lowercase letter, it's a representation of a tag in HTML. And I save this, and as you can see on my right, my application keeps working. We're going to talk about components in general, but one of the benefits of using components is that you can reuse them. So far, we have not done any reuse, but we will do in a second. Things are going great. I decide that I want to keep moving forward. And what I'm going to do next is create a component called candidate list. So to render like this whole section from the bottom. So remember the recipe function, then the name of the function with capital letter, and then I want to return something. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to render that element. And what is the content of the element? It is going to be everything else in my HTML, like literally removing everything. And now I am just sending to the browser at the beginning an empty shell, an empty div, and then render something in my JavaScript. I'm going to add that here. And right away, you see that it doesn't work. Last time that we copy and pasted from the browser, it did work. This time, it didn't. And if we open the console to see the error, you see adjacent JSX elements must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. So this is something that React expects, that when what you return in your function, it is only one element. And if you want to have more than one element, everything needs to be enclosed in one single element. The fact that there are two elements here that are next to each other is not valid for React. So there are a couple of ways that you can go around this. One of them is creating, for example, a div and put everything inside that div. But this is not, just creating a div for the sake of complying with what React expects. It's not semantic. So an alternative to this is using something that is called React fragment. So a React fragment is a special component that when processed doesn't render anything into the page. It is just like a container. And if I click save, now it is working. Kind of. You still get some warnings in here. And one of the warnings that I get is that what I had mentioned before, class is an invalid DOM property. Did you mean class name? So here we see the benefit of the error reporting. It actually tells me what do I need to do. And as I mentioned before, you cannot use class inside a JavaScript file because it is supposed to be a reserved keyword. So what I'm going to do is just say class name. Change everything, save, and that error in particular is gone. So what did I have to do to literally copy a whole chunk of text into my React application, put a React fragment around it, and change class to class name, but everything else just worked out of the box. One thing that I want to point out about React fragments is that there is an alternative syntax, and it is like this. Just like in each opening and closing angle brackets, and then at the very end with a slash to close it. I do not recommend personally to use this syntax because it is kind of confusing. It might hint someone else looking at the code did they forget to add a tag or something there? And even though it is valid, again, I prefer to go on the readability side of things instead of just being clever or doing all the cool tricks. So again, the future self, your future self is going to thank you when you come back at this code a year later and you don't remember the things that you do. And this is going to be way more descriptive than just having the shorter syntax. Now that we have this, we see the candidate list, but we are no longer rendering the header. See that we are just rendering the candidate list. So now we're going to start exploring what are other benefits of components. One of them is that they can be nested, just like regular HTML tags. You can see that we have an H3 inside an article and so on. You know that you can nest HTML tags. So what we're going to do now is create another React element. In this case, it is going to be called rating app. And in this rating app, I am going to render the header next to the candidate list. And because they are next to each other, remember that I need the React fragment. And now for the whole page, what I'm going to do is I'm going to render that, the rating app, and by that component. And by doing so, I have, everything from before. And at this point, we have completely moved our HTML into a React application. It is still not dynamic, but we are making progress. The next step that I want to cover is that, what is the point of just moving the code? One of the selling points of React, and in particular of React components, is that they are reusable. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a new component to store information about each candidate. In this particular case, again, I'm literally going to copy paste as much as possible. And what I'm going to do, this article, I'm going to put it here. A little bit of formatting there. And in here, I can render my candidate. And this is, getting the same result. What is the benefit of this? Is that now I can render multiple versions of the same component. And I have multiple versions of the React candidate in my HTML. So that's another thing. Components can be reused. But what is the point of reusing a component if all the time it is going to be rendered exactly the same? And this is where the next concept comes into place. Components can receive properties. So the function can receive a parameter called properties. For short, we call it prop here. And that component is going to be an object of different information. What information? The properties that you pass from here. So if you want to pass properties, you would say, for example, the syntax is very similar to HTML attributes. So in this case, name equals React, year equals 2013, and then image URL equals and the path that we had before. Oh, sorry, I forgot an extra. Yeah, that. So these attributes that we pass here are going to be elements in the prop object. So now I can replace them in here and have a dynamic component. For example, I can say, show me the name, show me the year, and show me the image URL. And we can also do some funny things here, like using the name. These are called template literals. Let me fix this a little bit. These are called template literals, and what we're saying is for the attribute, we're going to use the same name and then append a space logo. Now, one thing that I want to mention is that when you see these square brackets here, that is uh, an indication to React that what comes in between the brackets is going to be JavaScript. It is no longer JSX, but instead JavaScript, and in particular, a JavaScript expression that you want to print. So the result of this JavaScript expression is going to be rendered. In this particular case, the name property that comes from here into into inside the H3. And that name property is going to be part of the prop object. And as you can see here, I see the release in 2013 React. But we also get something strange like undefined logo, released in. Why is this happening? The reason that this is happening is because now my component expects some properties, but I am rendering some version of it without one. So I'm going to fix that. So I'm going to add the corresponding components for Vue and Angular. And now that I have that, this is no longer necessary. So I can save this. And again, this is back from what we had before, but in a much more compact manner. And we are already using more concepts from elements to components. Now we see that we can pass properties to components to make it dynamic and so on. One of the last things that I want to mention today is that you saw that we had some validation issues before. So React has a library called prop types that allows me to define certain validation rules for my HTML, excuse me, for my React components. So the way that this works is I'm going to include it. It's a separate library called prop types. And I am actually going to copy it from the final version where the list of prop types is going to be. And I'm going to explain how this works. The way that it works is that you create the name of your component dot prop types, and then equals, and then an object, and that is going to validate against the data that you pass. In this case, if I save, this works. But for example, if I were to remove the URL from here, the year from here, and the name from here, and I try to save, the HTML doesn't show much, but if I go to the console, I'm going to get warnings and saying that an expected field type, an expected property called year is not provided, and another one for name, and another one for the image source. So this is a way that you can validate your application. And for the record, these messages only apply in the development environment. When you push your code to production, these warnings will not be shown, like prop text warning will not be shown. This is a relatively easy way to do this. If you need to be more strict about your types, you can use something like prop types. And I guess the next step, and this is going to be with what I close, I'm going to show one more time the final version of the application. And in this particular case, most of the code that we're going to see here is the same. I just want to point out a couple of things. One is that I have a function returning an array of data. This is kind of to simulate that we are calling an API, and that API is returning some JSON resource. Just to make it easier and simulate that behavior. Then I have, in my component, I have something that is called hooks, and in particular use effect that allows me to interact with these external APIs. So I call my fetch data array, and I apply some functions here. Some of those functions include sorting by votes and so on. And ultimately, what I will get is a candidates data array that I'm going to apply the map function, and then I'm going to render a list of candidates. Instead of like in before, we had hard-coded 3 elements. In this case, I'm going to have 2, 5, 11, 100. It is going to be dynamic. Again, we want to make this dynamic. And in this particular case, we are adding some extra, bells and whistles to allow for interacting with the votes. So that the way that I can vote and is that each React component is going to have an internal memory called a state, and that state for each component is going to store how many votes each of them have. And after you change that internal memory, the whole application is going to be re-rendered and sorted by by the number of votes. And with that, I would like to switch to my presentation. For the most part, things went well. In the presentation, the slides are already available. I'm going to show where you can find them in a moment, but there is more information for you to reference. So feel free to have a look at that after the fact. And I would like to say thanks to the sponsors who make this event possible, and of course to the organizers and volunteers who are running the show. My name is Mauricio Dinarte. I go by Dinarcon online. I am from Nicaragua, beautiful paradise in Central America. I work with a company called Agaric doing Drupal, React.js, Python, and other things, including WordPress from time to time. And if you like what you saw today, I have a course on the topic, so feel free to visit that to learn more. And remember that the whole application is open source, and you can access the code freely on GitHub. Thank you very much. And if there are questions, otherwise, there is a link to the slide deck and a feedback form.
Yes, Mauricio, we have 2 questions. The first question is from Ron Amit. He says, can you share your personal path to learning React?
Okay, my personal path is a rough one, and that is why I created a course to make it easier for other people to start. So I started with React probably 3 or 4 years ago, and I had been doing web development, including JavaScript, for many years by then. But coming to a new framework, you need to relearn a lot of things. So long story short, I had to read a lot of books. I have to watch a lot of video tutorials, online documentation, and so on. And what I concluded was that if you want to learn not only React, but any framework, it is better to start from the basics. And that is why I set up this presentation like this. You go one by one, like what is the smallest thing that you can do, a React element? What is the next thing, a component? Then reusing components, applying properties, learning about state, learning about form handling, and so on. But it is important if you can find the guide to go little by little, because when you have a full application with everything just like there and moving around, it might be hard to identify what element comes from React, what elements come from JavaScript, what elements come from a third-party library, and so on. So having this foundation will allow you to pinpoint, what the different parts are. And if you need to make a modification, I need to make a modification in JavaScript. I need to make a modification in React. I need to make a modification in Gatsby or in Vercel or Next or something like that. So my path was a lot of trial and error, a lot of asking my friends in my local community. And after all of this, I was able to put the pieces together in a sense that, go by little, learning one concept at a time till, you can go from a static site to a dynamic application.
Okay, the second question is from Lucky Cat Creative, and she asks, do you create custom React blocks for WordPress?
I have not. But I have seen the process. Again, in my local community, we're very active, and we have had presentations about that before. If you want to create blogs for the Gutenberg editor, there is a full repository exclusive for that. And with that repository, you get a lot of tools around that. So again, that's like piggybacking on the previous questions. Knowing what is JavaScript core, knowing what is React core will allow you to identify what is then WordPress specific, and in this particular case, Gutenberg specific. So the tools are going to be there, and it is relatively straightforward. You need to create some functions in PHP, you need to create some functions in JavaScript, but as I showed you before, you just do it, and then it works. It magically works. So like in my personal experience, I haven't done it myself. I haven't had the need, but I have seen how to do it, and the tools are awesome. They are available for you to experiment with. But if you are going to start doing that, I recommend following this approach. Know your basics of JavaScript, know your basics of React, and then learn what is specific for the Gutenberg editor in this particular case.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Mauricio. Everyone, a round of applause for such a great presentation.
Well, thank you very much for having me, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you. So you can stay right here for our unique live show coming up on the next hour, every hour, or continue the conversation with Mauricio in our unofficial hallway. Enter the hallway on our website at la.wordcamp.org/2020. Remember to register for free to access our Slack conversation. Have a great weekend.
Welcome back to the WordCamp Los Angeles live show. I am Joey Dowd, your live show host and wrangler. Thank you to Mauricio for your talk on React and Jason for your talk on child themes. If you'd like to continue the conversation with them, head on over to the Zoom hallway, which the link you could find at the WordCamp page, or head over to our Slack group. Next up, we got some more tricks of the trade. So thank you to everyone that did submit some tricks of the trade. First up, from our organizer, from Christina, we've got, here's a WordPress tip for you. Make your blog post sticky for things you want prominent on your blog. Super simple, super easy tip. I believe that's an option when you're posting up in the top right below your some of your metadata. You can click to make the post sticky, so that way it always kind of stays on top to feature it. So if people go to your blog feed, they can see the post that you want to see. That doesn't get buried when you add new posts. Another tip that we got is from Demisha. I'm not sure if that's shortened for something. But connect your WordPress site with Jetpack to get awesome free features like CDN image hosting and now lazy loading, plus visitor analytics and centralized site management. So yeah, Jetpack usually with the default install will come with WordPress, and so it's got a lot of handy tools that you can check out and help with your website. So yeah, remember, we'd love to see more of your tips, so tweet them out with the hashtag WCLAX. Happening right now in our sponsor booths, we have Nexus is having a Q&A with Steve Zingott. SiteGround will have a Q&A with Joe Simpson after his talk at noon. WP Engine, Bluehost, and Green Geeks all have their booths open right now, so check them out. And also, GoDaddy Pro will open up their booth. But to talk more about GoDaddy Pro, we've got our first sponsor minute. I am joined today with Adam Warner from GoDaddy Pro. Hello again, Adam.
Hey, Joey, how are you?
Good to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
While we got you for a couple minutes, so you want to tell us a bit about GoDaddy Pro and kind of the differences from just the regular GoDaddy?
Yeah, sure. So GoDaddy Pro is a tool that allows you to save time when you're managing websites and clients in your freelance business. So it's typical that you would have your clients on a website care plan, and you would offer things like WordPress core updates, plugin updates, theme updates, backups, security scans, uptime monitoring, a whole slew of website maintenance features. And GoDaddy Pro is free and allows you to run all of those features after you connect the site. The site doesn't have to be hosted at GoDaddy. It can be hosted anywhere. It works in conjunction with a worker plugin. So when the site's connected, it's just monitored 24/7, and then you can perform those actions in bulk across the multiple sites that you have connected. So there are some premium add-ons for GoDaddy Pro. So things like you get the monthly backups included, but if you need more backups, which we all do, it would be, an example would be $2 per month per site. So it's really low cost, especially in comparison to what's website care plan. If you are hosted on GoDaddy, or any of the sites that you've connected are hosted on GoDaddy with a qualifying managed WordPress plan, all the premium add-ons are included for free. So GoDaddy Pro is really a way to save time in your freelance business.
That's awesome. And I think you mentioned last time we talked, there was someone that managed like 500 sites on one account, right?
Yeah, we have several people that are managing hundreds of sites, and one in particular is 500 plus sites, and every single month he's running updates in bulk using GoDaddy Pro for his clients. So he's a big advocate of ours, as you might imagine. It's saved him a ton of time and allowed him recurring revenue for his website care plans.
That's excellent. And you did provide a demo, which we did during one of the live shows leading up to the camp. So I'll play that demo during the lunch break, which is kind of a walkthrough of the GoDaddy Pro features. I'm not sure if there's anything else you wanted to add of what we would see in the demo.
No, I don't think so. Other than the demo is actually of the sites that I manage with my own GoDaddy Pro account, previous to me even working for GoDaddy. So big advocate of the tool. Originally managed WP, which is now part of GoDaddy, has been for the last 4, 5, 6 years. Yeah, just a big fan first, and now I have the opportunity to talk about it and share the tool with other people. Hello, son.
Well, it seems like your son is there, and you mentioned that he had a Christmas list.
Yes,
is he
if anybody is interested
in his Christmas list?
He is. He's asking if I could share the Christmas list. So if you don't mind, do we have a couple of moments? I could share the short list.
Yeah, feel free to crowdsource his Christmas list right now.
Yeah, so if anybody watching wants to help Roman with this list, he would like a Power Wheels and a golf cart.
No, the Power Wheels golf cart, remember?
The Power Wheels golf cart.
That's one item.
A smart dial, some LOLs, an LOL car or truck, a hamster, please, with a frowny face, please, and then a cat for his brother, which is very nice and sweet of him to think of his brother too. So we'll make sure Santa Claus gets that.
I really want the Power Wheels.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not sure about a hamster and a cat being a perfect combo.
All right.
Yeah. So, do you want to talk about what you've got going on at your booth today?
Yeah, sure. So our sponsor booth is open now. My colleague Sandy Edwards is there right now, and I'll be there right after this. We're there to answer any WordPress questions you might have, any questions you might have about the GoDaddy Pro that we just talked about. And then at 2 p.m. PST today, we'll be running a trivia contest very related to WordCamp LAX, and we'll have some fun prizes there. So we welcome you to join us there in our booth for casual conversation and also for some trivia.
Is the trivia WordPress themed?
It is WordPress themed and specific to WordCamp LA. So we're ready to go. We reached out to our friends in LA and got some specific questions answered that we threw in there.
That'll be fun. Do you know what the prizes are?
Yes, we are giving away a $100 Amazon gift card, $75 Amazon gift card, and a $50 Amazon gift card, all delivered digitally, perfect for the age we're in.
And that, you said 2 o'clock, right?
Yes, 2 p.m. PST.
Awesome. And so be sure to check that out. You can find the link to GoDaddy Pro's booth in the sponsor hub, which that link is on the schedule page at la.wordcamp.org. So do you have any new tips you want to share, Adam? WordPress tricks of the trade?
Well, I would be remiss if I didn't say use GoDaddy Pro, right? It's at the risk of sounding, overly salesy, right? So it's free, so I'm not really trying to sell you anything, but I do really believe in this tool. So that would be my first tip. If you're creating sites for clients, managing sites for clients, get them all in one unified dashboard to run your updates, and then charge your website maintenance care plans accordingly. That would be my one tip. My other would be attend WordCamps. Visit the sponsors, learn what they have to offer, but more importantly, many people, if not most of these people that are involved in WordCamps and working for companies that sponsor, we're all web designers and developers in some form or fashion. I don't call myself a developer or designer per se because everything I make is ugly and the code I develop breaks a lot of people's sites. So I'm an implementer. I use the tools and services that people within the community create in order to to create what I need to for clients. So the point I'm trying to make is reach out, ask questions. That's what this WordPress community is all about. That's what this WordCamp community is all about. We all try to elevate each other by sharing knowledge freely.
I think that's an excellent point. I mean, it's not just the talks and the knowledge being shared. I mean, that's a good part of the WordCamps, but also just everyone kind of coming together at one time and connecting and sharing ideas and sharing communication with each other makes the experience more valuable, not just attendees, but as you said, a lot of the sponsors and the people. I feel like you see a lot of brands, but it's like there's actual humans behind the companies and the sponsor booths, and they love WordPress as much as everyone else.
Yeah, and it's we've got a couple minutes here, right? Mm-hmm. Still, Joey?
Yeah, I got about a minute.
Okay, yeah. So just very quickly, when I started in WordPress, it was in 2005, and I had been creating HTML websites myself, self-taught. Once I found WordPress, the platform, that was an eye-opener because I could do a lot of things a lot quicker than I could previously. But once I found the WordPress.org forums, that is what changed the game for me, and I felt included. into a community of like-minded people that were trying to build cool things. But more than that, once you start making those connections through social, Twitter, and then you go to a physical WordCamp, which we will get back to at some time in the future, once you meet these people in person, I truly feel like this is my family, this WordPress community. And that can't be understated, especially if you're dedicating your time and your efforts to this platform in order to sustain yourself, your family, financially. I just can't say enough of how much being included in this community is valuable to you as an individual.
Yeah, that's excellent. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Adam. I appreciate your time. And so everyone be sure to check out GoDaddy Pro's booth at the Sponsor Hub. And yeah, that wraps up this episode of the WordCamp live show. Coming up next, we have the Lean Web on track 1, and on track 2 we have History 101, how creating a WAPU adds fun to your WordCamp or WordPress community event. Enjoy, and I'll see you back here at noon for lunch and our show, and we'll also be playing GoDaddy Pro's demo clip. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to WordCamp Los Angeles' 11th annual.
Los Angeles' 11th annual WordPress conference celebrating the tricks of the trade. We're streaming live from 9 to 5, but all talks will be available later on WordPress TV. This session, please welcome Chris Ferdinandi presenting the Lean Web. If you have any questions, submit them on YouTube and Chris will answer them at the end of the talk. Chris, it's all yours.
Excellent. Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for joining me today. I am going to be talking about the Lean Web, some ideas I have for a simpler, faster World Wide Web. In the interest of conserving my bandwidth, I'm going to cut my video feed for this talk, and then I'll turn it back on at the end. I also have a tendency to pace when I present, and I don't want you guys just staring at my belly the whole time. So let's get going. So, in my opinion, the web is a bloated, over-engineered mess right now, and I believe that many of our modern best practices are actually making the web worse. And today I wanted to share some ideas I have on how to fix it. And I want to explore a new set of best practices that we can use to replace what we do today. Now, full disclosure, this talk is going to get a little bit old man yells at cloud, but I still think you're going to enjoy it. My name is Chris Ferdinandi. You can find me online at gomakethings.com. I am known on the web as the vanilla JS guy. I didn't come up with the term, but I do spend a lot of time evangelizing the use of native JavaScript methods and browser APIs instead of using things like libraries and frameworks. I write short guides and create video courses, and I run a project-based training program called the Vanilla JS Academy. I've gotten to teach some students at some pretty amazing companies, and in what's probably the highlight of my career, Apple actually used one of my open source JavaScript plugins on the Swift website. And this all feels really mind-blowing to me because web development's actually a second career for me. I started my career as an HR professional. And then about 6 or 7 years ago, I taught myself to code and transitioned into web development. It was an awesome career move. I highly recommend it. Like many of you, I'm sure, I'm self-taught. And I started with HTML, CSS, and a little bit of WordPress. I had an HR blog at the time, and I wanted to have more control over the look and feel of it. So I started kind of hacking my way along with some code. Eventually, I moved into jQuery, which was the way to use JavaScript on the web at the time. It's baked into the WordPress core for a reason. Some frameworks existed, but they weren't really a thing yet. And eventually, I wanted to understand more about how jQuery worked under the hood. And if I'm being honest, I wanted to feel more like a, quote, real developer. So I started learning vanilla JavaScript. At the time, browsers were finally standardizing features and implementations. So cross-browser compatibility, which had been a complete nightmare for years before that, was a lot easier than it had been in the past. CSS3 and HTML5 were out, and they brought these amazing, powerful features to the web. And JavaScript's ES5 version had just come out, and that pulled in a lot of features from jQuery. So all this stuff that used to be really, really difficult was suddenly substantially easier, and we had all these powerful native features. In retrospect, it feels like the perfect time to have tried to learn this stuff. I look at the state of things today, and I feel like I wouldn't have been able to teach myself or make that jump if I tried to do it today. It feels bonkers, just completely overwhelming. It doesn't have to be, though. The modern web is incredibly powerful and can be really easy to use. And I want to help others feel like they can make this transition too, like they can make the same career jump that I did or get into the field in the first place if they want to. So every weekday, I send out a short email with code snippets, tools, techniques, and other random awesomeness from around the web. And everyone who subscribes gets an email from me asking, what's your biggest challenge in web development? I get back a ton of responses, but the one I hear more than anything else is some variation of this. My biggest challenge is keeping up. It's not always phrased that way, but it's some version of that. I'd say this makes up about 50% of all the responses I get back. I hear a ton of different things, but this one just overwhelmingly the most common response I get back. The good news is that there's a movement towards simplicity happening on the web. Back in 2018, Thomas Fuchs tweeted out, is there a conference for web developers that specifically caters to the lean web? This is the first time I heard this phrase, and he's used it a few times since then. As far as I know, Thomas is the one who coined the term. I really like it, and that's what we're going to be talking about today, this idea of keeping things a little bit more light, a little bit more minimal. So agenda for today's talk. We're going to spend a good chunk of time looking at modern best practices and why they're actually super terrible for the web as a whole and for the people who build for it. We're going to spend a little bit of time looking at how we got here in the first place, because I think it's really important to understand that if we want to come up with a path forward. And then finally, we're going to explore a new set of best practices we can use to replace some of the things we do today. So without further ado, let's dig into modern best practices and why they're bad. So if I had to sum up modern web development in one sentence, it would be this: JavaScript, all the things. So much of modern web development is built around JavaScript. And at the heart of that are JavaScript frameworks. Angular, React, Vue. They're listed on almost every front-end developer job description I see. What framework did you use is a pretty common question when someone announces an awesome new project on Twitter. So what's the appeal of these tools? One of the big attractions to frameworks is how they create user interfaces. Let's say you wanted to build a to-do app and you had some data about the user and their to-do items, what the items were, whether or not they were completed, things like that. And you wanted the UI to look something like this, with an input where they can enter new to-do items and then a list of their items below that. Maybe completed items have a check mark next to them and a line through them to show that they're completed. With a traditional DOM manipulation approach, Whenever someone adds a new to-do item, you need to grab the last item in that list, create a new list item, and append it to that list of items. If someone checks off a to-do item, either to mark it as complete or to uncomplete it, maybe they checked it by accident, you might need to toggle a class on or off that element to change the styling of it and change the state of that checkbox. And if you have no to-do items, maybe you want to show a message instead, asking them to create one. And then that changes the way you add that first item, because now that list isn't there at all. So you have to actually create the list before you add the items. And so as your app gets bigger and bigger and you add more and more features, keeping track of all these different pieces of the UI becomes increasingly complex and increasingly difficult. Frameworks use a slightly different approach called state-based or data-based UI. You create a template for a piece of UI, and you tell the framework, if my data looks like this, do this. If it looks like that, do something else. So for example, here, if the user has to-do items, if that array has a length greater than 0, we're going to go ahead and create that list. If not, we're going to show a message inviting them to. And then you don't even have to think about what the items are in that list. You would have some sort of other little snippet that says how they should look. And the framework just figures it out. Instead of updating the UI directly, whenever the user makes changes, you update your data and the framework handles the rest. It uses a process called diffing to look at what's different from the way the UI should look and the way it looks right now, figures out what needs to change and selectively makes those changes. Basically, all the things you would do with a traditional DOM manipulation approach, the framework does automatically for you under the hood. It becomes a lot easier to manage. And because established frameworks are used by thousands of developers at hundreds or thousands of companies, you have more people testing code, finding bugs, pushing fixes. In theory, you have code that's more resilient. So you may be listening to all this and thinking, hey, yeah, that sounds pretty good. What's wrong with this? Well, one of the biggest challenges with frameworks is that they cause a lot of performance issues. These tools were designed by companies who deal with a level of UI complexity and scale that most of us will not. Most of the sites we build don't have Facebook or Twitter-sized data bundles. They don't have Facebook or Twitter-like UIs. And I don't mean just in terms of how the UI looks, but the really wonky architecture underneath it. Most of our sites will never get there either. And the engineering to accommodate that scale comes with a lot of weight. We like that frameworks have tons of bugs and bug fixes rather baked in, but many of the things are fixes for weird edge cases we'll never encounter and features we don't need. We're inheriting solutions to other people's problems, not ours. And all of that JS that we load to solve problems we don't actually have has a huge impact on performance, particularly first page load, our user's first impression with our site or our app. A couple years back, Adi Osmani, a developer at Google, wrote an article called The Cost of JavaScript, where he broke down how much worse for performance JavaScript is than any other part of the front end stack. So a kilobyte of JavaScript is way worse for performance than a kilobyte of HTML or CSS or a kilobyte of image files. And Adi explained why in this article in quite a bit of detail. The biggest problem with JavaScript is that it blocks rendering on the page. So when a browser encounters JavaScript, all rendering stops. Normally, a browser also downloads multiple files at the same time so that one large file isn't blocking a bunch of small files from downloading. But when it runs into JavaScript, it stops doing that too, because JavaScript often changes the UI, and browsers don't want to download a bunch of files that might not actually be needed because they get removed by the JavaScript for some reason. They want to optimize what they download. It also can't just be run after the browser receives it. As Adi writes in his article, The Cost of JavaScript, it needs to be parsed, compiled, executed, and there are a number of other steps that the rendering engine needs to complete. That includes scanning through the file twice. Once it gets all those little bits of data and compiles them together into a single file, it has to run through the whole thing to see what's actually happening and make sense of it, and then it runs through it again to actually execute it. And just to underscore how much worse JS is for performance, September of last year, Zach Leatherman tweeted, which has a better first meaningful paint time, a raw 8.5 megabyte, that's megabyte HTML file with the full text of every single one of my 27,000 plus tweets, or a client rendered React site with exactly one tweet on it. I'm sure you can see where this is going. The 8.5 megabyte HTML file was faster by about a fifth of a second, 200 milliseconds, which is perceivable to humans. It's pretty damn fast. Or a pretty big difference. JavaScript performance is so bad that an HTML file that is at least 140 times bigger loads faster than it. And it's not just JavaScript that's bad for performance, it's frameworks specifically. All the abstractions that they bake in make them really acutely bad for performance. A few months back, my friend Jeremy Wagner wrote a post at CSS Tricks based on some research he had done looking at the rendering and UI updating performance of vanilla JavaScript, Preact, which is a kind of smaller, lighter version of React. It's a fraction of the size, but uses a similar API, and React itself. And what he found was that vanilla JavaScript initially renders the UI. So that first render with vanilla.js happens 30 times faster than it does with React. Okay, a lot of people will tell you that, well, that's great, but where React really shines is updating the UI after that. Like if you have apps at scale, you need to use a framework because blah, blah, blah. Well, Jeremy also found that for handling UI state changes, vanilla JavaScript was also orders of magnitude faster than React. Which brings us to package managers and module bundlers, another modern web development best practice. Because these large JavaScript bundles create a performance problem, we started using package managers like Bower, Webpack, Parcel Rollup to handle some of this for us. And what these things do is dependency management. They figure out what JavaScript files to include on any given page based on what else is there, rather than loading all the things on every page. And the newer ones do something really fancy called tree shaking, where if you need a file on a page, but it has some code that you don't need, they'll drop that unneeded code out to make that file as small as possible. And this isn't a terrible idea, but the trade-off for this approach is really high setup and maintenance costs. Because of all the moving parts and deep dependency trees, getting set up in the first place and maintaining that setup can be expensive and time-consuming. As anybody who's ever needed to start working on a complex code base at a new company can probably tell you. You might spend your first week fighting to get terminal set up and debugging weird setup issues that you run into, and help you if one of those dependencies somewhere in the chain gets out of date. The whole build can come crashing down around you. I think Nicole Dominguez really underscored this well in a tweet from a couple years back where she wrote, Webpack, JavaScript, turning a 1-hour project setup into an 8-hour affair. I've been there, I feel her pain. Another really big kind of modern JavaScript best practice is this idea of moving everything in the front end stack into JavaScript. All of it, the CSS, the HTML, it's all in JS now. And the idea here is that it's supposed to address some of the challenges of working with code in a component-based design system on a team of developers, many of who, to be honest, are more comfortable with JS than other parts of the stack. And you'll see it with things like CSS and JavaScript. Let's say you have a call-out component that has a background color of slate gray and a font size of 2M. There's a good chance some other components somewhere in your UI have that same background color or that same font size. There's also a chance that you might eventually drop this component out of your UI and forget to pull the styles, and then they get left behind, and that adds to the bloat. With CSS and JavaScript, you would write it a little bit more like this. It looks pretty similar, but you're using JavaScript conventions instead. You're adding an object instead of a class to the object, or to the component, and you're defining your styles as a JavaScript object. And then whatever you use to compile this out, whether it's React or some other sort of tool, is going to spit out elements that look like this. They're going to have these random 3 to 5 character class names on them, like JZRPS and NIBAE. And the idea here is that each property of that component gets broken up into its own class. So JZRPS might be your background color of slate gray. LUPP might be your font size. And any other element on the page that also has that style gets that same class. And the idea here is that you can avoid adding classes you don't need. You can avoid redundant styling. You can minimize some of the issues related to the cascade trickling into other elements. This carries over to elements or UI components themselves too. I copy pasted this from the React website. Let's say you had a button component and you wanted to also make a button for, canceling things or danger or, this is bad, don't click this. You'd need to import React and the component class and then the button element. And then you're going to extend it to create an element button with a color of red, and then you export it back out. The whole point of this is to drive UI consistency and reduce overall file size. It seems weird to me, though, to write something that then gets rendered out into this when you could just write this in the first place and call it a day. But beyond being needlessly complicated, this has one really big, terrible consequence. It excludes people without JS expertise from the process. And some of those people are critically important to your project and have a lot of value to add. Alex Russell is a developer on the Chrome team. And in his 2018 article, The Developer Bait and Switch, he talked about a straw man argument that people make around using frameworks. And that argument goes like this. These tools let us move faster. And because we can iterate faster, we're delivering better experiences. And while it probably does improve the experience for some developers, specifically people more comfortable with JS than other parts of the stack, but for people who specialize in things like CSS or semantic HTML or web accessibility or interaction design, it can leave them completely shut out of the development process in ways that they weren't before. To really highlight this, back in 2018, accessibility consultant Rian Reitveld resigned from her position as the WordPress accessibility team lead and documented why in a really detailed article. And the TLDR is that at the time, while WordPress was building out their new Gutenberg editor, they were using React, as I think you learned in the last talk if you attended that one. And because of that, and because no one on her team nor she had expertise in React, and because they couldn't find any volunteers in the accessibility community with React experience, they couldn't work on accessibility improvements, fix bugs that they found themselves anymore. They used to be able to go in, fix them, push the code out, and call it a day. Now they'd have to create tickets, send them to the development team, and you know how that works. You have a bunch of features you're trying to push out, you have some bugs, but the code is working, just not optimally, so those get pushed down the road. And so what ended up happening as a result of this was that in May of 2019, after Gutenberg had already come out, a detailed accessibility audit was conducted, and it was 329 pages long, found 91 accessibility-related bugs. Now, I'm sure some of those bugs would have still been in there on a first pass if they'd used a different tech stack that allowed Rian and her team to participate. But a lot of those could have been fixed by her team and taken care of if they had been able to work with a technology that didn't gatekeep them out of the process. And so this straw man argument that because it lets you move faster, you can deliver better experiences, I just don't think that's true. It may let some developers work faster, but not all of them. And I'm not convinced it results in a better experience for users either. I think we have a pretty clear case where the exact opposite is true. Another way we've attempted to get at this performance issue is with single-page apps. With a single-page app, the whole site or app exists in a single index.html file. JavaScript renders the content, handles URL updates, and so on. Only the content refreshes. And so theoretically, that's better for performance because you don't have to re-download all of the JSS, all of the CSS for a particular page in your app. This also allows you to create really fancy page transitions, which a lot of designers seem to love. I'm not really sure users care about them so much. But this also breaks a ton of stuff that the browser gives you for free out of the box, which you then need to recreate with JavaScript. So for example, you need to detect when someone clicks a link on the page. You need to figure out if that link points to the current app you're in or website you're in, or some sort of external link. You also need to figure out if they right-clicked it or command or alt-clicked it, control-clicked it rather to open it in a new tab, or just regular-clicked it to open it in the current window. If it's the latter, you're going to want to suppress the normal behavior of that link, figure out which HTML to show based on the URL, update the URL in the address bar without triggering a page refresh, handle forward and backward button clicks, update the document title, and shift focus back up to the top of the document, and make sure you do it in a way that properly announces to screen reader users where they actually are in your app. Because if you did a full page refresh the old-fashioned way, it would say page loaded and then the name of the page, but that doesn't happen when you use JavaScript-based routing. And so people can find themselves confused, not knowing that anything actually happened. This, to me, feels like a vicious circle. We are literally breaking features that the web gives you out of the box with JavaScript to then, in the name of fixing performance issues that we created with JavaScript. And then we're re-implementing these features with even more JavaScript all in the name of performance, which again, we ruined in the first place with all of the JavaScript. Like I said earlier, this just feels bonkers to me. And our over-reliance on JS has created a front end that is incredibly fragile. We've all run into things like the white screen of death, or buttons or interactive elements that you click and they do absolutely nothing. And this happens because those features rely on JavaScript instead of just kind of doing what HTML would normally do by itself. And when that file fails to load for some reason or has an error, you get nothing. And yeah, it's 2020. People don't usually disable JavaScript. It's an important and integral part of the web, but things happen. CDNs fail. Back in July of 2019, a bad deploy took down Cloudflare, a CDN used by 10% of all Fortune 1000 companies. And that happened again in the summer of this year. No CDN, no JavaScript. Firewalls and ad blockers get overly aggressive about what they block. Files time out, especially these absurdly large JavaScript files we're sending down the wire now. Ian Feather, an engineer at BuzzFeed, found that about 1% of all requests for JS on their site fail. That's 13 million requests a month. Less of an issue right now because fewer people are commuting, but people lose connections when they go through tunnels. Not everybody has really great internet at home. I'm very fortunate that I do. Not everybody does. And obviously no one sets out to write code with bugs, but it happens. And when it does, JavaScript is the most fragile part of the stack. Let's say you fat thumb the keyboard and type DVI instead of div. The browser ignores what you wrote, treats it like a div, and moves on. Mistype a CSS property. Maybe you write BG color instead of background color. The browser is going to ignore that property and move on. But let's say you mistype the name of a variable or an argument in your JavaScript, in this case, writing NMU instead of NUM. The JavaScript file would throw an error and just stop. Nothing after that runs would work. The whole thing just comes crashing down. HTML and CSS fail gracefully. JavaScript does not. The smallest mistake can cause the whole thing to come crashing down. So how did we get here? Historically, the back end has always had more credibility. It's where serious business by real developers happened. And the front end was more of a plaything. It was for fan sites on GeoCities and random musings on live blogs. Now, the web is a platform where serious work happens. It runs full-on applications that people can use to create presentations and spreadsheets and edit photos and have real-time conversations with people halfway around the world. It's an amazing piece of technology. And many back-end engineers moved from the back end to the front end, sometimes because they found it more exciting, often because companies were cheap and they're like, hey, you know how to code, go do our website stuff now. And as these back-end developers moved into the front end, they brought with them their best practices. And because of our historical lack of credibility as front-end developers, our emerging platform maturity, and our desire to be taken seriously, a lot of front-end devs latched onto these best practices too. You hear this in statements like, I build apps, not websites, or vanilla.js doesn't scale, or CSS isn't a real programming language. And it is, by the way, and if you say that, you're a jerk. But there's a problem with applying back-end best practices to the front end. The back end is not the same as the front end. In the back end, you have all sorts of control. You control the operating system your code runs on, and when it runs, you control the storage and RAM and bandwidth that's available. There's predictability. In the front end, you have no control. What we build is accessed by devices of varying capabilities, by users of varying experience and technical skills, on networks of varying strength and reliability. And in my experience, trying to fight the nature of that medium by trying to throw more JS at it and force more control at it is the source of a lot of the pain that happens with modern web development. So with that in mind, let's look at some lean web principles, a set of new best practices we can use to build a simpler, faster web. I want to encourage you to, in some ways, become a developer dinosaur. I want to look back at some old best practices and share some ideas on how we can merge them with newer technology to make a simpler, more resilient web. And that doesn't mean you should never use new tools and approaches, but I do want to encourage you to be more selective about what you use and why. Does the utility outweigh the cost of using it for both you and your users? So with that in mind, the first lean web principle is to embrace the platform. The web gives you so much for free out of the box these days, and the browser is an amazing piece of technology. Rather than using dependencies or libraries, use native JavaScript methods and browser APIs whenever you can. It's not always possible, but when you can do it, take advantage of them. Stuff that used to be really hard, like getting elements in the DOM and manipulating classes, is really easy now. The first line here is some jQuery. Second line is the equivalent in vanilla JS. It uses the same syntax. The vanilla version is a little bit more verbose, which is kind of obnoxious, but you're saving 30 kilobytes of jQuery JS by not loading it and just using the vanilla JS stuff. Here's some JSX that I copy pasted directly from the React documentation website that's going to render hello Josh Perez into the UI. Here's the same code in vanilla JS. It's actually shorter, if you can see it. It's fewer lines of code, which is pretty neat. Sometimes the platform provides HTML elements to handle stuff that would otherwise have required JavaScript. For example, details and summary elements can be combined to create an accordion component. They're accessible, can be styled, and they even admit an event that you can hook into with JavaScript if you want to extend them a bit. And you don't have to add anything to do this. This is just how the HTML works. And if you use this in a browser that doesn't support it, they get the heading and the content fully expanded. So it's already progressively enhanced, built right in, which is beautiful. Similarly, you can get a native HTML autocomplete by using an input element and associating it with a data list element. And it'll kind of give you autocomplete options as you type. You can also select from a drop-down list. And if this isn't supported, people get a text field where they can enter whatever they want. Similarly, CSS can handle a lot of stuff that you would have historically used JavaScript for, animations in particular. Daniel Eden has built an entire library of CSS animations that you can poach from, and they are very smooth. They tie into the browser's refresh rate, so they look gorgeous, and they're just really, really nice. My most popular JavaScript plugin, the one that's the hardest thing I've ever built, is a smooth scroll animation plugin. It animates scrolling down to anchor links on a page. Today, you can do the same thing that plugin does with a single line of CSS. For accessibility reasons, you should disable it if someone has prefers reduce motion enhance. So then bumps it up to like 3 or 4 lines. But just a couple lines of CSS replaces an entire JavaScript library, which is amazing. I talked earlier about single page apps and how they break so much of what the browser gives you out of the box, only to recreate it with JavaScript. But you can get those same really fast page loads and remove that complexity by using a really old technique we've been using for ages, multi-page apps, where each view in your app has its own HTML file, and you let the browser handle routing for you. Now, this doesn't mean that you don't use JavaScript for any rendering. You can still render HTML with JavaScript, but ideally you want to do it with just the dynamic parts. And because you're loading less code, you end up with apps that are more resilient and less complex, but feel as fast as a single page app. Everybody who buys one of my courses gets access to this learning portal where they can see the stuff they've purchased. And so obviously that stuff varies from user to user. The way it works is the things like the logo, the navigation menu, the heading on the page, the footer, those are all hard-coded directly into my HTML files. And just that content in the middle, the stuff they've actually purchased, that gets loaded by calling an API with some JavaScript and rendering it into the UI dynamically. And this approach is often now referred to as the Jamstack, which is an acronym for JavaScript, APIs, and pre-rendered markup. A lot of people focus on the idea that this requires JavaScript, but it actually doesn't. The only part of the Jamstack you actually need to be a Jamstack site is the pre-rendered markup. The pre-rendered piece of that is really important, as we'll learn in a second. The JavaScript and APIs are just there if you need a little bit more dynamic content or interactivity. So when someone, this is why pre-rendered markup is so important. When someone visits a web page for a database-driven site, like WordPress, for example, the server or the browser makes a request to the server, which then pulls content from the database, grabs the templates that goes with it, and puts them together to create an HTML file, which it then sends back to the browser. And this happens in real time as people make requests. It takes time, and depending on your server setup, a lot of WordPress users, myself included, use low-cost shared hosting. it can add a lot of time to how quickly a server returns data. But with static HTML files, like literally you have .html files that live on your server, the browser makes a request to the server and the server sends the file back. It's nearly instant, even on cheap shared hosting. I run about a dozen sites on a $5 DigitalOcean instance, and they all have rendering times of about a second. It's just really, really fast. It's pretty wild. And obviously trying to hand code a whole bunch of HTML files would be complete madness. And this is where newer technology comes in handy. Tools called static site generators allow you to define templates in whatever language you're most comfortable. You can literally create templates using plain old HTML. You can also do them with Ruby or JavaScript or a variety of different things that you're comfortable with. And then you can author your content in Markdown, and the static site generator, whether it's Jekyll or Hugo or Eleventy, will take those two and combine them and spit out HTML files. It's a bit like what WordPress does, except you do it all ahead of time, and the HTML files that it spits out are what live on the server. One thing that people love about single-page apps, and that comes up every time I bring this up, is what happens on subsequent page loads. So with a single-page app, because you're only refreshing the content, any API calls and stuff, like you already have that data. You don't have to make those calls again. Similarly, if the internet connection drops, the page is already open, so people can keep using the app. Well, this is where service workers come in. They can give you a lot of those same benefits with more resilience and less browser complexity. They actually work better than single-page apps do for the offline use case. The way a service worker works is it effectively creates a man-in-the-middle attack on your own website, but like the good kind. So you define a little JavaScript file that tells the browser what to do whenever the user makes requests for files. And you can do things like say, if someone requests an image file, check to see if we already have a version of that saved. And if we do, use it. If not, go get a fresh one from the server. Hey, if they go to get a request for an HTML file and no request comes back, maybe their internet connection drops, but we already have a version of that HTML file saved somewhere locally. Let's serve them the local version so they don't get a 404 page or like the Chrome dinosaur video game thing. You can specifically define how you want this to work. You can even do it with API calls. That's what I do on my courses portal. So when someone first logs in, it makes a fresh API call, and then it caches it for a couple of hours. And every additional page they click after that loads this locally saved version of their API call. And so this is a real-time screen capture of me working through the app. And you can see these page loads are instant, but this is not a single page app. Every single one of these page loads is its own index.html file that's coming from the server. And because I've used a lot of the approaches that I've talked about already, things feel really instant. It feels like an SPA, but I don't have that same fragility. If someone's internet went down, they could keep accessing all those pages and lessons they already looked at. The second lean web principle is to keep things small and modular. It's common practice in our industry to reach for multi-purpose tools. Look at all the utilities that are baked in. Features are good. We go for that multi-purpose tool when the thing we really need is a pair of scissors. Perhaps we should instead be reaching for small focus tools that do just one thing really well, and at that only when the platform alone won't work. So for example, instead of loading jQuery and jQuery UI to get some toggle tabs, maybe we can find a small plugin that uses browser native vanilla JS instead. Instead of loading 30 kilobytes of Angular or React or Vue, and I think Angular is a lot bigger than 30 kilobytes, you can use things like HyperHTML, which is less than a kilobyte after minifying and gzipping, or Preact, which is literally a 10th the size of React and has the same modern API. So you can write just like you would in React, but it's a fraction of the size. Or Svelte.js, which gives you a framework-like authoring experience, but then compiles everything you've done out into 100% vanilla JS, and that's what the browser runs. And remember, we learned from Jeremy Wagner's data earlier that it's the abstractions specifically in tools like React and even Preact that add this latency on the front end. We talked a little bit about CSS in JavaScript and how it spits out, a component that looks like this, prevents redundancy in your style sheet and so on. I like the idea. Like, I understand where they're going with this. You can get these same benefits with just plain old vanilla CSS using a technique called object-oriented CSS that was created by Nicole Sullivan quite a few years ago. If you're familiar with things like atomic CSS or utility-first CSS, or Tailwind, for example, they're all derivative of Nicole's work, although she seldom gets the credit she deserves here. Object-oriented CSS treats CSS classes like Legos for front-end developers. So looking back at that callout component again, instead of giving it a callout class, you might create a class with BG gray for your background color and text large for your font size, and then you put those on the element instead. And at first glance, this looks like it actually results in more CSS than what we were doing before. And for any one component, that is probably true. But as you start adding more and more components into your UI, you'll find that you need to create fewer and fewer of these because you end up with a lot of reuse across components. And then these become these little like Lego classes you can mix and match to create UI components on the fly, which is really, really fun. It's a really nice, simple way to do UI development. If this sounds interesting, Nicole has a great presentation on this available on SlideShare. And I'm gonna, at the end, I'll share a page where you can go get links to all of this good stuff. The final lean web principle, because we're running out of time here, is that the web is for everyone. Now, the web is for everyone, but our modern best practices often only make it accessible to people that have fast, reliable internet and the latest devices. And we can fix that by changing our approach to how we build things. A lot of newer approaches don't work in Internet Explorer or older browsers, but we can address that with polyfills, snippets of code that add support for features to browsers that don't natively offer them. So here's a polyfill for the array for each method, which doesn't really need to be polyfilled at this point, but it's a simple example. And so the way this polyfill works is the first thing it does is it checks to see if the browser already supports this method. And if it doesn't, it then uses an older approach, an old for loop, to create a new array prototype for each function, making this method because it doesn't exist, and recreating it with the older approaches. This isn't even something you have to think about. Polyfill.io is a really cool product from the Financial Times team that makes using polyfills really easy. You add it to your page with a script element, the way you would any other JavaScript file, and it automatically detects the user's browser and sends back just the polyfills they need. So on the latest Chrome or Microsoft Edge, you're going to get 0 kilobytes of JavaScript. On Internet Explorer 8, you're going to get about 17 kilobytes, which is still half the size of jQuery or React, and lets you use all of this cool new modern JavaScript stuff. Progressive enhancement has fallen out of favor a bit lately, too. There's this line of thinking that goes that people shouldn't be turning off their JavaScript and browsers are free, so they can always upgrade. But as we talked about earlier, JS failures are not always deliberate, and people don't always have choices over what they use to browse the web. There's also this belief that it adds a lot of work, but it doesn't have to. Let's say you wanted to use the GitHub API and some JavaScript to show a list of repositories on your site. Rather than using an empty div, you could add a link to your GitHub account. Once the required JavaScript is loaded, you can call the API, get those repositories, and replace that link with a list of data you get back from GitHub. And if that file fails to load for some reason, people still get something they can use. Many static site generators, like the ones we talked about earlier, actually allow you to make API calls and manipulate the response. So you could hard code that directly into the HTML if you wanted, kind of bypassing JavaScript altogether. In many ways, the web is inclusive out of the box, and we ruin it with the choices that we make. Our designs and our code break the way that people who use keyboards instead of a mouse navigate and move around. They break how screen readers consume content. WebAIM is an accessibility group that for the last 2 years has done an accessibility survey of the top 1 million sites on the web and audited them for accessibility issues. They found that sites that use UI frameworks and libraries were between 5 and 35% more likely to have accessibility issues. It's not that these tools are inaccessible in and of themselves, but they encourage a copy-paste, just use these components culture that results in a lot of bad solutions spreading far and wide. This stuff can be hard. I struggle with it often. one amazing resource that I absolutely love is the A11Y, or Accessibility Project, at a11yproject.com. It includes a ton of accessible design patterns and a checklist for you to run through. Whenever I talk about this stuff, I always get asked if there are any companies that actually build web apps and websites the way I recommend. And the answer is yes, they do. And they're companies you've heard of, like GitHub, who in 2018 removed jQuery and went with a fully native approach to their web development. As developer Keith Serkel told me, they had an internal motto of build websites like it's 2005. Or Netflix, who ripped React out of their front-end page loads. They still use it for server-side templating and reduced their load time and time to interactive by 50%. Or Basecamp, who earlier this year released a new email client, Hey, that is entirely server-rendered HTML that then progressively enhances into a single-page app. And that JavaScript actually fetches server-rendered HTML and uses it to completely replace the UI. So if there's no JavaScript, everything still works, and it's not any extra work on their end to create. So just to wrap up, the 3 lean web principles are to embrace the platform, keep things small and modular, and remember that the web is for everyone. And if you remember nothing else from this talk, I want to encourage you to think like a developer dinosaur and embrace old, stable, boring technologies and techniques. But, you know, be like the cool kind. One last thing, if you found this interesting, I've put a bunch of resources that you can find, including slides from this talk, a pre-recorded video, and more at gomakethings.com/WCLA. Thank you all so very much. I used up quite a bit of time, but we might have a minute for a question or two.
That was fantastic, Chris. A lot for us to think about. We did have a few questions, and I wanted to kind of start off with one. You know, to take the lean web methodology further, you know, I'm beginning to see a growing movement to step back from using CSS frameworks like Bootstrap, overuses of divs, even Beam or utility classes like object-oriented CSS, and kind of go back to vanilla CSS and semantic HTML, like the example you showed using the details and summary. You know, what reaction do you get from developers when suggesting going lean?
It's pretty extreme. I get some people who instantly breathe a deep sigh of relief and say, yes, I would love to do more of that. I also get some developers, and to be fully candid, I'd say this as a JavaScript developer myself, but it's usually folks who lean more heavily to JavaScript, who work in really large teams, who find the idea completely preposterous. And I haven't really found many people who kind of sit in the middle. I think there are times where some of those tools are appropriate. I think there's a lot more instances where we overuse them, and there's probably a happy medium somewhere in the middle where we're just using tools a little bit more thoughtfully. I know we only have about 30 seconds left, and I don't want to run over, but I will stick around in the Slack chat after if people want to ask some questions too.
Okay, let me ask couple more questions if we have time. And from Lucky Cat Creative, she was, or they were asking, now that WordPress has embraced React for Gutenberg block editor foundations, aren't we going backwards in terms of performance overhead?
Yes, I mean, I think we are. But I also think the future of WordPress is, well, I think it's twofold. The thing with React is it's in the back end. It's not, so it's affecting you as a site manager more than it's affecting the people who use your site. So I think that's okay, as long as you're willing to accept that trade-off. But I also think that WordPress has this second future as a content management system that through the WordPress REST API gets consumed by other tools, static site generators, things like that, and is used to spit out static HTML. Like, I actually use WordPress as a headless. I think there was a talk about this either earlier today or later in the weekend, like I use it as a headless CMS to manage some of my course content. And then the course portal that we looked at in this talk pulls some data directly from it. And, you know, for me, I really like the idea of using WordPress to handle handle the back-endy stuff that's hard so that I can focus on a better front-end experience for my users. And so in that regard, I'm okay with it. But yeah, I'm personally not wild about kind of pushing React into WordPress. I'm not sure that it was strictly necessary, but I'm not Matt Melwick, so I don't make those decisions.
Can I ask a practical question in some way? How would someone find jobs that use approaches that you're talking about when most job descriptions include a long list of frameworks that people need to understand?
Yeah, so there's two pieces of this. The first is if you're at a company, you may have to just kind of deal with it and work with some of these tools, depending on kind of where you are in your employment cycle. I'm at a place in my career where I can say no to a lot of stuff. Earlier in my career, I didn't really have that luxury, and I had to work with tools that I didn't love. And that's just kind of part of it. I've found that if you go into those roles, you can sometimes use your position to influence directions. Like if you're working in a company that loves React, you could push them to use Preact, which is going to give you some better performance wins. Still maybe going to have to deal with some of the tooling issues there, but it's kind of a way in, which is helpful. The other thing is there are a lot of agencies and startups love these newer technologies because they think it attracts like the best developers. But there are a lot of really great companies that would be awesome to work for that work in boring old industries, making boring old technology. And they love things like PHP and plain old HTML and CSS and JavaScript. And you're not always going to get to work on like super exciting, flashy new stuff, but you're often going to have better hours, better pay, a more relaxed culture that's not going to have you kind of burning the candle at both ends. And so there's kind of trade-offs there. My buddy Andy Bell showed me some data just yesterday or the day before, actually, that showed that the framework community is a very, very, very vocal minority. And in terms of total web use, frameworks represent like less than 1% of all websites and web apps, and WordPress represents like 60% plus. And so like, a lot of those are older sites that have been around forever and don't get updated anymore, but there's still a huge section of the web that runs on old technology and will continue to run on that and needs people to maintain it and work on it and add new features. So a lot of it is just depending on where you look. A lot of folks want to work at like the Googles and other kind of exciting startups. And I think there's really great careers to be had at places that aren't those product companies and things like that.
What's interesting is, the old web is the stable web in many respects. So it's
sure is.
It's coming back full circle. Wanted to really thank you, Chris, for a thought-provoking session. Everyone, a round of applause for Chris.
Thank you for having me. This is great.
There are some other questions, and I'd like to invite those folks to join our unofficial hallway to continue the conversation. You can enter the hallway on our website at la.wordcamp.org/2020. And please stay right here for our unique live show coming up next on the hour, every hour. Thank you, and have a great weekend.
Welcome back to the WordCamp LAX live show. I am Joey Dowd, your live show host and wrangler. Thank you to Chris for your talk on the lean web and Joe for your talk on WAPUs. Once again, if you'd like to continue the conversation with them, head on over to the Zoom hallway or on our Slack channel. Tricks of the trade. All right, so we got a couple more tricks coming in from your tweets. So remember, if you want to share your trick of the trade, use the hashtag WCLAX. So first up, we've got one from Lipa Online. I'm assuming that's not your full name. Before create a child theme for small things, check if there are some hooks to do it. So I'm not a developer, but I think I understand most of this. So yeah, if you want to kind of customize your theme, good practice is to make a child theme. But sometimes, depending on what you want to do, I believe this tip is saying that you might be able to find a hook that you can put in custom functions to do the same thing. So good tip. I got another tip, repeat, from Misha, DJ Misha. Set up all updates for plugins, themes, and WordPress core to run automatically for continued site health, performance, and security. Yes, this is kind of a new built-in feature where you can set certain plugins to automatically update. It's always good practice to keep plugins up to date, just both functionality-wise and security reasons. A lot of updates patch security holes, so it's good security practice to update plugins and also remove plugins that you no longer use, to not just keep them dormant on your site as inactive, but to just delete them. And then this one is kind of WordPress, more of a share from the community. I believe this is in relation to Joe's talk on WAPUs just now, from William. When the planning for WordCamp US was ongoing, I love posting the WAPU Wednesday each week. I learned so much and the wonderful talent in creating them. People started calling me Wednesday WAPU William. So yeah, these tips don't have to be technical. This is a good community tip and a shout out for having fun with WAPUs and being part of the WordPress community. So thank you everyone for sharing your tips. Remember, keep having them come in. Use the hashtag WCLAX on Twitter, and if you mark it as a tip or something, that also does help. That helps me identify it because there are a lot of tweets about other stuff relating to the camp. Next up, happening in the sponsor booths. Let me hop over here. Happening right now in the sponsor booths. So speaking of Joe and his talk on WAPUs, SiteGround is having the Q&A with Joe right now after his talk at noon. GoDaddy Pro will be having their WordPress trivia at 2 p.m. and their booth is also open. Nexus, WP Engine, Bluehost, and Green Geeks all have their booths open, so be sure to check them out. You can go to the sponsor hub page. I know there's some issues with the links before, but they should be sorted out by now, and if we have any updates or anything you should be aware of, we will post it in the Slack, and we'll announce it on the live show here. So in the last live show, I was talking to Adam from GoDaddy Pro, and earlier when we were doing these live shows leading up to the event, Adam and I chatted, and he gave a much longer demo of GoDaddy Pro's dashboard and its features, so I'm going to play that clip now. Enjoy. That is not the clip.
Hey everybody, Adam Warner here with GoDaddy Pro. In this video, I'll give you a walkthrough and a demo of the GoDaddy Pro sites and Pro Clients tools. To log into GoDaddy Pro, you just go to godaddy.com/pro. Go ahead and click sign in. If you have a GoDaddy account, go ahead and click sign in. If you don't, you can create an account without making any purchases. And once I sign in, I'll be taken to my GoDaddy products page, and you'll see a link here to go to GoDaddy Pro. Go ahead and click that link. I've been taken to the clients section because this is where I was last. So let's go ahead and take you to the home page. And here we are on the GoDaddy Pro homepage. The homepage has some recent activity. It also highlights some of the partners we have and the educational content that we have. Over on the left, underneath home, you'll see overview. If you click on overview, that's going to have an overview of everything that is available to be updated or serviced on all of the sites that you're managing. And we'll jump back here in just a moment. Here under overview, you have sites. This is where all your sites will be listed, all the ones that you're managing. And as you hover over each one, you'll have opportunities to get into deeper settings or to log into the site itself. And under sites, we have clients. This is where all of your clients will be listed. You can click into each one, or there are some shortcut items here for shopping for your client, logging in as your client, or archiving the client. And there's different views. There's a list view and grid view. And under clients, we have the add-ons tab. And this is where you'll see all of your sites listed and the add-ons that are activated for each site. And one thing to note here, all of the add-ons here are activated for this site, but you can see down here that not all of the add-ons are activated for this site because this client doesn't need them. And then for some sites, if you're using just the free add-ons, and if the free has a premium version, you'll see that half of the add-on will be highlighted. So in this case, this is backups, and I've just got the free backup, which is once monthly, activated on this site. Now that you've seen a quick overview of the left-hand navigation, let's talk about what you would likely do when you first log in. The first thing you'll likely do is add a website. So let's look at how to do that. You can do that from the quick menu item here. Add website, add client, shop on behalf of your client, or template builder. So let's go ahead and click add website. To add a new website, you simply can do one of three things. One, you can enter the URL of the site, and GoDaddy Pro will detect whether it's a WordPress-powered site, and if it is, it will bring up the WordPress username and password login form. Once you log in, we will install the Worker plugin, and that will keep that connection persistent very securely. The next option is to import any existing GoDaddy websites that you already have, and you can see a list of some of my personal domains here. Or you can import from file if you have a CSV in the right format to add a new site. And you can find directions with the little info button here. And once your site is added, you'll be able to find it here in your list of sites. So let's go ahead and take a deeper look at the one I've just added, talkinghuman.com. If you hover over the site, you're going to see a few options. First are the site options, and these are some settings within GoDaddy Pro where you can reconnect, you can refresh the thumbnail, you can remove the site, you can add tags and clients to the site. I am the client for this one. You have some advanced options there, and some safe update settings options if you have this add-on available. So because I've just added this site, I don't have any add-ons added yet. So let's go ahead and dig into there. You could view backups here if we had any yet. You can also log into the WP admin by simply clicking one time. Now imagine doing this for your client sites. If you need to log into their site, just coming into GoDaddy Pro and hitting the WP admin link instead of having to remember their usernames and passwords in various ways. And over here finally on the left we have the open the website dashboard. This is within GoDaddy Pro. So this will show me an overview of the Talking Human site and everything that is happening there. So you can see that there's 6 plugins that need updating, 2 themes. The core WordPress version is okay. It's going to tell me what plan I'm on. If it's a GoDaddy site, if it's hosted elsewhere, it will have the host name there. Remember, GoDaddy Pro does not require your sites to be hosted on GoDaddy, so they can be hosted anywhere. And you can see that there are some overviews of these different add-ons. So let's go ahead and show you how to add an add-on before we go ahead and update this site. So you can activate the add-ons in a couple of different ways. One, you can go through this list on the left side, and you'll see a short video overview of each add-on and feature with a link to learn more or to activate that feature. So if you activate that feature with backups, you can see that there are free and premium versions. So the free backups are monthly backup schedule. It's cloud storage. You can restore it anytime. The premium has all the free tier features, and you can read all the rest. So to activate this one, you would click to activate, but you'll notice that there's a line item here that says covered by GoDaddy. That's because this site is on a qualified managed WordPress hosting plan at GoDaddy, so the pro features are included. So I can simply activate from here. But before I do that, let's go to the add-ons area, and I'll show you what it looks like there. You can see Talking Human has no add-ons activated right now, so we can also activate from here. So if we click that and we click Activate Add-ons, we can click through one by one. It says buy add-on, but again, you're going to see that it's included. If it wasn't included, you can see how inexpensive these add-ons are. So the premium backups, if you were to buy it for this site, it would be $2 per month per this site, and on and on. If you had the uptime monitor, it would be $1, and you get the idea. So let's go ahead and activate all of the add-ons for this Talking Human site. Let's go back to sites and do that within the website dashboard here. I'm going to go ahead to backups. I'm going to activate. Now you can see after activating, all of the icons to the right of each add-on have turned orange, letting me know that the premium versions of these add-ons are active. So let's look at updating the site. If I wanted to, I could select all plugins, I could select all themes, and I could run a straight update, which will update everything before doing a backup, or because I'm using premium backups, I can do a safe update, which will run a backup and then update the plugins, the themes, or WordPress core. So what if I wanted to update multiple sites in bulk at the same time, which is absolutely what I do want to do, because it's what I do to save time every month. So we'll simply go back to Overview, and I only want to update a couple of sites. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to filter this list by those sites. And you can do that in a few ways. There's a bunch of different filters here that I could have used, or under the updates card, you can click this icon here and sort or group by website. So this shows me all of the sites that have available updates. For this example, I'm going to update Craft Organic and Talking Human. Now I'm going to do a safe update because both of these are using premium backups, so I can run backups on both of those sites before running any updates, and that's exactly what I'm going to do with safe update here. But before I do that, let's make sure we're also updating the themes on both of these sites, and not the WordPress version, because that doesn't apply to our two sites. So we've got Craft Organic, Talking Human, themes and plugins for both sites with a safe update. A little warning here, taking a before and after screenshots of two websites could take a while, so we suggest omitting visual comparison in this safe update process. Well, I want to perform a visual comparison, so we're going to keep that. Now you can see what happens here. You get a status over here. Safe update in progress, creating the backups of your websites, tells you the status of each site. Step 2 will take your initial website screenshots of both. Step 3 will be performing the actual software updates. Step 5 will be checking your website status, and step 4 will be checking the status, and step 5 will be taking the new website screenshot. When that process is complete, I'll come right back here. Okay, my updates have stopped, and I've got a notification here to that the safe update is completed, and that the number of updates that have been done, and that I can compare the sites. So let's go ahead and do that. First, it's Craft Organic. This is the main page. Does it look the same? It looks the same. So I think I'm pretty safe, good to go. And I can hit the arrow to go check out the Talking Human before and after, which looks good. So I'm going to go ahead and click OK. I've just updated 2 sites with GoDaddy Pro. As you can see, we've gone from 42 available plugin updates down to 33, and on to themes and WordPress core. Now, if I wanted to update the rest of these sites, I could certainly do that by clicking Select All. And one thing to note here is doing safe updates is something I always recommend. It's always good to have a backup right before you make software changes. But if you click Safe Update and some of those sites are not on the premium backups add-on, you'll get a warning letting you know that. So you can filter out these sites from your safe updates, or you can proceed without them. Now let's take a look at the clients area. You've already seen that in the clients area, all of your existing clients will be listed. So let's go ahead and add a new one. If you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see add another client, or you can do it from this quick menu as well. So let's go ahead and add a client. We're going to add a first name. And a company. And we'll save that client listing. And once you've added your client, you'll come to the client profile area. You can go ahead and click in here to add more details about your client, or you can start requesting access right away. So what does requesting access actually do? Well, it can do one of two things. You can request that your client allow you to manage the products in their GoDaddy account, or you can request that your client allow you to manage their products in their GoDaddy account and purchase new products on their behalf. The third option is that you can assign products that you've already bought in your own account to your client account. So let's go ahead and look at how that happens. If I click Request Access, I'll be able to choose which access level I'm requesting. I'm going to go ahead and just do Manage Products for this one. Click Next. Put in the client's email. You can edit the message as you see fit, and then you can click Send Email. And that will send an email to your client, and when they respond, you'll get a notification up here, and then you'll have access to their GoDaddy account. So let's show you what it looks like to log into a GoDaddy account as your client. Logging in as your client to their GoDaddy account is really easy. You simply use the shortcut here to log in as client, or from the full client screen, you can click Manage and Purchase Products. This is my current level of access. So let's log in as client. And you can see I'm now logged in as Christina, and I can exit access here. So I can get in and manage any of her products that she has in her account. Her domain when I need to make DNS changes after going live, the hosting account, maybe we need to make changes there, or maybe we need to add additional products. So I'm going to go ahead and just click Exit Access, and that'll drop me back into the client area of GoDaddy Pro.
And there you have it. It's pretty easy to manage multiple sites and clients at the same time using the GoDaddy Pro Sites and Pro Clients tools. Take care.
Thanks again to Adam for sharing that demo. I remember they have trivia today at 2 p.m. at the GoDaddy Pro booth. One thing I forgot to mention with some of our other sponsors. So a lot of the sponsors have virtual booths that they're running right now, and but a couple of sponsors, either they have booths that are being attended to tomorrow, or just they're not having booths this weekend, but they are offering some digital swag, so I encourage you to head over again to the sponsor hub page to check out what they're offering. So that includes Unos, WP Buffs, Yoast, and Easy WP. And that wraps up our show for now. Grab some food, grab another cup of coffee, head on over to the hallway or sponsor Zooms and join the conversation on Slack. Next up, we have at 1:15 p.m. on track 1, we have the Lean Web, and on track 2, we have history. I did not update my teleprompter. That's fun. On track 1 at 1:15 p.m., we have creating Gutenberg blocks using ACF blocks. And track 2, we have how to have a human connection with your clients in a COVID-19 world. So yeah, definitely check those out. Be sure to enjoy those talks. Enjoy your lunch. Enjoy chatting with the community. I'll see you back here at 2 p.m.
Hey everyone, welcome to WordCamp LAX, Los Angeles 11th Annual WordPress Conference, celebrating tricks of the trade. We're streaming live from 9 to 5. All talks will be available on wordpress.tv. This session, please welcome Maciek Palmowski, presenting Creating Gutenberg Blocks using ACF Blocks. If you have any questions, submit them on YouTube, and Maciek will answer them at the end of the talk. Maciek.
Hi everyone. Like DJ said, I'm Maciek Palmowski, and I will be talking a bit about creating Gutenberg blocks using advanced custom fields. This is the way, thanks to this, we can skip a bit the React part. So if you want to start your adventure with Gutenberg, but you are not too keen on learning React, this is the best way to get started. Just a few words about me. I'm a simple developer from Poland. Currently, I work at WP Dev. And after hours, I like collaborate on projects like Timber, for example. So let's start with some basics. What is this Gutenberg? I'm giving this talk for a while now, and I remember that at the beginning, there was more than 50% people in the audience who didn't even know what Gutenberg is. Currently, I think that almost everyone knows what Gutenberg is, but I always prefer to start with few words, especially how it changed the way we can create content in WordPress. So first of all, before Gutenberg, most of us used the TinyMCA as a default content editor. And Gutenberg replaced it. It doesn't only replace the script, it only replaced the way we create the content. Because when we were using TinyMCA, we had this one text area in which we just put all the content. And it wasn't the best experience for the user, especially when we wanted to change the place of the image or something like this. With Gutenberg, all the content is divided into logical blocks, and we can move those blocks. We can put a block into a block. So we have enormous flexibility in terms of creating content. It wasn't possible with TinyMCA. Also, Gutenberg totally changed the technology stack because it uses React. Exactly as Matt said during one of the WordCamps, that we should learn JavaScript deeply. This was the reason, because without having knowledge of JavaScript, creating stuff for React is much harder. Also, Gutenberg changed one more thing, because a part of TinyMCA, many of us use many page builders, which are great, but each of them has its own way of storing data. So we were a bit vendor locked in when we started using, for example, Elementor at the beginning, because when we at some point decided we would like to switch the editor, after turning off Elementor, we probably saw lots of shortcodes or something like that, and we had to rewrite the big part of our page from scratch. So I hope that thanks to Gutenberg, this problem will be solved and all the content will be stored in the standardized way. My presentation will be about creating blocks in ACF, but first let's start with showing how we can create a Gutenberg block in pure React. I'm going to show it on an example of a library called Create Gutenblock. It's one of the most popular libraries for this. There are some alternatives, but I decided to use it. Also, if you will read the README, you can see that the author says that thanks to Create Gutenblock, creating blocks is easy. It won't need any configuration, and we can create block in minutes. So I was interested, and I decided to give it a try. The installation is very simple. We just run 3 commands. First, we run the npx create Gutenblock and the name of our new block. Next, we go into the folder, and we run npm start. So after all the scripts are installed, we should get something like this. So we have all the structure, we have all the JavaScript, we have all the SCSS files. Everything is almost ready. From this point, we are just 2 steps to build our first React Gutenberg block. Yeah, the first step is learning React, and this is the problem. Because many agencies doesn't have time to learn the new technology like now. They need some time to change the overflow in the company and learn the new technology. So this is the biggest problem in shifting into creating Gutenberg blocks in React. But when we will learn this new technology, we can use the newly acquired skills and create some blocks. This is an example how something like a hello world block looks like in Create Gutenblock. As you see, it's not as friendly as you could think of a hello world code. To be honest, when I saw it for the first time, I wasn't too happy, and I thought, oh God, this is really hard. I don't think I will ever manage to learn React. But this is only the first impression, so don't worry. Also, what is important, it's really learn React at some point, because this is the only way to use Gutenberg's full potential. Without it, we will always have to use some other third-party plugins, some libraries, or something. So we won't ever be self-sufficient. Also, really Gutenberg, when you create stuff for Gutenberg, like just sky is the limit. So I don't know, do you know that? But for example, there is a plugin called Iceberg. It's a Markdown editor created in Gutenberg. So really, there are no limitations if you will just learn the technology. So at the end, remember, learn JavaScript, learn React. But probably you don't have time to learn it now. And it's really not necessary because for most things we will be doing, and I worked at many agencies for a while. The most popular thing we do is just give the client a possibility to enter data and at the end show this data on the front end. So we need just some kind of forms to make it easier for them. And we can achieve it without learning the whole new technology stack. We can just use some of these plugins. We have advanced custom fields, we have carbon fields, lazy blocks, or block lab. And there are probably many others. So if you want to start playing around with Gutenberg and you don't have either time or possibilities to learn the new technology, start with those. I think it's the best. It's the best way to start this Gutenberg adventure. Thanks to advanced custom field blocks, if you ever used ACF, then the experience is almost like usual, because first you have to create a blog group, a field group, sorry, and it will work just as it worked before, but within a blog. This is the only difference. One of the new features is the real-time preview of each blog in the admin panel. I think this is a real game changer, and I remember reactions of many of our clients when they start using Gutenberg, and this preview was one of the things they enjoyed the most, because they weren't afraid of trying what will happen if they will enter some data. I don't know why before, but it was always a problem. I think this pressing the save button was some kind of a barrier, and with this real-time preview, it was gone, and we had to spend we could spend less time helping our clients how to do something, or because they were able to try it on their own, and in most cases solve the problem. Of course, there are some cons in using third-party plugins, not only ACF, but any of them that I listed before. The thing in which Gutenberg is really great is its possibilities in terms of creating user interface. We can use all sorts of sidebars. We can use those small pop-ups and many other options. The overall experience is just terrific. With ACF, it's like I said, it's ACF, so it's a form in which we put the data and we have the real-time preview. So it's not the same. Also, some features are missing. Even if Elliot is trying his best to keep up with Gutenberg, and at this point, most of the features are working. So we have inner blocks, we have patterns, almost everything, but we still don't have, for example, transforming one block into another. For me, it's kind of a big loss, because I really love this feature in Gutenberg. But yeah, if you want to use a third-party plugin, you have to be ready that something won't work out of the box. Also, you have to keep in mind that Gutenberg is changing, and it's changing really fast. And at the beginning, Gutenberg was just a content editor. Now we are talking about full site editing and using parts of Gutenberg on widget screens, on navigations. So it's really growing, and every third-party plugin that is built on base of Gutenberg will always be a step behind. So you have to be ready for this. And there is one more financial thingy. ACF blocks is only included in the Pro version, so you have to pay real money to use this. Okay, so let's end with the theory and let's start building a block. This is what we will achieve. We'll build a small block that will show some trips destinations, that will have a title, a description, the price, and then image. Okay, so to do this, we have to use this action. It's called ACF init, and connect some function to it. Next, using the ACF register block type, we have to pass some parameters. Most of those are kind of self-explanatory, like name, title, description. Render callback, this is one thing that will need a bit of explanation. The render callback function is the function that will render the block itself. I will show it a bit in a moment. And next we have the category, icon, and the keywords. Okay, so we almost have a blog. Also, if you are interested in other options, please visit the Advanced Custom Fields documentation page. There are all other parameters, and also you can ask some additional questions there. I mentioned this callback. So as you see, this callback has 3 parameters. Block and content are also quite self-explanatory. The isPreview parameter is a bit more interesting because when we will be using ACF, we will render our block in 2 situations, either on the front end, either in the admin panel. And sometimes we would like to give the user a bit different experience in the administration panel. For example, block loading of auto player in video or something like that, because it's not needed in the administration panel during the content creation. And this is the part of the block itself. If you ever did any development using advanced custom fields, I think it looks very similar because we still have to use the same function called the field or get field in some situations and pass the name of the block. That's all. Also, in the field group, when we will be creating our block, the important thing is setting the location rules to show this field group only if the block is equal to, and here we select our specific block. Okay, so we created a block, we prepared the fields. Let's see how it looks. So as you see, it's working, but it doesn't look anyhow how I showed you on the screen a few slides ago. And also the JavaScript is missing, but because there is no CSS, you probably missed this. Okay, so now let's go and let's fix it. First of all, we were missing a style sheet and the JavaScript and the JavaScript file. To add them, we are using the traditional WordPress function called WP enqueue style and WP enqueue script. And we use them together with this action called enqueue block editor assets. This will enqueue those files only in the admin panel, only when the editor is active. There is also another way to do this one. We can, during the registration of the block type, we can use those 2 parameters, enqueue style and enqueue script. Both methods are okay. There is no right and wrong way to do it. It a bit depends on the way how you create your website and your blogs, because the first approach is a bit better when you want to store all the scripts and all the styles in one file. Then you just want to enqueue just this one file into the admin panel. If you want to keep everything separated, this approach is a bit better, but it's really all up to you. During the creation of the block in the admin panel, you have to remember about a few things. I learned those the hard way, so I hope that you won't repeat my mistakes. So first of all, Gutenberg is not TinyMCA, so it's not embedded in an iframe. This is very important because what I really loved about TinyMCA and the fact that it was in the iframe is the fact that I didn't have to worry about that any file that I put inside will affect something in the whole admin panel. Everything was just in this iframe. With Gutenberg, we have to be careful because if we'll try to style some global elements, for example, strong, body, or something like this, it may affect the whole admin panel. So remember to always make your styles a bit more local to be sure that they won't affect any other elements apart from the block editor itself. Also, it's a really good practice because I know this may annoy users, is to make all the links in your blog previews unclickable. It's easy to achieve using, for example, CSS, and it will really help them a lot because it's nothing more irritating than a misclick on the link that will try to redirect you out of the admin panel. Also, if you are using some APIs, that remember to either mock or cache data in the admin panel because it's not necessary for when someone is creating some content to refresh this data every time. It's better just to show him some data and don't waste for those API requests, for example. Also, in most situations, we try to wrap our blocks in some kind of div or section with a specific class name. We have our inside framework called Sasquatch, and that's why this class is called Gutenberg Sasquatch block. And we try to wrap everything with this. And this is the simple way to create a SCSS just for the editor. We just import the needed components into this class, and we are sure that this style won't affect anything on the outside of our blocks. Okay, so we have the style sheets ready. Now let's take care of the missing JavaScript. We enqueue it before, so it should be running, but the script doesn't know when to run because with this preview option, every time user would like to see the preview, we should launch our script. The good news is that Elliot, the creator of Advanced Custom Fields, thought about this too and created an event for this. It's called render block preview. So we just write script like this, and every time the preview is launched, some script is also launched with it. So we have everything. Let's see how it looks like. Voila, it's working now. And it looks exactly as it should. Also, it has a second mode, as you can see, and it's changing on the preview. So everything is working fine. We were just missing a few things. And probably when you will create your own blocks for the first time, you will also run into some small problems like this. Okay, so let's start wrapping it up. The things that are very important and you really have to remember about those. Gutenberg is very actively developed all the time. It's changing rapidly. So when you are using any third-party plugins, for example, Advanced Custom Field blocks, you may run into some problems at some point. That's not sure it will happen, but it might happen. If I remember, there was some interview with a creator of some popular WordPress theme. I don't remember which exactly. And there was a question: how do they manage with all those rapid changes in Gutenberg? And the answer was kind of interesting. It was something like, we don't. We just wait until someone reports that something is broken. And yes, I really understand this approach because of how fast it is developed and new features are added. So yeah, it may happen. Also, the biggest weak point of ACF, I think, it's its limitations in terms of the interface. And if you want to create a more complicated user interface or give a better user experience for the user, then the only way is to learn React and building blocks the native way. If not, you will just have to deal with the situation that ACF has its limitations. But there is one more thing, because there is one part of creating blogs that is a bit boring and repetitive. This is the part that I showed at the beginning with all those creating of blogs, registering. I mean, it's always the same, and when you do it for the 10th time, it's getting really boring, and you start to think how to automate it in some way. And because of it, I decided to make it a bit easier. I created a small library. It's called Timber ACF WP Blocks. And it lets you to create blocks in a much easier way. Let me show you an example. This probably looks a bit similar to the values that I showed during the registration of the block: title, description, category, icon, keywords, and mode. And of course, we can add all the parameters that are available when creating a new block. We just put them as a comment on the top of the block. And here is the rest of the code. This funny mustache way syntax is called twig. This is a PHP templating engine. But the good news is that there are similar libraries for other languages. So with this, you can skip the boring part of creating those functions to register blocks. You just create a block, and the rest is almost automatic. And if you are interested in this library, you can check my GitHub, or if you prefer Blade or pure PHP, here are some other libraries that do the same. And that's all. Do you have any questions?
Sorry, unmuting myself. That was great, Maitre. Thank you. Thank you. Actually, I had a question. It was if you could give us a link to a really good tutorial on this.
I think that one of the best tutorials are on the official advanced custom field pages, because Elliot really prepared a lot of examples how to create some sample blocks. Also, I think that anyone who just used either advanced custom fields or any similar plugin shouldn't have any trouble into diving into creating blocks. Most of the problems related with creating blocks is about those JavaScripts and style sheets in the admin panel. This is a bit tricky at first, and in some situations, some unexpected problems may appear. For example, I think a week ago I was working on the dark side, on the dark website, I mean, and most websites I created had a white background or whitish, and working with dark colors was a bit of an adventure, and it needed some CSS tweaking. So. But it's more of adding some small tweaks rather than changing our whole flow or stack.
Okay, cool. We have another question from Marston. Marcin Casil, I think I'm pronouncing that right. Which aspects of React should we learn to work with Gutenberg's full potential?
I think, and it's a bit from my point, because to be honest, I never was a fan of React. I'm still I always preferred other languages, but this is the official language. We just have to learn at least the basics. So, and then it's up to you which parts of React you will like to learn more. This is a bit of a reason why I have chosen advanced custom field blocks, because, like I said, I'm not a big fan of React, and learning it comes a bit difficult for me. And so I'm at the point of still about learning the basics. So I can't tell anyone what exact they should learn. Probably they just try to learn from the creators of Gutenberg. I think that a lot of them share some content, and and this is one of the best ways to see which next steps they should take.
Great. Just checking to see if there are any other questions. If anybody has any more questions, you want to type it into the chat. Maycheck, you got a couple of thumbs ups. Lucky Cat Creative, very good talk, Maycheck. So nice. Michiel Groten, I'm not sure if I can pronounce that. Also said thanks, Maycheck. So it was a great talk. Do you have anything else that you wanted to add?
I think that that we all should try using Gutenberg, because I really remember the way how it changed since the beginning, since it appeared. And at first, I was like I mentioned at the beginning, I asked people, do you know what is Gutenberg? Now I'm asking people, do you use Gutenberg? And there are still a lot of people who tried it once and said, I don't like it. And since that time, it really changed. So if you ever tried Gutenberg and you thought it's not for you, give it another try, because now maybe you will like it. It really changed a lot. There are many new features, and I really think this is the real future of WordPress.
Yeah, I was a little thrown by Gutenberg at first as well, but I'm getting to love it. I'm getting used to it, working in it. I like this. I'm really glad that I was able to be on this one with you, because I'm really interested in the ACF blocks and learning that. So I'm glad this will be up on WordPress.tv later. So I'm going to go back and follow along again and try this myself. So it looks really cool.
I also remember that the moment that I realized I love Gutenberg so much was the moment when I had to jump to some page that wasn't using Gutenberg. And after a few minutes, I realized how I'm missing all of its features. And yeah, from that point, I always try to tell people to at least try and give it another shot if they tried it once.
Yeah, I'm still trying to convince my wife to go away from the classic editor. She's not happy, but I'll get her there. We have another question from Lucky Cat Creative. Are there any tips for making blocks that result in the most accessibility in resulting pages?
To be honest, I'm not the accessibility specialist, but it depends. Are we talking on the front-end side or the back end? Because what we get in the result of of a block. It doesn't matter do we use ACF or normal React. It's still an HTML, so it's up to us to make them accessible. And the only if the question was only about the backend, then it's more up to the accessibility team and the Gutenberg team that are working on it.
Cool. Just looking to see if there are any more questions. We got another person saying they can't work without, I think she's talking about Gutenberg, can't work without it now. And the pattern option is so powerful, and I found that too.
Exactly, yes, the pattern options are really great. They can speed up so much of our work. This is also this one thing that when I used for the first time, I knew I will try to use it as often as I can.
Oh, so Lucky Cat Creative followed up another question. For instance, if you use a button block, will that result in a button tag?
If I will, if I understand it correctly, but it depends up to you, because you are in a full control of which of code that is generated. If you will create a button, it will show a button. It's simple as that.
Okay. Hopefully that answered your question. Looking to see if we have any other questions. Anything else that you wanted to add, Maciek?
I think that apart the thing where I try to convince everyone to at least try, I think that is all. But also I think that the second interesting part that I mentioned is about trying to making our workflow a bit easier, that I mentioned about Timber. So also if you ever if some of you would like to try developing WordPress sites in a bit different way, using template engines like Timber or Blade, this is also a really good way to play a bit around with WordPress. So also if you have questions about this, maybe I can answer here.
Okay. Yeah, we're also going to go into the hallway where people can talk some more too. So I think that will wrap it up. Thank you, Maciek. A round of applause, everybody. That was great. Good Q&A too. So everyone stay right here for our unique live show coming up next on the hour. It's every hour. Or continue with Maciek in our unofficial hallway. You enter the hallway on the website. So it's la.wordcamp.org/2020. And remember to register for free for access to the event Slack chat room. And everybody have a great weekend.
Welcome back, everyone, to the WordCamp LAX live show. I am Joey Dowd, your live show host and wrangler. I hope you had a great lunch, and thank you to Masij, I hope I got that right, for your presentation on Gutenberg blocks and Mike on connecting during COVID-19. Remember to head on over to the hallway Zoom room right now if you'd like to continue the conversation with them. And we got some tricks of the trade. So we got a couple new ones in. Switch this up. There we go. All right. So from our organizer, Sarah, my WordPress trick of the trade, use command line interface when migrating a site. Now, the formatting here makes a lot more sense if you actually go to Sarah's tweet, because these are command line commands, which is a little bit over my head. I did not realize you could do command line stuff with WordPress. But if you do know that, I trust Sarah. So whatever Sarah says makes it a lot easier if you want to migrate a site and use the command line. My favorite part is that, and that's it. And that's how she ends it, with her command line interface. Also, I do like the additional hashtag of WordPress trick or treat. It is very on theme for Halloween. Other trick, WordPress trick we've got from one of our presenters, Meryl, who is offering a bit of a teaser with her trick. I'm a terrible magician, but I'm going to reveal the secret trick about captioning tomorrow. A little teaser for a talk tomorrow, but here's a hint. Captionings don't happen by themselves. Auto-craptions don't count, y'all. She's definitely correct. If you cannot completely rely on auto captions unless you don't have a live captioner for your live show and you're relying on Facebook's live captions. Then I'm relying on Facebook's auto captions right now. But obviously human is always better. AI only does so much. So thank you for those two tips. Next up, let's talk about, as my prompter jumps around. Oh yes, keep sending your tips. Tweet them out with the hashtag WCLAX. Quick update for our sponsors. A lot of the rooms are still open and happening. Specific event-wise, we have live trivia over at GoDaddy Pro, happening right now, 2 o'clock, so be sure to check them out. Speaking of sponsors, I am joined by Rodney Brazil from EasyWP. Hello, Rodney.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how you doing? Thanks for joining us.
Good, thanks. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so why don't you tell us a bit about EasyWP?
Yeah, so EasyWP is optimized, managed WordPress hosting from Namecheap. It was designed, like our goal when we designed the product, was just to make it easy for people to be online with their new website in WordPress in just a few minutes. So everything that we do, all of the features that we continually develop are all towards getting you online faster and also keeping it really affordable. There's a mission from Namecheap in general that we want as many people as possible to be able to take their ideas and their products online. And my team believes that WordPress is the best way to do that. And so we designed EasyWP to make that happen.
That's awesome. I remember, I think in your email you said that, part of the goal is for bringing any business online. And now is that focused on e-commerce? So when you say any business, you really mean like any business to get a website?
Really, any business, any idea. We have customers that publish their portfolios, they're photographers, and we also have, e-commerce customers, people who are lots and lots of freelancers love EasyWP because it's really easy to get any type of business online very, very quickly. The viewers here know that about WordPress, but we just try with our EasyWP hosting to make that even easier and faster. And we use advanced cloud technology to make sure that your site is stable and is always on. We have packages that include a free content delivery network, if that's something that you need for your business. So we really try to make it so that any type of business adult can use EasyWP and be successful.
Yeah, so tell me a bit about what you have happening during the camp.
So what we have happening during camp, we have our EasyWP Turbo product for 99% off for the first month. So for 2 cents, if you sign up for the hosting, for Turbo Hosting this weekend, for 2 cents, you can try out our hosting for the first month. And then, you can't have a website online without a domain. So we're also offering 20% off .com domains. And you do have to go, for that, you do have to go to our digital swag page from the sponsor hub and get the promo code that is it only works this weekend, but you can get 20% off a .com domain. So for, less than $10, you can have a website up today.
That's excellent. I mean, that's a great deal, especially if you're kind of maybe new to WordPress or looking to kind of dip your toe into WordPress. It seems like a good way to get started.
Absolutely.
Very low barrier. And yeah, I mean, you have to live up to your name of EasyWP, so that sounds pretty easy.
Right.
And yeah, so also tell me about, you have an ongoing idea competition. You want to tell me more about that?
We do. It's every single month. It's always active. We have a program called Powered by Namecheap. You can find a link to it on Namecheap.com or Google search, of course. But Powered by Namecheap, if you have an idea, whether that's an idea for a blog or a podcast or a business or an app, and you need resources that we sell to get your idea off the ground, whether that's website hosting, WordPress or otherwise, a domain name, security products, design products, anything that we sell, you can submit your idea, and then on a monthly basis, we award those services free for a year to multiple people every single month. So if you've got that idea and maybe you're just looking for a no-cost way to get that off the ground, and we have products at Namecheap that can help you with that, all you have to do is apply, and if you're selected, it's free for the first year.
That's excellent. Can you talk about any the past winners or kind of some of the past ideas that have gotten support?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to remember the specifics of the project, but one of the projects we've supported has had to do, it was an AI competition that was sponsored through, the team cultivated their ideas through a project with Johns Hopkins University.
Oh, cool.
And it had to do with, I think, voice recognition. There's details on the website, but that was one that we awarded, a full year of services to, so that they could get a website to promote their app up and running. They were developing, the app within that team, and then distributing it through the website that we helped support them for the first year. But there's been all kinds of ideas. There's been people that are just looking to be a local news source, and they had an idea for how to fill a gap for local news that was needed. They've been awarded the Powered by Namecheap funding for a year. I know those are general examples, but really anything anybody's can apply. It doesn't have to be nonprofit or for the greater good, but that definitely is something that we look for.
Yeah, those are excellent examples too, because they're so varied and different that it's a good example of any idea. You'll sort of look at any idea.
Well, Namecheap, we support online privacy and free access to the internet. That's something we believe in as a brand at Namecheap. And so, ideas that fall into that category are really a lot of what we're looking for with that Powered by Namecheap program.
That's excellent. So the theme of our camp is tricks of the trade. So do you have a WordPress trick or treat that you want to share?
I do, and my official role at Namecheap is I'm on the SEO team for EasyWP. And one of my favorite tricks in WordPress is to really use all of those built-in features that have really expanded quite substantially with Gutenberg for accessibility, because an accessible page or an accessible post is an SEO-friendly post. So all of those elements, like the excerpt, using alt text for all of your images, using correct header tag structure, all of those things make your pages more accessible to everyone. And in turn, that makes them clearer to search engines like Google who crawl your pages. And so not only do you increase the engagement that real people have with your content, but the search engines like it too, because they, those algorithms understand your content better as well. So anytime I'm publishing a new piece of content in WordPress, I always make sure to maximize every single accessibility function that's available.
Yeah, it's excellent. I mean, it's actually bring that up too, because a lot of accessibility has gotten a lot of attention, rightly so, and but a lot of it is not just accessible. Anything that's good practice for accessibility isn't just for people that need other ways to consume your content, but it's just also good practice overall, and it's just good general,
right.
Captions. Meryl bringing up captions and stuff. It's not just for people who might need captions, but it's also just good overall user experience. Regardless of how you consume content.
Yeah. I watched a presentation at WordCamp US last year, so I guess it would have been 2019, there in person about accessibility. And she made a really good point that there's so many partial impairments that are common, such as people who, maybe they're not fully colorblind, but they're color sensitive. So practicing good contrast in your design is something that helps make your pages more accessible. And I thought that was a great point, that, more people than you think need help processing the content on your pages. And so, really being aware of all of the things that are out there and all of the ways that you can keep your content appealing to those people is important. And again, the search engines need that too.
Exactly. Cool. Well, thank you so much, Rodney, for joining us. And be sure to check out EasyWP's booth over at the Sponsor Hub. So thanks again, Robbie. Wrapping up here, next up on track 1 on the development track, we have the database cleanup, prune legacy plugin, and theme cruft to free up resources. It's a bit of a mouthful, but head over and go check that out. If you want to go on the development track, on track 2 for design track, we have
Hi, everyone. Welcome to WordCamp LAX, Los Angeles' 11th annual WordPress conference celebrating the tricks of the trade. We're streaming live from 9 to 5 Pacific today and tomorrow on Sunday. All talks will be available later on the website. Please welcome Sean Conklin. He's presenting database cleanup, prune legacy plugins, and theme cruft to free up resources. Your questions can be submitted to YouTube on the chat, and our speaker will try to answer them at the end of the talk.
All right, thank you, Mark. This is an interesting topic, database cleanup, because if you have a WordPress site, you have a database. And I'm going to, just for round numbers here, say that we may have 100 people in our audience or watching after the fact on WordPress.tv. And figure you probably have worked on average 10 WordPress sites. Some people have a few, some people have a lot more than that, but let's just say 10. That's 1,000 databases. And if you consider how many plugins these sites typically have running on them, not to mention your own content, that could be quite a number of database tables and rows within those tables. And over time, junk can pile up. And if you're not garbage collecting, that can affect your performance and a variety of other things like manageability. So I look forward to providing some tools that people can use to kind of figure out the state of their database and actually do some cleaning after backing up, of course. I think I put that in the title or in the description. Unless you're on a dev site, then you could do whatever you want. That's always nice. So that'll be the topic. And let's see. I also, before I get into the slides here, I wanted to quickly jump to Google Analytics to point out that on my website, this is the #1 thing people are clicking on, is my article on cleaning up your WooCommerce database. I mostly work on WooCommerce WordPress sites. So that really shows, I do have a variety of other content too, developer related, but that really shows that people are struggling in this area, or they're curious, and that there's not a whole lot of bigger competing resources out there that talk about it. So I think it's a great topic for us to discuss. All right, I'd like to start out with a story here, because we all love that. And, you know, this story is about hoarding. For those of you who've maybe watched the TV show Hoarders, for example, this is actually not that bad of a hoard compared to some of what you see on that show, but this is definitely not good. And it's not to poke fun at people who hoard, because there are some underlying issues for sure that can lead to that. But certainly there are problems with hoarding, and I list those out in these bullet points on the right-hand side here in orange. Based on some episodes that I've watched. You know, there's mobility, accessibility issues around, say, the house. There could be fire hazards. I see a book of matches over on the left-hand bottom corner down there, especially if there's a lot of paper stacked up, or you're in a kitchen where there's fire, you know. Critter infestations. Okay, you probably don't want to watch Hoarders while you're eating lunch, mostly because of the critter issues. Repair neglect. It would be a little hard to fix any of these appliances in this state. Okay, overflowing space. If you run out of room, you start to hoard, okay, the bedroom is next, and then the backyard, and then, you know, the car's parked out in front, and it can expand, you know. And then lastly, social isolation is a problem with hoarding, because who can you really invite into your house? And, you know, there's that shame and all that history. So all of those are some issues that you see in that show, and they can all be related to problems that your website might be having that maybe you're aware of, maybe not. And I listed those out in the inner bullet points if we want to, you know, analogize those. So performance, certainly errors and incompatibilities can relate to hoarded data. Hacks and leaks that you maybe can't see because they're hidden amongst all the junk. Neglected software updates are certainly a concern, especially because a lot of those updates are security related or performance related, things that are meaningful to the stakeholders. And then always needing a bigger server, the monolithic growth strategy of you know, let's just get a bigger server and pay more. And, you know, you reach a point of diminishing returns where the next level up is a huge step. Depending on your hosting company, that can be ginormous. And then the social isolation item, I relate to responsibility. You know, if there's a mess, it's going to be hard to get staff or developers or anybody working on the site to really want to take any responsibility. So it's got to really be cleaned up for people to be guided to their area of responsibility. Okay, let me see. Oh, one other point related to this one. I have noticed when I come across sites that have too many plugins running, and that of course relates to the data issue, there is a bit of a mental gymnastics. So you need to go through to talk clients out of plugins because they may be proud. There may be a lot of history to a plugin that, I want to see a website run about 20, 25 plugins tops. Okay. Some of my clients do run 30 or 35. Occasionally I'll get a prospect who comes to me with 68 active plugins on their site. I've got one next week I got to look at that has 68 on it. And, I triage them. I kind of group them into, we can easily lose these. These are totally critical, I could tell. And then these we need to talk about. And those discussions can be interesting when the history comes up of, sometimes it's, oh, yeah, I don't need that one. I don't even know why it's there. And sometimes it's, oh, we tested this and this and that, and we're so happy to have this solution. And I have to break it to them, this plugin is not performing well. It needs to be replaced. So I kind of liken that to kind of the mental health aspect of hoarding, but in the context of plug-in reduction, it's more just about talking people out of something that they think is good that in reality may not be so great. So, all right, database cleanup does relate to performance. That's probably one of the driving factors for it. There is more when it comes to manageability, which we'll talk about. But as far as performance goes, you've got back end and front end that you have to consider. And this actually came, Steve had talked about it in the first presentation this morning. Back end is server side, front end is your browser. Performance matters in both senses, okay? To create another analogy here, making the pizza versus picking up the pizza. Okay, the back end is like the kitchen where they make the pizza and the people who work there put it all together and cook it and cut it up, put it in a box. Whereas front end is going to be more like, you're sending the request, you're placing that order, you're driving to go pick it up, and you're consuming it. Okay, so the performance of, oh, I'm hungry, I need to eat, to being done eating within an hour, that performance can be split into those two groups. And from a technology stack perspective, you do need to understand both of those. And database cleanup falls into that back end. You might say it's the oven in the pizza shop, or it's the the rack where they have all the toppings where they assemble the pizza. You could come up with something like that, but it's one component in that kitchen, a major component. Yeah, let's see. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Let's talk about what is your database and what's in it. If you haven't looked into the WordPress database before, you'll notice, there's a dozen or two tables. If you have a bunch of plugins, there might be several dozen tables. You click into a table, it's got all kinds of columns and rows of data. There can be millions of rows of data in a more active site. So just at a high level, as far as what's in it, you've got all your content, you've got design settings, and all of your functional settings and data caches. So the content is going to be, your users, your pages and posts, comments that users have left, all the metadata that relates to every single item of content. There can be hundreds of metadata for one item of content. That includes your media library items as well. They have entries. Taxonomies are your tags, your categories, your WooCommerce attributes. And then you've got menus and sidebar widgets. All of those things are content in your database. And then in an e-commerce sense, especially for our WooCommerce users out there, you've got products, orders, order notes, customer records, all the metadata that goes with every one of those things. And then you have lookup tables for performance that take up a fair amount of room as well, but they certainly help your site run quicker. And then we have custom post types and fields. If you're using, we talked about ACF a lot in some of the earlier talks, that will create data in especially your posts and post meta tables. And that, so that's custom fields, post types. The post, what's it called? CPT UI plugin is very popular for defining post types. There's a lot of different ones out there. So, you want to have a look and see if that data is still being used or if it should be cleaned up as well. And then design, all your theme settings, everything in that customizer panel in your admin area, saves to one or more fields in your WP options table. Functionality, your plugins and WordPress core, WooCommerce core, Jetpack, they all store a lot of stuff in WP options. And some of it is old that the plugin just didn't clean up. I've come across that before, where there was like some version of WordPress or Jetpack way back when that had a bug that added all this data, and then it just never got deleted. And it's just, you know, you got to look and see what data is a problem and start there. But needless to say, plugins can absolutely add a lot of stuff to your database that if the plugin goes, that the data should also go at some point. Should be cleaned up. Our objectives for doing this cleanup: we absolutely want to maximize the performance that you're getting out of your hosting. We want to create room for growth. You know, especially if it's an e-commerce site, we hope that you're going to have more orders coming in, more customer records going in, maybe more staff coming in. All of that becomes data on your website. So you don't want that hard drive at 80%. You know, probably 50 or 60% tops, right? You never know when you're going to all of a sudden be on a TV show, something goes viral, and you really need that room quick. And we want to maximize your stakeholder value. That's your staff, your customers, your visitors, anybody involved on the website, regardless of the device they're using. Everybody using the site is a stakeholder. And we want to minimize your costs so you're not paying for extra hosting that you really don't need. And also ongoing maintenance work. By cleaning things up, you're not going to have to do as much work going forward. For example, I can turn on automatic updates. When I feel that all my plugins are reliable, that my site is well understood, and I don't have any bad experiences updating things anymore, and I know it's been done well, then I can turn on automatic updates and feel pretty safe that 99% of the time, nothing's going to break. And given how many updates we have, I'll take 99%, because otherwise if you want to update your site manually, you're doing it every day, and that's a lot of work. So we could save that work. All right, let's see. Did we? Yes, we did skip one there. The cleanup process, there's really 3 phases to it. You know, before each step, you want to take some measurements. If you're doing it live, you better back it up. If you're on a dev site, it depends on your setup. You might have like a staging environment and multiple dev sites that you can sync one out. You don't need to back that up because it's just a dev site. But usually if you're doing this live, you do need to back up at each step in case something goes wrong. And then each step I list in the second column, and then after each step remeasure, and then look at the standards. Look at how your site is measuring up to what it should based on, webpagetest.org, Google PageSpeed Insights, GTmetrix, any of those evaluation tools that can tell you where your site compares to the standards and what's considered best performance, back end and front end. So you want to, test and then retest afterwards, but have a definition of done. That's really what the standards are about, because you could be cleaning up a large database, forever. The data keeps coming in. You just keep cleaning it up. You really kind of need to know when you've done the lion's share of the work and when the site is running well. Then you maybe only need to clean things up once a year, something a little more reasonable like that. And those standards are going to really tell you, where it's a problem. Steve said in his talk earlier, you're not going to get 100%. In some measures, 50% is really all you could hope for. In other measures, 80%, 90% is good. It really depends on the measure and what that means to you and your audience. But I wouldn't plan on 100%, but I would certainly get it into the A, B, maybe C grade, depending on what it is. All right, now our plan for our demo, which I'll get into here, is we're going to do those 4 things that were listed in that middle column, which I kind of following the cleaning ideas, sweep, spray, mop, and dry, like you're cleaning a floor. So our sweeping, our initial phase, is what we could do in the admin area, what we could see and clean up there. And I list out some ideas here, looking at your media library, pages and posts and comments and users. Things that are in draft or things that are obviously old, inactive or trashes that just aren't emptied, things like that. And then next would be a plugin such as WP Optimize, where it'll show you your revisions, and you can trash ones that are not, say, within the last 14 days of age. Okay. And there's a variety of plugins that do this, but WP Optimize is kind of an all-in-one, so it makes for a nice demo here. So there's revisions, there's things that are in the trash can, spam comments, metadata that's been orphaned, where a post was deleted, but some of its data was not. The next step, PHPMyAdmin, that's your database UI tool. Pretty much all WordPress hosts have PHPMyAdmin. Whether you've accessed it or know how to use it, we'll try to get some visibility into that, and also show some queries you can run in that to get an idea of your database health. And then lastly, the Query Monitor plugin, which Steve also mentioned earlier, is a great tool to get your response time. There's also browser plugins that could do that. It gives you your PHP memory load, database query time, number of queries, and you could break it down by component like plugin and theme and core, and see how each one of those is affecting your database, and that can clue you into some interesting stuff. So the queries that we're going to run in PHPMyAdmin in the third step, those are in my article called Cleaning Up Your WooCommerce Database. It's on my homepage, so you can reference that there. I've got a debranded client site here, pre-cleanup, that we're going to be looking at. And then I have PHPMyAdmin, that's our database tool, just on a local environment here that we can use to run those queries. Okay. All right, let me just make sure I'm on track here. Yep. Okay, so let's start with the WordPress admin area. So I log in, I'm zoomed in here. What am I, about 150%? Hopefully you can see this. If it doesn't look good, we'll have that take the full screen here for you. But in your admin area, you just want to go through your menu and really look and take inventory on what's going on in here. So you'd start with any outstanding updates. That would tell you about deferred maintenance. Jetpack and a lot of plugins will raise alarms if there's things going on, like you're not properly connected, or something's wrong with your account, or something on the server isn't allowing a proper loopback, or you'll get a lot of information there. There's also the site health under, let's see, that's under Tools Site Health. It'll tell you a lot of that as well. So that's one source of information. Here's a couple plugins this client has. I'm going to skip over those. Theme options. This client uses a theme that has its own control panel. It's not my favorite thing in the world to come across. It usually means it's something that's got some wonky licensing going on. Themes in my view should be like a skin of a site and not not their own entire control panel, but it just depends on the developer and what they prefer. So you could certainly look through there and see what's going on. Because our demo has a limited time, I will focus on the more standard things that everybody will come across. So let's click on posts here and have a look. All right, I could see there's 20 posts, one in the trash. That's not going to be a problem. There's not a huge amount of data there. I'm just going to skip that one then. You could also look at categories and tags, but with 20 posts, I know that's not going to be an issue. If they have hundreds, then I might look and say, okay, how many tags do they have? Oh, 3,000? That's not good. The media library. Okay, so I can see some things going on in here for sure. Now, I don't have images loading. Bear that in mind. I've debranded this dev site, and so we're not showing any client images. But I see zip files and PDFs in here. Usually for file storage like PDFs, I recommend using an external bucket like an S3 bucket or a Dropbox or Google Drive, so you're not cramming your website, which needs to serve images fast and web pages fast. You don't want to cram that up with these larger files that maybe are subject to change. Digital downloads are one of the things I run into there. So really your media library should just be images in my view. And you can look through here and see how many you have. You can click on this view here is going to give us the list view, and it's going to count them. There's 361. That's not so bad. I've seen them with tens of thousands. So this is not really concerning me here. But it certainly wouldn't hurt to run the media cleanup plugin and kind of find out if any aren't being used, or if we had, I could see they use the Smush image compression. So that one, we can see how many thumbnails it's doing and if there's any that need to be wiped out that aren't being used anymore. So that's your media library. Okay, forms. They have gravity forms on here. Okay, so this one's a bit more interesting because I see 16 forms, only 3 of which are active. And I see some entries as well. Contact us. We have 227 entries. I don't know if you need to keep those on your website after you've responded to them. So that might be a data retention item that you want to look at. But all of these inactive forms, those are taking up a little bit of room. So I want to test. I mean, this is just somebody just didn't bother to clean up after themselves. If we're on a dev site and I see tests, whatever, that makes sense. But on a live site, I really shouldn't see that. That's kind of sloppy. So there's definitely opportunity to clean up these forms. Okay, I'm not going to go into entries. There may be data in that. Okay, let's look at pages. A lot of people are going to have pages. Oh, most sites have at least 5 to 10. 28 is not a huge number, but I do have to wonder, do they really have 28 active pages on here? Well, I see draft. Okay, we got 16 of those are in draft. That's not looking so good. So I'd want to look at each one of these to find out, is it current? What's the state of it? When I see these drafts, I definitely feel like that's garbage. And we have 2 pages of pages. I always like it when it can fit on 1 page. Okay, yeah. So, and I see some products here. So something for a Jeep. That concerns me a little bit when I see landing pages. Are they still being used? It's in draft, so it was probably never used. A little bit of cleanup there. Okay, no comments. That's an easy one. Portfolio is something I think Jetpack is turning on. Nothing there. That's probably the same thing with testimonials. Yeah. Custom CSS and JavaScript. That's a plugin. They're just doing Google Analytics. That's a little sloppiness there too. Google Analytics you could do with a very simple code snippet. A lot of themes have a setting for it. You could do Google Tag Manager if there's more advanced campaign activities going on. I don't think I would necessarily use a generic thing here, but anyway, there's not a horde in here. There's only 1 item, but it does look a little suspect. Landing pages, that sounds like a custom post type. Okay. Still, once again, in draft. That's a concern. Okay, WooCommerce. Let's have a look at the situation on orders here. All right, 3,600, not a huge amount of orders. I've seen sites that have, 500,000, 250,000, and they can run okay if the host is decent enough and other things are clean. But 3,600, it's a fair amount. Not really a huge concern, though. But I do see out of these orders, we have about 14 processing, 1 on hold. That's okay. 19 canceled, 26 refunded, 5 failed. We have a few categories here that, there should be a data retention policy that, after an order's failed or been canceled, we wipe it out after 30 days. After an order's been completed, maybe we wipe that out after a year. You don't want to just keep accumulating order history forever, especially if you're syncing it to a CRM or you're doing a lot of segmenting in MailChimp where all that data is somewhere like that. You don't need to keep that on your website unless the customers are using the dashboard to interact with their orders. And in the case of an enterprise situation, you still wouldn't have millions of orders in the WordPress WooCommerce database. You would put those into an external system and use an API because it's not efficient. These all go in your post tables. So it's not efficient to have huge growth here, kept long term. So I recommend a data retention policy for that. Okay, I don't want to get into much more Woo-wise except products. Let's have a look there. All right, we have 7 products, 4 of which are published. So there's a few we can delete. And then I would look and see if they have variations, if those were set up right. This is not really a problem. This site is fairly clean in that regard, so we don't need to really dig deeper there. Okay. Yeah, let's go into plugins next. I think I'll make that the last part of this portion here. Oh, 42, 41 active. Oh, that's not so good. Notice the Query Monitor plugin is telling me I have a 1.32 second response time. This is on my local computer. It's not, super powerful web server, but that's still not great. You really want that to be about half a second. So I would expect the dev server to be maybe double, like 1 second, but this is looking a little up. So it's got to be these plugins that are doing that. So I would really spend some time triaging these just to pick out a couple examples here. They're definitely using ACF. So that's okay. I would maybe look at some of the field groups and see if those can be gone with. We'll have a look at those in a second. Oh boy, makes your site faster by optimizing. Yeah, I prefer to let the edge layer do that, like Cloudflare. I'm not a big fan of using a plugin on that. Okay. Woo coupons, and it's not by an official Woo vendor. That one concerns me a little bit. Classic editor, hopefully people are starting to get into the block editor now, and I'd maybe look to get rid of that one. Easy theme and plugin updates, that's part of core. Get rid of that. Gravity Forms, a bunch of add-ons for that. Are they really being used? Seriously? I'd look at that. Okay, marketing analytics. That can be okay unless I find 10 of them, which sometimes there's a lot. We have the Facebook one going on here. Query Monitor, I installed that. Regenerate thumbnails, that's usually a temporary use case. So yeah, I'm definitely seeing a lot of opportunity to clean up plugins. Theme my login. Okay, I usually use a code snippet for that. It's a lot simpler. Okay, WooCommerce blocks. That's the dev version of the WooCommerce blocks. It actually comes built into Woo. If you install the plugin, you get the latest features. That may not be needed anymore. Okay, we got some good opportunity here. Let's have a quick look at the custom field and see what the state of that is since they have ACF. So as far as groups go, it's not a whole lot. As far as fields in the groups, I see 5.2, 5.2.1. Not bad. Not too bad. Okay. All right, so heading back to our slides for a second to see our process. We've gone through WordPress admin. Obviously, we don't have time to clean all this up right now, but we would want to do that. The next thing, WP optimize, and then PHP my admin and Query Monitor. And we have maybe about 10 more minutes before Q&A, so I'm going to go through this fairly quick. But these are the tools that you want to have a look at. So back to this site. Let's see, WP optimize, yeah. All right, so this plugin will check your database and tell you some things you may want to look at. Post revisions, it's already been cleaned. When I took the backup of the site, the backup plugin removes those automatically. So those are not an issue here, but they certainly can be. You typically only need to keep the last week or so of those. Auto drafts, usually I don't see a big problem there. There's usually just a few. Trash posts, have a look at. Spam comments, have a look at. Expired transients should auto clean up, but it never hurts to just pop them out on your own. Orphan post meta, that's quite a few of those. Let's get rid of that. Okay, that's all we're going to do on this one. Let's have a look at PHP My Admin. Okay, so their database has quite a few tables. QuickBooks, Gravity Forms, MailChimp, another QuickBooks thing. Okay, another Gravity Forms section here. And then all the WooCommerce tables. Okay, I don't know what this is, WPG MZA, that needs to be looked at, and then Yoast. So I saw some double Gravity Forms sets and some double QuickBooks sets, so that would, table-wise, I would have a look at that. Let's run some SQL from my article that I talked about earlier. I've got some useful queries here that you might consider running. This one here gets you a table conversion to InnoDB. It's a more efficient storage, especially for e-commerce sites that are transactional. This you can get ordered data by status, like how many completed orders do I have that are over 100 days old, for example. This query could help you find those, and then you just switch it from a select to a delete where when you want to delete them. And same with these. This is looking at your post type counts. Actually, the WooCommerce, if you have that on your site, there is an admin tool there that will give you that breakdown. So that's something for the WooCommerce sites I do, I definitely will, go into that. So it's WooCommerce status, and that'll check a lot of important things for you. Notice our response time is not getting any better here. Okay, so this page usually takes a while. There's a lot of PHP backend that has to go on, almost 5 seconds response time. That's not good. But, this page, I would expect it. Okay, so I want to run one query that I definitely want to run. This thing will get out of my way. There we go. This one's really useful to look at your post meta and see if you have like a bunch of old analytic data attached to your orders and stuff like that. That's a good one. The most important one is this one on WP options. And I took this original from a Kinsta article, and then I modified it a bit. But what this one does, it's going to tell you the health of your WP options table. So, how many rows are being auto-loaded. I'll zoom in a touch more. Yeah, that's about right. How much data is being auto-loaded? 337 kilobytes, not the best, but not horrible. I mean, if this gets into the megabyte, then you really have an issue there. I would keep this down as much as possible. Auto-loaded count. So total WP options entries, like on my site, there's about 600. It's going to have a fair number. But so this is not huge. This is the auto-loaded ones only, though. And then the size of these, these top several look pretty big, but a lot of these are normal, like rewrite rules are normal. Jetpack CDN is normal. I don't see a real issue here. This QuickBooks one, I would maybe have a look at. The theme settings, not huge. I don't really see a big problem on this one. If I scroll down here to this next section where I see the non-auto load top items, there is a giant one here. So I'd want to make sure that one's not loading. And then order export. So why would we have data left behind by an order export? That's like a one-time operation. So that should be cleaned up. I would look at getting rid of those. Now, because I noticed that this WP options table wasn't so bad, I did load another one on this site that is, I called it the WP options hoard, that has 32,000 rows of settings. So that one's going to be pretty darn big. So we would really want to have a look at this one. I'd run that same query on this, but I don't think we have time right now to do that. So this one I could tell is a much bigger one. It's going to have some huge rows in it to create, some huge sized values that are going to be chewing up RAM. All right, lastly, before we get into Q&A, I want to have a quick look at the this plugin here, Query Monitor. It gives you a nice little report up at the top of your admin bar on page generation time, memory usage, all those metrics we talked about a little bit ago, database query time, how your PHP object cache is hitting. But it can break it down and show you like duplications that are happening. I like queries by component because it tells me which plugins I need to look at. So I'm going to go to the front end of the site here and see just the users that are visiting my site. What are the plugins doing there? Okay. So again, you want this page generation to be half a second. So it's definitely an issue. Even on a dev server, that's not good. The memory, 27 megs, not so bad. And by the way, I do have a last slide that shows some examples of this data. So if you download the slides, I'm going to put that link back up when we're done here in Q&A. But that will give you some data to look at if you're curious. But so anyway, queries by component. It's going to tell me what plugins are doing on this homepage. So WooCommerce, there's products on here. That's to be expected. Gravity forms, I think there's one Gravity form on here. That's a lot of queries, 42. Jetpack, not so bad. ACF Pro, yeah, I believe it. US Core and Theme My Login. I think US Core is the theme plugin. So that tells me their theme is not so efficient, but something to look into. Theme My Login. Okay, we're not on a login page. Why is that thing doing anything? 19 queries? That's suspect. And these are sorted actually by time. You can change the sort if you want by query number. So that's some useful, resources. And now we're ready to hand it over to Q&A. I think you're on mute.
Yeah, so Sean, I've been hoarding a few questions here. There's about 7 or 8.
All right.
So let's go quickly. Can you explain your plugin reduction triage process?
Yeah, I mentioned it a little bit earlier. So I want to create 3 groups. I want to create the group that clearly I know from experience at looking at, hundreds of these sites, like what plugins are not very useful, they're trivial, or they have known problems. So there's the group of, we need to easily lose these. There's the second group, which is, these are very important, like WooCommerce or your QuickBooks sync, for example. That clearly are ones that we want to keep unless there's a better replacement. And then there's the group that we need to discuss. I need to find out, I need to do some research on this plugin or talk to the client and understand how important it is because I've got my doubts about it. So I start by grouping them, and then I just I go through it in priority order. And you can prioritize them, say, by looking at that query monitor that we just looked at.
So what kind of response time improvements do you see after cleaning up a database?
I could see I've seen a second response time improvement. I've moved people from bad hosting to good hosting, and by that I mean cheap shared to good managed. And I've seen them go from a 3.5 second to a 1.25 second time to first byte. So just the hosting can be a huge impact. Plugin reduction can be similar. Database wise, it's not as big of an impact as the plugin cleanup and the hosting, but it definitely counts. It definitely makes a difference. So I would say on average maybe half to 0.8 seconds. Yeah.
What sorts of problems have you seen regarding dirty databases?
Oh wow, there have been clients where I can't even get a copy of their site. A backup plugin won't run, like Updrafts or what's the other one? WP Migrate DB can't even get that because it has one oversized WP option row that just any type of query limit gets hit, and as soon as it starts downloading, it'll just lock up and freeze. So I actually have to go into the terminal to get in and to, I use a plugin called WP Term, and it allows me to do a MySQL dump, and I can exclude certain things. I can run commands to get, that's one of the biggest problems is if I can't even get their database. Obviously, another problem is if it's so huge that I have to spend extra time downloading it and unzipping it and, cleaning it up. So, yeah.
Yeah. So Suzanne asked, is it possible to check what's not being used in the database?
Well, there is no indication in the database about what's being used. There's no timestamp of when things were accessed. But you do have your resources on Google Analytics, your analytics plugins. You have external resources to kind of find out what's being used on your site. I think we saw some heat maps on this demo that we were looking at. There was some heat map plugin or two. So use that data and make a decision. And it does help to have a developer who knows the plugins, obviously. But you have to figure the webmaster, the web team, is responsible for all the plugins on their site. So you really, if you have your doubts about a plugin, then you need to do some research and work on it. Because you should have the confidence that every plugin on your site is solid, is used, is doing its job. Otherwise, you shouldn't be running it.
Exactly. So yeah. Ron asks, are there any plugins that include a data cleanup option as part of the deactivation or the deletion?
Oh yeah, quite a few have like if you go into the plug, I'm trying to think of an example, but if you go into the settings of the plugin, you'll see somewhere usually they have a big red button that says, or maybe it's a checkbox that says on deactivate, delete all of the settings. That's a nice thing to see. I definitely like plugins to leave settings so that if somebody were to bring the plugin back, but I also like it when the plugin can clean up after itself. That's very nice. Because otherwise you got to go into the database and do it manually. So quite a few of the bigger ones do, but it's not in the big picture of plugins, maybe only like 10% of them have that.
Yeah. Question from Ann Archa. So does archiving old posts by putting them in the draft mode negatively affect the performance of the site?
Well, yes, because that even though that post is not being loaded onto a front end page, it exists in the database, so it's affecting the queries. It's eating up your storage, and when your database is running queries, it's got that bigger pile to have to query into. So the data there in draft mode does affect your performance. Yeah. I mean, maybe not hugely, but depending on how many drafts you have. And I would say it affects more manageability. I didn't really talk a whole lot about that, but like if a client's like, hey, we want to edit our about page, how long does it take me to click pages and find that about page? Are there 12 different about pages? I mean, there's a manageability problem if you leave junk behind, that it's now wasting my time as a developer or as a content manager to find the real about page.
Yes, exactly. Okay. So Valerie's question is, what's the best plugin for media library cleanup?
Oh, the main one is, I believe it's called Media Cleaner. And it is a free plugin. It may have a pro version, and that will scan. Unfortunately, when it comes to media, there's no easy way to know exactly what's still being used. You'd have to look at like server access logs to get a total picture on what media is actually being used, and that would be rather arduous, although possible. But the media cleanup plugin can scan your site and get a sense for what's extra, what's not being used, and then suggest it to you to give you the option then to choose whether you want to actually delete it or not.
Okay, so you use a word in your title, cruft.
Yeah.
Can you pine a little bit for that on us? There's a question is, what's the root of that? How's that dear to you?
Well, I don't quite remember where it came from. I know Joe Simpson, I presented on database cleanup fairly recently with the Santa Clarita meetup and WordPress meetup, and he loved that word. And I said, a client recently introduced a new word, detritus, talking about, I believe that the word literally means like dead skin cells, but to talk about stuff to clean up. And I think cruft came from a job. I had a project manager I worked with a while ago who used it. I believe that's the origin of that. But it is an interesting word. It's simple and maybe not used enough. I think in college I may have had a professor use it also. But yes, it's a good word.
Well, other than the interest about the drum set in the background.
Oh, yeah.
You've hit all these questions out of the park. And I believe you and everybody could join us afterwards. But why don't you give us a little human interest on the drum set?
Yeah, so actually, the guy who I run the WordPress meetup with over here in the West San Fernando Valley, he's been doing drums most of his life, not professionally, but more intermediate, advanced maybe. And so we met at a local jazz club one time, and I enjoyed it, and I got to know one of the musicians who's a drummer who's been giving me lessons. I've been helping him with his website, and jazz is not like rock and roll. You're playing really hard. It's subtle. It's cool. it's a lot of fun. So I'm actually in a garage band around here too with some some older dudes that like to get together and jam on Friday nights. So yeah, jazz is coming back.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, well, thanks, Sean. Everybody, a round of applause through the web, and you can stay tuned here.
Thank you, Mark.
For the live show. It's coming up. I believe there'll be 2 more presentations today. And you can continue the conversation with Sean Conklin in our unofficial hallway. You enter the hallway off the website. And remember to register to our event and you can get into the Slack chat room. And everybody have a great weekend.
Welcome. We've got another episode of the WordCamp LAX live show. I'm Joey Dowd, your live show host and wrangler. Thank you to Sean and Rob for your presentations. You want to talk to them some more? Head on over to the Zoom hallway or Slack. And now it is time for some WordPress tricks of the trade. So we've got a couple more in from Sumner, one of our organizers. My WordPress tip, always start with accessibility in mind and you will save a lot of work and redo. You can also make your work easier when you start with WordPress accessibility ready themes. So continue with that accessibility trend and theme that we talked about with EasyWP. Always a good idea to keep in mind, and just good practice in general with best practices for accessibility. And then from James, another one of our wranglers. A trick of the trade for WordCamp LAX: if you have a large site, over 100 posts, you should be regularly clearing WP transients for better database speed. I partly understand that, but I believe that is cleaning up your database. You should check out the hashtag WCLAX because this system doesn't fully pull in all of the posts. Some of these do have links with them that have a little bit more context to the tweet. So I think James is also referring to a plugin or an article that could help with cleaning up. But yeah, definitely, if you get your site gets bigger, you want to clean up your database, and there's some plugins out there that can help you do that. Next up, we've got sponsors. So we've got another sponsor. Joining us right now, we have David Vogelpohl from WP Engine. Hello, David.
Hey, Joey. How's it going? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Tell us a bit about WP Engine.
Yeah, for those unfamiliar, WP Engine is a WordPress technology company. We own a few brands in the WordPress space, including the WP Engine hosting platform, Flywheel, which is also a managed WordPress hosting platform. We have products like Local and Genesis, and a bunch of other ways we deliver value to people in the WordPress ecosystem.
Awesome. Before we jump into some of the details, you want to talk about what you've got going on mostly tomorrow with your during WordCamp?
Yes. At noon Pacific time, we're going to be having a Kahoot session. So that's trivia. So hopefully you brought your trivia hats. So if you could join us at the virtual booth tomorrow, we'll have tons of fun and prizes with nice little trivia through Kahoot. So that'll be a good time. So join us at noon tomorrow.
And that's in your Zoom room, right?
Yeah. Right, yeah. Exactly.
Cool, and you can find that link in the sponsor hub at la.wordcamp.org. So one of your products is the Genesis theme. So do you want to talk a bit more about Genesis in particular and some of the Gutenberg updates you have?
Yeah, absolutely. So for those familiar with Genesis, they may be familiar with the Genesis framework, which is a theme framework. And one of the things we've been working on in preparation for full site editing coming into WordPress core are block-centric products, particularly products and plugins like Genesis Blocks, which is on WordPress.org, as well as Genesis Custom Blocks. As we think about the way WordPress is evolving, for those familiar, what we'll see in version 5.6 is a public beta of what's called full site editing. This is where the block editor isn't only used for editing content within posts, the body of posts and pages, but also the header, the sidebar, and the footer. In other words, the full site. This is what we call phase 2 of the block editor in WordPress core. So as we look at that and we look at the dynamics that are happening there, and particularly around themes, the way themes are structured is drastically changing. The structure of the theme files, what PHP functions are available, are going to be reduced within the new context of full site editing themes. And what we're going to see is a shift in the dynamic of functionality and design into the block editor. And that's going to create some new paradigms in how you approach a custom build. For us, with Genesis Blocks, the way we're looking at it, for those unfamiliar, Genesis Blocks includes a suite of pre-optimized, pre-designed, pre-speed optimized and SEO optimized blocks and what we call sections, which are part of a page, layouts, which essentially are an entire page of pre-designed and optimized blocks. And then we'll be releasing a new feature soon called collections, which would essentially be an entire site of block-based demo content. And it loads in seconds, like you click, or not even seconds, like half a second. You click on it and then boom, the content's right there ready to edit. And so these are some of the ways that we're preparing the Genesis community for full site editing, and then of course extending that into the navigation, header, sidebar, and footer as full site editing comes into WordPress core. And then I think the other side I'm excited about is really what I'm seeing, not just what we do, but what other companies in the WordPress ecosystem are doing by creating custom blocks. So, you know, as you may recall from WordCamp US in Philly a few years back, Matt Mullenweg said, learn JavaScript deeply. And of course, part of that reason is the use of React with the Gutenberg block editor. Now, you can, of course, and in a lot of cases should build custom blocks with React, but not everyone has learned how to do that yet. They haven't learned JavaScript deeply. They've been focusing on their business, focusing on their clients, and not necessarily acquiring those additional skills outside of the kind of bread and butter WordPress developer skills, HTML, CSS, and PHP. And so there are ways, though, to build custom block experiences without knowing PHP. One of my favorites is using block patterns. So you can leverage blocks within essentially an arrangement, leveraging block patterns within WordPress core. And this you can leverage, for example, the core blocks, like the header block or the paragraph block or an image block, and arrange them in a block pattern that for the editor feels very much like this is a block that's custom built for this purpose. The other choices you have are to use plugins. ACF has a good one for leveraging HTML, CSS, PHP, and WP admin to build custom blocks. And then we have one called Genesis Custom Blocks, which takes a similar approach. So on the back end in WP admin, you create the blocks fields via, add block, add field. You then select the type of block, type of field, is in an image, a text field, color field, and then where you want the field to appear, within the block or within the inspector panel. Once you create the fields, then you would create CSS and PHP files within the theme, and you can actually also do this within a plugin, and that's important for full site editing because we'll be spending more of our time in PHP in those plugins than in themes. But through your bread and butter WordPress developer skills, you can create your own custom block, including your own custom PHP, to make the block do things like integrate with other things things. But the collection of these things, Joey, I'm super excited about because this is a big moment in WordPress history as the default editing experience, goes through these next set of phases. And if we look historically at WordPress, at these moments when technology is introduced, we see an explosion of innovation, what agencies do with WordPress, what entrepreneurs do in terms of starting new businesses. We saw this with custom post types back in 2010. WooCommerce came out shortly after that. WP Engine came out shortly after that, and a whole host of other companies. So I'm really excited to be in this moment. But that's what we've been thinking of and kind of building towards with Genesis Blocks and Genesis Custom Blocks.
That is a lot of exciting updates. That is a lot of a lot of stuff coming.
So many things happening, Joey.
So, I mean, on a high level, I mean, this is basically taking the sort of more visual approach with Gutenberg and a lot of like being able to build blocks and drag and not to oversimplify it, but drag and drop and a little bit more of a visual design or like a WYSIWYG kind of editor, and expanding that where you can customize your entire website, not just your blog posts.
Yeah, I mean, the block editor being extended into the navigation, so you can build out your navigation with more intuitive tools, the sidebar and the footer, of course. And I think the thing people get a little confused about is that you can't do custom things with the block editor. My point is that you absolutely can. You can build those custom blocks. You can make them look and behave however you like. And the way I view it is not abstracting out the development work or abstracting out what the value of those teams are doing, but rather amplifying it. When WP Engine adopted workflows that included these type of approaches, we were able to get ideas to market faster. Our development, our web development team had less what I call soul-crushing landing page tickets. Like they were able to build cool stuff and cool blocks that integrated with things and build more valuable things that were helpful to more people and more content creators. So that's the part I'm most excited about. I think the ease of use is fantastic for the novice, but the scale of innovation that it delivers to dev teams is, I think, what I'm most excited about.
What would be your, to do a custom block, what would sort of need to be your expertise level in development languages or programming languages? I don't have really much of a development background, so like what's sort of the, if I kind of wanted to dabble with customizing and custom blocks, what would be that? The next step I should do?
Yeah, ideally, you're at least going to need to know some HTML and CSS in order to do those custom styles. Now, blocks themselves, of course, will have controls, design controls, which are located in the inspector panel on the right. Now, with the design controls, you can modify things depending on the block, like the background color, font color, certainly the images contained within the block, and other design elements. You're not really moving it around like you might with PowerPoint or Google Slides or something like that. Most of the blocks do follow a set pattern, but they will often have options within the blocks that allow you to modify the design, like how many rows are in a table and so on and so forth. But HTML, CSS, and a little PHP will get you there with Genesis custom blocks and ACF and also block patterns.
Cool. Real quick, because we've got a couple seconds left, your trick of the trade, your 10-second version of your trick of the trade.
Yes. Make your own URL shortener with WordPress, install the Pretty Links plugin, register a short URL, and never compete with anyone for shortened URL slugs again.
I love
That's
that one.
my tip of the trade.
Well, thank you so much, David. Really appreciate you coming on and dropping a bunch of updates. That's awesome.
Thanks, Joey.
Coming up next, got real quick. Next up on track 1, which is now community themed, we have inclusive content strategy. And on track 2 in design theme, we have who cares about UX, case study, UX before and after. That wraps up this episode of the WordCamp LAX live show. Enjoy the talks, and we'll see you back here for our final live show of the day at 4 p.m.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to WordCamp LAX, Los Angeles 11th Annual WordPress Conference, celebrating the tricks of the trade. We're streaming live from 9 to 5, and all the talks will be available later on WordPress.tv. This session, please welcome Amy June Heinlein, presenting Inclusive Content Strategy. If you have any questions, just submit them on YouTube, and Amy June will answer them at the end of the talk if there's time. And Amy June, over to you.
Thanks, DJ. I do want to preface my talk with some accessibility housekeeping. I have images on my slides. Most of them are decorative. If they do have supporting information, I'll be sure to describe them for those who may not see them for whatever reason. And I believe Meryl will be posting a link to the slide deck in the YouTube chat so folks can follow along with the slide deck, because there are some interesting links that I share as I go along. So you are at Inclusive Content Strategy. Barack Obama, I miss him. He said, "We are at a time in our country's history that inclusive language is better than exclusive language." And before I begin, I want to acknowledge where I sit today. I live in Hollister, California, but I want to acknowledge that before it was Hollister, it was the traditional ancestral unceded territory of the Ohlone lands, specifically the Mutsun region. And I share this land acknowledgement because it demonstrates a commitment to beginning the process of working to dismantle the ongoing legacies of colonialism. And like DJ said, my name is Amy June. It's one word, title camel case. My pronouns are she, her. I am currently the open source community ambassador and QA engineer for Canopy Studios, along with some friends of mine, Carrie Fisher from DeQ and Donna Bungard. I help organize and market Ally Talks. That's A11Y Talks. And it's a virtual online meetup where we get together and have speakers and guest talk about all things accessibility. I am a hospice nurse by trade, so I understand how some folks have struggles with technology, even small tasks like email. I believe that all information should be accessible. I mentor and train at various camps worldwide. I help on the Drupal Community Working Group's Community Health Team. And also, and I'm borrowing this from our friend Jill Binder, who I help with speaker workshops from time to time. But I want to note that I'm a white woman living in North America. So I do acknowledge that there's a level of privilege that comes along with that. But I do have unseen experiences that help me with some of this subject matter expertise. Canopy brings me here today. We are an open source website strategy, design, development, and support agency. And we are hiring for both WordPress and Drupal. Feel free to reach out to me in Slack or across the medias if you have any questions about that. So who are you folks? You're everybody. You're project managers, you work in sales, perhaps you run the human resources department, you're bloggers, you're marketers, you drive social media trends, you're designers, you're communicators. And most importantly, we're all allies. What is inclusion? Inclusion can mean different things to different people, but I want us to take a moment to think about what's inclusion on the personal level, and then what's inclusion on the community level, and then, even further, what's inclusion on the global level, and then what does it mean to have that inclusive content strategy? Sometimes diversity and inclusion are thought to be the same thing, but I found that that's really not the case. In the workplace, I feel like diversity equals representation. But without inclusion, those connections that bring us all types of talent, the things that encourage participation and help foster creativity and lead to business growth, won't happen without that inclusion layer. Diversity is more focused on tracking, characteristics and identities. It seeks to invite people who have previously been excluded based on things like ability, sexuality, age, ethnicity, anything that people can be characterized or labeled with. And on the slide here, I say it refers to the vast array of human differences, whereas inclusion refers to the intent of systems and organizations and individuals to actively include and support this array of differences. I really think that inclusion is about welcoming and embracing that diversity because of the benefits it brings. It helps amplify marginalized voices and ideas. It's really, inclusion exercises diversity. It's that conversation that's deepened by diversity. Verna Myers, she's a public speaker, and this is one of my favorite quotes, and she puts it very elegantly, that diversity is being invited to the party, whereas inclusion is being asked to dance. Because again, diversity alone doesn't drive inclusion. And in fact, without inclusion, there's often a diversity backlash. I read an article a few years back by Leading Differently, and this is another quote which I really like. Diversity is when you count the people, and inclusion is when the people count. And I like it so much, I'm going to say it again. Diversity is when you count the people, and inclusion is when the people count. And really, for marginalized communities, it's the difference between just being tolerated and being accepted and being and that celebration, really, so think about it. It's the difference between being tolerated and being celebrated for your part in society. What does it mean to have meaningful content? Who are your readers? Of course we have target audiences for some of our content, but really most copy that we share should be for everyone. And meaningful content means that we can't make assumptions. Assumptions really create barriers. And that's why I mentioned, that I'm a white woman living in North America, but I have those unseen differences because you can't see those, right? So certain assumptions are made based on political stance. We shouldn't assume someone's socioeconomic class. And we definitely should, we shouldn't assume anything, but we shouldn't assume anyone's abilities. And remember, as we get older, everyone becomes more disabled with time. Our hearing and sight can deteriorate over time. And there's things like conditional or situational disabilities. A couple of years back, I had a broken arm and a shoulder injury, and I use a computer for work. So using a mouse was extremely difficult. And then we need to think about the users on a plane. Remember airplanes? I hardly remember airplanes, but they forgot their headphones and they want to utilize perhaps the closed captioning or transcription, to watch a movie on their mobile device because they forgot their headphones. Folks can be recovering from LASIK, using a smartphone or a tablet in the sun on the porch. There's that glare. Some folks are stuck with a black and white printer due to black and white and don't have color ink in their printer. And then not every disability can be seen. There's fatigue, dizziness, brain injuries, learning differences, mental health disorders, as well as hearing and vision impairments. And other assumptions people make are around gender identity, sexuality and pronouns. Gender, sex, and sexual identity are all very different things. And we need to be aware of the language we use surrounding the use of identities. They are not preferred pronouns, they're just a person's pronouns. It's not sexual preference, it's sexual identity. When we use terms like preferences, sexual preference or preferred pronouns, it suggests a level of voluntary choice. So be aware of that. Inclusive language, that's why we're here. Let's look at inclusive language a little deeper. Increasing the inclusivity of our language really means striving to understand the ways that language often unconsciously makes assumptions about people. It can unintentionally reinforce dominant norms, around gender, race, class, abilities, sexual orientation, and other identities or experiences. We just want to make sure that we only reference personal attributes or characteristics when it's relevant to the content. Ableist language is any word or phrase that devalues people who live with a disability. Oftentimes it's inadvertent, but ableist language suggests people with disabilities are abnormal. And I'm going to talk about this in the next couple of slides. We want to make sure that we use people first language. And a good example of this is instead of using the term disabled, we want to use people who live with disabilities instead. But we want to make sure that we use language that people prefer. In some communities, it's okay to say deaf, where others, they might not feel that way. So even the term disability is no longer universally accepted. It goes back to that people-centered language. We want to make sure we avoid negative or demeaning language for people who live with disabilities. A good example of this would be instead of saying AIDS victims, we might say persons living with HIV or AIDS. And instead of, confined to a wheelchair or wheelchair bound, we would say people who use wheelchairs. And often I found it's becoming rather common to use descriptive words like crazy, dumb, or lame in the workplace. And using words like crazy might seem harmless, but giving those negative values to words like crazy or insane can really marginalize people. A good example of this would be OCD. This is often misused and can be very hurtful. Obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, is a mental illness that means so much more than just a knack for organization. It's an obstacle that some people live with every day. There's always words that we can use instead, use words like clean or organized instead. And I have a list here. I don't have time to go into all of these, but these are words that, perhaps we grew up with and use, but it's something to think about, how our words can marginalize people. And then another aspect of inclusive language is being sure that all of our words are gender neutral. This can be nouns, titles and names, pronouns. We want to make sure we use words that encompass all genders rather than two, because there are more than two genders. And I'm going to say it again. We want to use words that encompass all genders. And it's just simply not okay to use gendered introductions for a diverse group of people anymore. It could seem benign, but if someone is annoyed when people call them guys, then the polite thing to do is to call them something else. Use folks or people or hey y'all rather than hey guys. My friends and I have taken to correcting ourselves when we say hey guys to say hey party people, and it kind of calls attention to the fact that one of us has used that. And again, I have a list of common words that can be changed. Using staffed or handled rather than manned. Staff the booth rather than man the booth, go in between rather than middlemen. A good example would be everyone instead of women and men, ladies and gentlemen, saying children instead of boys and girls, siblings or kindred instead of brothers and sisters, someone we see every day, mail carrier versus mailman. And our language is also littered with symbolisms of white as positive and black as negative. Cultural racism, using words like culturally deprived, economically disadvantaged, and underdeveloped are words that can warp the truth and really frames a sense of superiority. So, avoid negative or demeaning language. This is more of the racial stuff. And there's a long list here. And if the slides were shared, there's some links to many of these. Let's eliminate using the word colored when describing people. Let's use people of color, which is more of an umbrella term that includes any non-white person. Gypped comes from the word gypsy, which refers to Romanian people who are often unfairly characterized as swindlers. Ghetto is derived from Italian slang word for waste and dates back to the concentration camps of World War II. It's also been used to label the neighborhoods that marginalized communities are forced to inhabit due to social and economical disadvantage. Classism and racism come into the picture when you call a place or a person ghetto. The tech community is actively working on changing language as well. Code bases are removing terms like whitelist and blacklist. We're using words like main branch instead of master and slave branches. So we're working on this, but awareness is that first step. There's also the idea of privilege when it comes to our language. We really don't want to use language that assumes a certain level of education. For example, we shouldn't assume that all people have graduated from high school or have gone to college, or that they will go to college after high school. We don't want to use language that assumes a certain level of financial means or a certain sort of vocation. A good example of this would be not assuming that everyone present is employed, or they might not have a stable living condition. They might not be able to make to afford to meet their basic needs. Perhaps they don't have the privilege of working a first shift job. Using phrases like real job and honest living can really be problematic by perpetuating discriminating against certain sectors of the labor force. And as the internet opens up to more people, we enter the realm of having a world stage. And English as a second language can be a privilege or a situational privilege. And this is something to keep in mind too when we think about folks who consume our content. And because I'm a hospice nurse and I really embrace accessibility, and I'll give a little background here. When I first moved into tech and I found out that developers and designers could design and develop websites that are accessible, but they don't, I just couldn't understand that, So I want to dial that back and talk about what accessibility means. Because you really have to understand what accessibility means to design and code for it, and even write your content around it. So in the context I'm going to talk about today, it's going to be about producing rich, engaging content that's accessible to everyone. Temple Grandin is an American professor at Colorado State University, I believe for animal science. She's a consultant to the livestock industry on animal behavior, but she's also an autism spokesperson, and she's one of the first individuals on the autism spectrum to publicly share insights from her own personal experience of autism. And this is a great quote because differences aren't quantifiable. She says, "I'm different, not less." Because being accessible means everyone can readily access whatever it is you're offering, services and venues, and yes, written content. Inclusion is not about giving special privileges to people. It's about making sure that those barriers are removed, removing the barriers to entry. And what makes our content accessible? There's really 4 broad parameters we need to consider when we think about accessible content. And the first one is making sure that we accommodate visual needs by making our websites easy to see. We want to make sure that people can interact with our website, so we accommodate folks' motor needs. We want to make sure that people can hear what we're offering, so we accommodate auditory needs. And then we want to make sure that we accommodate cognitive needs and that we make our sites easy to understand and make them predictable and navigable. So we want to make sure that the experience is as equivalent as possible, regardless of things we can't control. computer type, tablet size, operating systems, the whole gamut. So let's look at some numbers around accessibility. Why do we design for accessibility? Well, bottom line is it's essential for developers and organizations that want to create those high quality websites and the tools and not exclude people from using their products and services. And this isn't only on the front end of things, but this is also on the back end of things for people entering the content. According to the Center for Disease Control, the CDC, 26% of people who live in the United States live with a disability. That's really 1 in 4 people, which is roughly 64 million people. And as we move outside of North America, those numbers become even larger. DeQ reported that 70% of sites are inaccessible, and retailers are estimated to lose $6.9 billion annually to accessible competitors. So it really does come down to bottom line. And how do we change, right? It's okay to admit to our past self that we weren't equipped with sufficient knowledge, just move forward. Because we as content authors and designers and coders need to go beyond the empathy level to include every community as participants in our content strategy. Because people are hungry to be part of the process and the creation of the world. And we want to make sure that everyone's seen as equal participants and not afterthoughts. So let's look at some common forms of copy that we might see on websites. Student admission pages. You work in higher ed. There are folks here, I'm assuming, that work in the higher ed world. So there's the idea of stereotype threat. This refers to the risk of confirming negative stereotypes about individuals' race, ethnic or gender or cultural group. Tokenism references, it really gives the illusion of equality without achieving it. According to Merriam-Webster, and I'm going to quote this, the practice of doing something such as hiring a person who belongs to a minority group only to prevent criticism and give the appearance that people are being treated fairly. So that's tokenism. And your imagery on your website should really align with your population. And again, only reference personal attributes or characteristics when it's relevant to the copy. Hiring practices. Again, going back to that people first aspect. Words sometimes used in tech job descriptions that can skew towards a gendered interpretation and can discourage some groups from applying. So we want to avoid that gendered language and male-oriented titles, like things like hacker or ninja. Using insider language in our job ads can make it easy for applicants to feel like outsiders. We want to make sure we keep our language simple and straightforward. And we don't expect people to know every aspect of our company's culture without having the chance to experience it. So you can really bring a little compassion into your job ads by thinking about the perks and benefits that matter most to different groups. You can include financial and work-life offerings like parental leave, comfortable workplaces for our friends who are neurodiverse, people who live with disabilities, and benefits that cover domestic partners, cultural fit. I don't like that term so much. The likelihood that a job candidate will really be able to conform and adapt to the core values and collective behaviors that make up your organization, it's kind of unlikely. More and more companies are discovering that looking for that cultural fit doesn't promote inclusion. So the term's being replaced with things like cultural ads, values aligned, individuals who want to have an impact and perhaps words like contribute positively to the culture that you're building. And this is really important, that words in your equal opportunity statement, equal employment opportunity statements, that's a mouthful, are also words that the candidate will measure you by. So that's something to think about when you have copy on your site, because those EEO statements are only meaningful if they reflect the truth. The language that we use in our job posting should be consistent with those equal employment opportunity statements. For example, if the rest of your job ad contains words that attract male applicants, those statements really lose some of their effectiveness. Let's talk about code bases and archives. We as a community should really strive to strip our code bases, archives, and documentation of harmful language. And I did mention these previously, but I think it's really important in our tech culture. You know, those words like whitelist, you know, perhaps use allow or deny list or blacklist instead, or not blacklist, block list instead. You know, the master branch, those are really parent-child branches and feature branches. In a lot of the technical documentation, we see the use, we used to see he a lot, and now we see he, she. But instead of that, we should really strive to use the user or they instead. So, you know, kind of going back to that, pronouns that are inclusive for everyone, not just two genders. Accessibility beyond alternative text. Most of us know that alternative text is text that we display on our images for folks that can't see the image, or maybe have CSS or JavaScript turned off in their browser, or perhaps their internet is slow and images don't take a long time images take a long time to load. So alternative text helps users navigate images. But making our content accessible and inclusive goes beyond the alternative text. We want to make sure that we provide structure on our pages, you know, having sections and heading orders that are predictable and consistent. And it's really important from page to page to have your pages be predictable and consistent. Some folks rely on that when they navigate your pages. Making sure that you have headings used for markup rather than styling. Making sure your headings are nested appropriately and not skipping heading order. When we look at the design of our website, there's lots of things to think about. You know, there's color contrast, how much white space you have between things. What's your font size? You know, a good font size would be no less than 12. Making sure that your links are distinguishable. I just suggest making your links underlined, you know, and if you don't underline your links, make sure that they're distinguishable in two ways, not just by color. You know, maybe make them bold or italicized and color. So again, if your links are not underlined, you need to have them distinguished with two properties. Readability is important on our website. So we really want to strive for the 9th grade reading level. You want to avoid long sentences, you know, 2 or 3 per paragraph, and you want to keep your sentences short. You want to use plain language and avoid those industry buzzwords and avoid jargon. You know, breaking up your content with bullets and numbered lists will help break up the content and make it more manageable in digestible chunks. In the imagery, and I'll talk about this in the next slide, we want to make sure that we provide captions and subtitles and text alternatives for all of our images. We do want to make sure our images are accessible. You know, again, we want to provide captions, but we want to make sure they're succinct and to the point. Provide that alternative text, even for events like presentations, describe the images or videos as needed in your presentation. Again, if it's for decoration or the images are just supporting your content, it's okay. But really having alternative text is helpful for a lot of folks, you know, poor internet connections or the folks who have images turned off. So it's really about describing the picture, because this ensures that your readers aren't missing out on any of your content. And think about decorative images. If they provide value, like evoking emotion, include that as well. I know a lot of folks will just like leave the alt text empty for decorative images because you can, but if it does evoke emotion and add value to your page, it's important to have that value for everybody. Subtitles are lines of text that are transcriptions or translations of the speech on the screen. Closed captions are kind of the same, but they also include the oral information such as sound or music, anything that's relevant that's going on, laughter, dog howls. Both captions and subtitles are useful as text alternative to sound. Captions can be either open or closed. Open captions always are in view and cannot be turned off, whereas closed captions can be turned on or off by the viewer. And captions have universal design benefits for people too, not just those with hearing impairments. There's people whose first language is not English. You're in that busy airport, you're in the health club, you're in the sports bar. You have a baby asleep on your lap. Also, when you change that sound to text, now your images and your videos are indexable by search engines. So now you've added search engine optimization to your pages. And now I want to talk about presentations. We want to make sure that when we present to folks, that we want to make sure that it's easy to see, again, addressing those visual needs. We want the folks in the back of the room, I know that that's not really relevant here, but we want them to be able to see our presentations as well. So we want to use large fonts and make sure we have good color contrast. Again, describing images and videos. Make it easy to hear, having transcripts or captions available. And I'll talk about this more. Some venues provide live captioning and ASL providers. Google Slides now has live captioning. I call it craptioning, but it's something that you can turn on in your presentation. You can arrange where it is on the screen. You can arrange the font size. I invite everyone who uses Google Slides to look into the captioning that's available. And when you're in person, it's a good rule to use that microphone, making sure that everyone can hear you, even in the back. And for when closed captions are added, I like to say that a good rule is leaving the bottom fifth of your slide empty. That way, when captioning is added, it doesn't skew any of your content. We want to make sure that we address VIMS, which is visually induced motion sickness. We want to avoid rapid slide transitions, flashing lights, and rapid animations in our decks. Animated backgrounds and parallax effects can be really problematic for some folks. GIFs or GIFs, however you want to say it, can be a distraction, especially when the slide is left on for any amount of time. And we need to remember that some types of those rapid motions and patterns can induce seizures for some folks. And then we also want to address cognitive needs. Dyslexia is a good example. You want to avoid really text-heavy slides and maybe use bullet points to break up the content. Use friendly fonts. For more information, you can see the Allie's Style Guide by Carrie Fisher. That's A11Y Style Guide by Carrie Fisher, spelled the same as the Star Wars Carrie Fisher. So what are some other things that we can talk about? Acronyms. In general, acronyms, numerums, abbreviations can muddle clarity. And screen readers do not recognize abbreviations and acronyms and generally read them as if they were typical English words. So for unusual abbreviations and acronyms, supply a key with their meaning. Using periods between letters in an acronym can help screen readers parse the acronym. When writing alt tags with acronyms, adding space between the letters. There's also the HTML abbreviation tag. Or is it the acronym tag? I think the acronym tag was deprecated in HTML5 and it's the abbreviation tag now. But if you look at BLM, growing up, I lived in rural Oregon, so BLM to me always meant Bureau of Land Management, but it also can mean Black Lives Matter. So making sure that you indicate to your consumers what the acronym means first before you use it the rest of your page. Numerums are those number-based words. One example is where the letters between the first and last letter are replaced with a number representing the numbers of letters omitted. That was a mouthful. But if you look at accessibility, A11Y, there's 11 letters missing between the A and the Y. And in coding, maybe our first exposure to a numerum would be internationalization, I18N. Form fields can leave some users behind. Think about the gender field. Are there only two choices? Some name fields do not allow special characters, and some of us have hyphenated names, and then some of us have longer names too. So be mindful of form fields of having maximum character counts. Is that everything? Your website's content is inclusive, but let's look at social media. And I've got about 10 minutes left to talk about social media. Why write accessible content for social media? In 2017, WebAIM conducted a survey of screen readers. Of almost 1,800 screen reader users, 88% use the screen reader on a mobile phone, handheld device, or tablet. And of that 88%, only 54% found that 88% found social media somewhat accessible. And for our higher ed folks, I want to remind you that nearly 200 colleges face federal civil rights investigations about whether or not their content is accessible and can communicate effectively to people who live with disabilities on social media. We really want to make sure that our social media communications meet accessibility standards. And this isn't just for higher ed folks, really, it's for everybody. So really, a lot of us are marketers and bloggers, and when we use Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube and Instagram, a lot of these tools have built-in accessibility tools, but unfortunately, they're not on by default, so you kind of have to dig for them. Hashtags. We want to use capital letters to break up the words in our hashtags, like my name, Amy June, capital A, capital J. It's called title camel case, and it makes it easier for users of assistive technology to parse those. Also, it comes down to readability. Twitter doesn't distinguish between cases in search. For example, when you search I love Twitter with the capital I, capital L, capital T, or all lowercase, they will return the same results. But having said that, if your hashtag is just one word or relatively short, then all lowercase is perfectly acceptable. Links in your social media should be described as well as given some content. People want to know what they're clicking on and where they're being led. And images, even in social media, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, should be captioned or described. And many of the social media platforms have these settings that allow users to do this, along with the schedulers for these social medias as well. And then, of course, a lot of us retweet information. Be mindful of retweeting information that's not accessible. And this is my favorite example. So this could be read two ways. Now that Cher is dead, which a lot of folks on the internet a few years back thought that this was the case, but really it was now Thatcher is dead. This is my favorite example of hashtag confusion. That lack of capitalization really, really added confusion. Emojis and emoticons, lots of people love them. You know who really loves emojis and emoticons? Screen readers. Screen readers love them so much that they read every single one of them in line. Think about this. I have an image here of somebody's tweet and every word is separated by an emoticon. So a screen reader would read this as their mad face, our mad face, to mad face, and on and on and on. And this can be cumbersome. And this also includes things like the emoticons we place next to our handles, like in our Slack profiles and in our email subject lines. So really, for those who are using assistive technology, they might not get some of the value if you replace words with emoticons. And if you do use emoticons, it's best to use them at the end, because a lot of your users will leave your content before coming to the end when it is truly cumbersome. Digital blackface refers to non-Black folks claiming Black identities online, or to non-Black folks using Black people in GIFs or memes to perhaps convey their own thoughts or emotions. Let's think back about a few years ago, back in the 20s and things like that. Just as most companies wouldn't tolerate a white person taking the stage dressed in blackface, we need to ensure that same degree of no tolerance in our online spaces as well. And the reason for this is white people using Black reaction GIFs is dangerous because it perpetuates Black stereotypes. Think of sassiness or anger or excitement. It turns Black emotions into comedy at the pleasure of white people. And the problem really lies in the way Black individuals have been and really still are exploited by the media for humor. So now what? The more you know. Remember that public service ad. Having the information to move forward is valuable. If you have the privilege to change your language, let's say because you have the ability, the resources, the cognitive ability, you really need to consider becoming more aware of how our everyday language can perpetuate those things I talked about: ableist language, gendered language, racial ideas and values, our content being inaccessible. I pulled this quote out of a fortune cookie, 20 years ago. At this point, I still have it taped to my external monitor, and I probably tell this to a couple of people a few times a week. Begin, the rest is easy. It's that first step that's really hard. But once you get in the habit, and I admit I still make mistakes. Hey guys is something, or goodbye guys is something I still catch myself doing, but I know it upsets people and I do correct myself. So the more I correct myself, the more I get it right the next time. So begin, the rest is easy. So it starts with really becoming a good example and a good ally and using language that's inclusive. Making our presentations, our venues, our videos, our copy, making them accessible. And there are lots of tools available to help with content. We can use accessibility checkers. There's a lot of free resources. At the end of my slides, there's a long list of resources. Many people are adding their pronouns to public profiles and email signatures to eliminate confusion. And this really begins to normalize gender identities and perhaps starts conversations about them as well. But I do want to emphasize the calling out culture. Calling out is the idea of publicly letting someone know when their values don't align. And this behavior can be oppressive, and it often shuts people down. This shaming culture is amplified on the internet, and it's often really horizontal. It shuts down conversation, and it makes people fearful of being targeted. So calling in is the opposite, and that can take the form of that private conversation, PMing someone, because people make mistakes. We're often unaware that we cause harm, and calling in can really create that productive dialogue. And when someone corrects you on the misuse of the pronouns, just say, thank you, not sorry. And content editors are active participants, so think about that. The front end people and the back end people are in there, but the coders are really there for the long haul. So think about educating them as well. And then again, I have the list of tools and accessibility things, and talk about inclusion. And I just want to end, because I know I'm at time. just be thoughtful. It's doubtful you'll ever be called out for being too considerate. And I want to thank you. I know that there's not time for questions, but you can reach out to me, Volkswagen Chick, across all of the medias, and I'll be around tomorrow in the Slack space as well. Thanks, DJ. You're on mute.
Thank you, Amy June. That was great. Round of applause. Everybody stay right here for the unique live show coming up on the next on the hour, every hour, or continue the conversation in our unofficial hallway. Enter the hallway on our website. It's la.wordcamp.org/2020. And remember to register for free to access our event Slack chat room. And have a great weekend.
Welcome back. We are just about done with day one of WordCamp LAX. I'm just going to jump right into it. Hey, Chris. How you doing?
I'm probably fine. I'm very tired. I'm super happy. Everything's very beautiful. So thank you, Joey.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, all my team.
Yeah. So we saw you in the morning. We see you now. How's the day gone so far?
It's been really good. So we had a few technical problems that were kind of
it's virtual.
Some of them were pretty serious, actually. But most of them happened in the morning. We got through them, and then it was fine. And now it's gotten to the point where the volunteers and speakers feel very comfortable with what they do, so they don't need any management. They can take care of themselves. They can support one another, which is really what we want. It's like autonomy, because we have a very large crew. So it's nice that people are telling, from the crew standpoint, they're feeling like it's smooth and they're happy with the results. If their speakers are happy with the talks, and the attendees have been giving really positive feedback about the talks. We've had a lot of interaction on YouTube with all the chat and questions. That's really great. And everyone loves the live show because it's so pretty and it's fun. And the hallway track is fun. So that's pretty, it's like an intimate group of people. And it's a nice thing because both speakers and both audiences pour into the hallway at the same time. So you have these like fun, serendipitous connections where you have speakers going back and forth about sometimes related topics, but usually totally unrelated. And it's nice to like pull audiences in from two complete different talks. And just continue the conversation is kind of fun.
Cross sharing of ideas potentially.
Yeah, it's cool. It's really cool. So I'm really happy, but I'm just really happy and I'm really tired. How are you feeling, Joey?
I've had scripts for every show that I've like written in between shows, and like this one I have nothing because I'm like, all right, my brain's kind of done for today. And it's just you, Christiana. So
it's just me.
We can just chat. As you said before, we'll just talk like friends.
Yeah, everybody. So Joey was like, what are we going to talk about? And I was like, let's just be friends. Like that's.
I knew your brain was also a little fried last night when I didn't have the link for the new Slack space. And I was like, how do I get to the new Slack space? And your response was log in. And I was like, no, I don't have the link to join it. I'm glad Sarah or Tracy deciphered my message. Log in with the email you used.
I don't understand. Just go inside. I don't.
But yeah, I know what you mean. I've heard that comment from like a lot of the on some of the sponsors before we went live. Of everyone sort of adapted to the weirdness of being virtual, and has presenters and stuff. Everyone's figured out their like perfect angles and the lighting and their mic and their camera, and so a lot of the presentations, especially because we both were involved in like very early virtual camps when it was like this was going to be in person like in 2 weeks, and then it was like, it can't be in person, you got to be virtual in overnight.
Yeah, Joey and I were scheduled to talk at the same time at a camp.
Yeah, Santa Clarita. Shout out to Joe and that team for doing a super fast turnaround in turning it to virtual. They had a couple weeks, but yeah, and that was a big learning process then, and now it's obviously still there's always like things to figure out, but we're all used to Zoom and figuring out the best way for presenting virtually and kind of getting all of our gear and camera set up so the overall level of like virtual events keeps increasing, I think.
Yeah, I think our camp is particularly pretty. I mean, I'm not objective, but it really is.
I think you're biased a little bit.
No. Why would I be biased? I've only been working on this since January.
It's been the one consistent in 2020.
The one consistent. So for all of you who don't know, what we do is we have this organizer Slack with like 1 trillion messages in it. Like it's like maybe even 2 trillion. And we have like a pace we move at, right? Like if we've established rapport. So our weekly meeting, our team meeting is on Wednesday evenings. So a lot of stuff happens like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And so like I check in with people and I'm like, this is what's happening this week on Tuesday. And then Thursday I send everybody a private message and I'm like, how are you feeling? And then Wednesday is when we all get together and everybody shares what they're working on and if they need any feedback or help or something. So there's like this like very consistent thing where we can like, we know what day it is or what time it is based on the messages going out. And that's very nice. It's like a rhythm. Like little waves of like, this is Wednesday, and then like by the weekend no one's saying anything, like there's another Wednesday. And it is very consistent. It is, and several of us have moved. We've moved houses or offices in this time. Several of us have stopped former jobs or started new jobs, or there's been a ton of client changes. So there's been so much going on, but this just keeps every Wednesday.
The world shut down. Also, the where that happened too.
Oh yeah, all of that. Oh yeah, the whole shutdown. The fact that none of us are leaving our homes, and when we do, we have to cover up our nose and mouth.
Because this was going to be in person, and then it was like, do we just plan it virtual? Back in March, like, or April, do we plan it virtual? Thinking things will open up again by September or October. And
do you remember our orientation? We had our orientation with WordPress Foundation for this, and this was my second orientation. This was Sarah's upteenth, or she's been on however many teams. So we were used to it, and we brought everybody in on orientation. It wasn't just me, the lead. So we had everybody there, and we were talking to Courtney from the WordPress Foundation. We were like, we're thinking about only planning a virtual camp because it looks like that's what we're going to have to do. And she was like, only plan virtual if you can't meet in person. And we were like, and then like within very quickly, then we were like, no, this is it. Because before then we were talking about having like air filters, right? Remember we were talking about air filters.
I remember we were looking at like at venues, and we're like trying to verify like what their cancellation policies were.
Yes, we were trying to figure out their clauses, like their acts of God clauses are some, but there's like a better term for it. But like we were looking at space usage and like, can we social distance, and like if we could give away masks with WAPUs on them. Like we're looking at all the options, right? And then finally Tracy one day in one of our channels, our graphics wrangler Tracy, who does the WAPUs, she posted in a channel, she's like, just so you know, in LA County, you're not allowed to meet in groups of more than 250. And we were like, all right, this is only getting worse. Like,
yeah, I remember
pretty soon it'll be like
that orientation too. Yeah, they were also like, oh, you're the first camp to like just plan from the start to be virtual.
Yeah. We just bit the bullet. I don't even know what that means, that term. Bite the bullet. Whatever.
Yeah, that's a good one.
We were wise. We voted. I think I asked everybody. It was like, what do you think? And not a single person wanted to plan an in-person camp with the risk that all their work would like
happen. I did, in the back of my mind, I was thinking, okay, it'll be virtual, but maybe it'd be at a point where like we as organizers could assemble, you know, at least to have like a command center for the camp, you know, and all be together to like have it go. That didn't change either.
Yeah, we wanted to do that. We wanted to do it in a sound studio, didn't we? We wanted to have a virtual camp, but we could hang out in person. No.
Yeah.
Do that either.
Yeah, so here we are. But it's going off. Super fun. A lot of great talks, which I need to, you know, catch up and watch because I have not really had a chance to dig into most of the talks. Have you caught any good takeaway moments?
Because thank God we are so, I mean, your life right now is very stressful, or stressed out, but like, let's just be real. But I saved most of my stress for earlier this week and yesterday, which was a really crazy day. Yesterday I was in back-to-back calls like all day preparing for this. But today, especially after we got some of the bugs worked out, now there's time to actually watch the talks and listen, and I've been thoroughly entertained by them. So, and even interacting in the hallway, we were able to chat a bit, and I can, you know, check in and make sure everyone's still alive and having a good time. So.
Yeah, the hallways are, I haven't been able to get in there, but I'm glad we have the Slack going because the random chatter has been pretty active, and that's kind of been a good way to also stay in the loop and kind of see what's been happening and what people are talking about and some of the tips that people are sharing.
Yeah, completely unexpected conversations are happening. One person is creating a website that's wrapped around the idea of like a narcissistic web developer, like saying like, I am the best at this. And so his whole site is like this mockery. It's like very satirical. And so he was asking for ideas, and I was like throwing out Monty Python references. I feel like my father would be proud if he's watching me. I grew up on Monty Python. Thank you, Daddy, if you're listening. But yeah, super fun, just conversations, and it's been very safe as a whole, very safe and very welcoming, and that's what is the best. So
yeah,
you're doing a good job, Joey. I know you're tired.
I am tired.
You're doing really good.
Staring into like a glass lens for all day.
I know. Yeah.
All right, we got about a minute left, so let's talk about the next upcoming talks. Track 1, Piping Hot Delivery Anywhere with Zapier or Zapier. What do you call it, Christiana?
I call it Zapier, which I think is incorrect.
I call it Zapier, but I always hear Zapier. You know, GIF.
Oh,
it's one of those things. So check that out on Track 1. I love Zapier. They're very handy. Track 2, how to research and write blog posts people want to read. So you want to talk more? This was a shorter talk, right, Chris?
Yeah, this is a 15-minute talk, just 4:15 and 4:30. No questions during the talk to be answered, but you can follow up on your questions in the hallway after and have more hallway time, which is nice.
There you go. Is there, I know, so the other talk ends at 5. Is there like an end time for the hallway? Or is it as long as...
Hallway, I'm saying, is ending at 6, but we might just head down early.
Okay, if it kind of fizzles out, then it'll end.
We're all tired.
And then Slack will be open, right?
Open till 6, and then I'm either deactivating it or we're just not going to have vigilance anymore.
Okay, sounds good. And we'll be back here tomorrow at 9, and I gotta hop off.
Yay!
Yep. All right. Well, thanks everyone. We will see you back here tomorrow at 9 for opening of day 2, and then we'll have the live show again starting at 10 a.m. Enjoy the final talks.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to WordCamp LAX. It's Los Angeles 11th WordPress conference celebrating the tricks of the trade. We're streaming live from 9 to 5 Pacific today and tomorrow on Sunday. All talks are going to be available online at the typical WordPress sites. And I want to welcome Alicia St. Rose, and she'll be presenting Pipe and Hot Delivery Anywhere with Zapier. And your questions can be submitted on YouTube, and our speaker will try to answer those at the end of her talk. And we can also have a post meeting as well. But Alicia, it's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love being here. And I've spoken at WordCamp LAX before, and I enjoy it. And hopefully I don't make you guys hungry doing this, but all right. So today I'm going to talk about Zapier. It's an amazing third-party application that can actually get you connecting apps with your website or even outside of your website. So first, before we get started, I wanted to tell you a little bit about myself. I call myself a WordPress passionista because I'm really, really passionate about WordPress, and I've been that way for over a decade. I have spoken, like I mentioned, I've spoken at WordCamps before across Southern California. I have also co-organized the one and only Ventura County WordPress or WordCamp, a one-day camp. And I'm also, I have a meetup here in Santa Barbara, California, where now the world has access to it because we're online, and it's amazing that we can do that now. And so please, please take advantage of all of the resources that are at your fingertips literally now with online WordPress help and resources. So I think I covered enough about me because I want to get started with this because I don't really want to run out of time on the demo. So first of all, I'm going to say that, your website is part of a bigger picture. And a lot of times what happens on the website doesn't need to happen there. It can actually happen outside of the framework. It can originate there, but things can continue onward into the internets and do whatever you need to do. And it would give your website a little bit of a break, actually. So what we're going to talk about today, we're going to talk about Zapier, and this is what you're going to learn. So we're going to learn what it is, okay? We're going to learn why you should use it. Also, I'm going to tell you when you should use it and give you examples of when you should use it and how. That's the demo part. So we're going to kind of breeze through a little bit of intro about it so we can get to that demo. Now, what is it? So, Zapier. It's an online automation tool, and it connects your apps and services. So whatever literally you can dream of within the confines of the apps that Zapier provides, you can create connections and shoot information over to another app from one to another. It also connects two or more third-party apps to automate repetitive tasks. Those tasks that you don't want to do, that take up a lot of your time, Zapier can help you. And Zapier actually connects more than 2,000 apps. Now, the last time I looked, it was 1,400. And I believe that was a couple of years ago. So it seems like every month or every day, a new app is being added to Zapier. So if there's some obscure application that you are tied to, you might be able to actually connect it to your Google spreadsheet. So finally, and this is the part that I think is very important, it's geek-free. You don't have to get a programmer to help you set this up. It's very simple to do. There are some moments where you may get an error or two, but the documentation is so well done, so richly done. But you don't need to hire anyone that knows a lot of geeky stuff to do this. And you can actually feel like a geek yourself once you get it under your belt. So why would you use it? Well, you can automate the menial tasks that take you away from your fun stuff. That would be running your business. So sometimes running your business does not entail having to document these little piecemeal things that could be automated. You can streamline your workflows. You can also become outrageously efficient. Things can happen while you're sleeping. And finally, this might be the most important one. You can eliminate plugins on your website by having Zapier do the job at Zapier. So we'll get into that a little bit later. So why or when would you use Zapier? Well, I'm going to give you just a few little examples, and these are things that I've actually used it for. And I want to clarify, this is going to be a basic introduction to Zapier. There's so much more you can do with it, but I don't want to scare anyone off. So you can automate an email sequence when a specific action occurs on your website. You can funnel form submissions to a project management app. And you can add emails to an email campaign software like MailChimp or ActiveCampaign or ConvertKit. And so now let's get on to the demo. First of all, when you arrive at the site, you're going to see a huge list. And see, 2,000 is actually the minimum. So there's more. They just can't keep counting. They can't keep up with counting them. So there's thousands. So you'll just search for your app on Zapier and see if it's there. Rarely do I run across, I think the only thing I haven't seen there is FileMaker. And people probably understand why that's not there. But someone created an integration with FileMaker. I just don't know if I trust it. So that's another thing that can happen too. The third, some of these apps that you can connect with your WordPress site aren't connecting with WordPress, they're connecting with a plugin. And so the plugin will create an add-on that's a Zapier add-on so it can integrate with Zapier. Things like the Give plugin or Easy Digital Downloads. They have their own add-ons, and usually you have to pay a little extra for that to use it. So the key element to Zapier is the zap, because that's literally what it's doing. It's zapping the information from one place to another. It can do it instantaneously. It can also do it at a scheduled time. So today, what we're going to be concentrating on is I'm going to be zapping information from Formidable Pro to Podio. Now, some folks may not know what either of those are, but just to abridge things, Formidable Pro is a form plugin that is my go-to. Some people like Gravity Forms or other things. And Podio is a project management software on steroids is what I like to say. It's kind of like Asana or Basecamp, except where you can create your own workspace in it. So you can create it to do whatever you want it to do instead of relying on the framework of the other, like the other ones already have this framework in place and sometimes it doesn't fit. But with Podio, you can create your own. So we're also going to take the information that is received through the form, and we're going to send it to ActiveCampaign as a contact for a specific list that we want to contact, not because we need to send them a newsletter or anything, because they did not opt in. I want to be clear that when you send something to your contact list or email software campaign stuff or whatever that is, and they did not opt in, that is not an email that should be used for marketing purposes. So it's usually for a list that they are signed on to something, a membership, or there's a project everyone's working on, and you need that list so that you can send out information specifically that's vitally important so they can actually have a better experience with what you're doing. So that's what we're going to do today, and I think what we're going to do, those two examples will give you a good idea about what Zapier can do. And so what we're going to start off with is we're collecting information, just like basic information, name, last name, email, and a little bio about super awesome people. So these super awesome people, maybe some are going to submit their forms. So we'll see what we're going to do. So let's start this demo. And we're going to go into the browser, you guys. And I want to make sure, I'm going to ask if everyone can see it. I'm not sure how I'm going to get an okay on that, but I'm gonna assume that you can see my browser. Comes in. Okay. All right. This up twice. Okay. So now, can I get a thumbs up from Mark if you can see my browser? Perfect, because now I can see Mark. All right. So here's our form. This is where we're going to start everything. This form was built with Formidable Pro. You do have to have, I believe you have to have the Pro version of Formidable to use the Zapier add-on. So usually that's the case. I don't know how Gravity Forms works or anything like that. So what we're going to do, I'm just going to show you a little overview where we're sending things. So this is Podio, and I've created, and don't even worry about how this is all working, because that could be a totally different talk. But I created a workspace for us here, and I created this. It's called an app in Podio, where I'm going to collect these cards for everyone who submitted. I'm going to collect a card for them, and the cards are pretty cool because you can make comments on them, and it's kind of like Google spreadsheets but better. So that's what we're going to be doing, and we're also going to be sending them to a list called Super Awesome People in Active Campaign. So let's go over to Zapier. Now, this is the dashboard when you arrive as a fresh, sign up on Zapier. And close that. And so there's nothing really in here when you first start. Because you're new. So I'm going to go over a little bit of what's going on in this sidebar. So the dashboard is your information here. If you had zaps and all that stuff, it would show up. Now the zaps are actual zaps that you have created where you're zapping information from one place to another. They're going to be listed. Your apps are the applications that you have attached to Zapier so that they can work with Zapier and get zapped between each other. And the task history is going to be the individual zaps that were done. So each time a zap is done, it's called a task. And then you can explore and you can get lost in that for days, all the different apps, and then your imagination goes wild. You figure out that you can automate stuff while you're sleeping. And then you can get help, and they're actually very responsive if there's an issue. And so down here is showing your plan. This is the free plan because I know people are going to want to try it out without paying. I didn't check on the pricing, but it's only $20 a month. And I'm going to highly suggest that if something is working for you and some software, that you pony up and pay and invest in your business because it's worth it. And Zapier is one of those things. So with the free plan, though, you do get 100 tasks, and this is, let's see, it's for a month. So you're only going to get 100 individual zaps. And sometimes if you're just starting out, that's all you need. Maybe you're just zapping something every week, once a week. But you only, and these are the tasks. And you only get 5 zaps, five opportunities to connect apps. And it's a straight one-to-one connection. So with when you get a paid plan, you can actually do steps in your zaps, and you can filter things, which is amazing. You can filter a specific product from your WooCommerce. For some example, someone buys this specific product, you can put them in a list at ActiveCampaign, and then you can talk to them about their product. So the sky's the limit. And I just love Zapier, so I'm just going to be straight up. They do not even have an affiliate program, so that's why I just love them. So that's why I'm actually doing this talk too. So let's get started and make a zap. So, all right. First thing you do is you're going to hit the Make a Zap button. And you're going to name it. Name it semantically, like what's going on. So we're going to call this super, or I'll just call it Awesome People to Podio. All right. And that's what we're going to call this app. Now, first thing you're going to do is you're going to choose the application from where the data is coming from. And you can just start typing in, and there it is, Formidable Forms has shown up in the list, okay? And what I want to do is when there's a new entry in the form, that's when I want things to be triggered. So I'll just choose that. And that is the only option that Formidable gives us, because that's pretty much the only thing Formidable does is it takes the data and you hit a submit button to make an entry. Now, if it was a different kind of application, you'll see when we do the next one, there are other options that that application can do, and they will be listed there. So we'll continue after this. We've figured that out. Now what we need to do is we need to sign in to our Formidable account. Now, the sign in is like a blanket term for just attach it, because when I actually click this, I'm not really signing in anything. They're looking for my API key, which is here. I'm gonna put it here. And that's the API key for the add-on that that you can get for Formidable for the Zapier add-on. And then they want to know the website. Okay, now this is the vital stuff right here. If there is an SSL, as there should be, God dang it, I can't type. Sorry guys. Make sure you put the HTTPS in there. That will cause an issue, okay? It's going to be talking to the website to grab this information. And you want the trailing slash. Now, sometimes when you do put the HTTPS in there, you still might get an error, and there's a rewrite rule that you might have to add to your .ht access file. That's as geeky as we're gonna get. And the thing is, you will find that information in the troubleshooting page for Formidable specifically at Zapier. And that's how I found it. So, and that's already in my HT access file. So I'm gonna continue, I'm gonna cross my fingers. Taking a while. I got G5. All right, we're in. Okay, so I am actually attached now to my website. I'm synced. Zapier is talking and knows that there's something going on over there. It's going to get information from this form. So I'm going to continue. And I love it. They give you like these cool little phrases throughout. There's a lot of personality in Zapier. So now what I'm looking for is the actual form that I will be getting the data from. And I've got some weird stuff showing up in here. A lot of weird forms, but anyway, the one we're looking for is this one. So the super awesome people form. All right. Now, once I get the form, I need, Zapier needs to actually find some data to work with. Because specific fields need to be transferred or zapped over to the other application. So you test the trigger, and they found a recent entry. They found Judy Awesome Sauce, okay, and they found her bio. And so because now that I have this information, I can continue building my Zap because I have data in specific fields that are going to be needed later. So hit continue, and now we're ready to choose the second app. And so now when we're going to get the information from Formidable, we're going to put it into Podio. So I'm going to type in Podio, and Podio shows up. Because you notice when I'm typing in an app, all the other ones that are showing up, they're just randos that you might have even heard of. And you can see like there's so many apps that they integrate with. So we have Podio. Now Podio has other events because of the nature of the app. I can create an item, I can update an item, I can create a task, or create status. All this stuff is happening over in Podio, and if you are familiar with it, you know what it does. But what we're doing right now is we're just gonna create an item, okay? So that's what I wanna do, create an item. And now they want me to sign into Podio. Now what's happening here is I'm already logged in to Podio, so it knew that. and it kind of, with that automatically IP and all that stuff that happens when you're logged into something in WordPress and you go to WooCommerce and you realize you were logged into the wrong WooCommerce and they sent you there. It's that kind of thing. So anyway, so we're back. We're already connected to Podio. And in Podio, there are different fields to customize. And what I want to do is I want to grab the information that is my specific Podio account, my specific Podio workspace, and the app that I created. So the organization, these are the ones, my clients. So this is the one we're working with right now. The workspace is this one. The application is Super Awesome People. And now I need to grab the data. And the data was pretty simple. I only asked for the first name, the last name, and the email and a bio. So I'm gonna click here for the first name. And what I'm gonna do is, you can see the icon here is for Formidable Pro. I'm looking for the first name, and it was Judy. So it actually gave me the data that it pulled in as test data so they can make sure that's exactly what I wanted. So I'm pulling that in. And then last name, same thing, looking for the last name. And the email. Okay. Now, in Podio, there's an extra step for emails. They ask you if it's work or home, and I chose other, so I had to actually specify that. And then the bio. I'm gonna do bio. And then we continue. Okay, so now it's saying this is what's going to go into Podio. We're going to get, it's going to go into this organization, this workspace, this application, and this file attachment. Not file attachment, sorry, first name, last name, and the email, and then this other and the bio. It's pretty much all we wanted. And so now they want to test it. So definitely do the test. So the test, a test item was sent to Podio. So this is the fun part, because now we can go over to Podio and I can refresh, and I'm not sure, I hope this is what, there's Judy, she just showed up. I'm gonna show up as that. She's in there now. If I click on her card, her first name, her last name, her email, and her bio are there. So that worked, that's awesome. And so now what I can do, let me go back to Zapier. I'm pretty satisfied that that one's working. So I'm gonna turn on the Zap. Now, I'm pretty satisfied. I have to be completely satisfied when I actually send a live one and watch it happen on my own, but we're gonna set up the active campaign before we do that. So what I wanted to point out here is that you can actually share your Zaps. So if you build out some elaborate Zap, and you're like, hey, this is pretty cool, you can share it with other friends and colleagues so that they don't actually have to build their own. So that's a cool thing to do too. Now let's go back over here and let's get to the next one. So we're going, and we can see here now we have one Zap. So let's, and then it shows up in your list here. So let's make another one. This should be pretty easy. I might go through this pretty quickly because it's pretty much the same stuff. So we're going to go through the Formidable. Whoops. And I'm already attached, so we can skip that. It's taking in, it's going to already know about the account. So we're going to get a new entry. And continue. And see, it's saying it's already in. Once you attach an account, it's in there. But you know what? If you had another Formidable account with someone else, some other version, it'll show up in this list. Because you can actually, I've never tested this out, so I'm not even gonna tell you that, forget it. So, but anyway, the application is showing up in the list and that it's here. Because you can delete this and re-add it, which is I've done several times to practice for this talk. So anyway, let's go. All right, so continue. Did you see they said they were releasing the Zap bots to get everything together. So if you catch what they say in these fields, it's pretty funny. Okay. So we're looking for the form again, the same one. And continue. Test the trigger. And once again, just pulls the data in because we're going to be needing that. And we're sending this one to active campaign. And see, there's so much more here. So much more you can do with active campaign because it provides so much more. But what we want to do is we want to create or update a contact. And this is really cool because if Judy Awesome Sauce is already in active campaign, but she's on another list, it will update her and put her in this other list, that the super awesome people list, even if she's already in there. So, and now it wants me to sign in to active campaign, but it's not really a signing in. What I'm doing is I'm taking this information and I'm putting my API key in. I'm taking this one, copy, and continuing. We're in, yes, continue. Now, different information here. So I want super awesome people. That's the list in active campaign. Looking for the email. First name. Last name. And that's it, because we don't need a bio in active campaign. So we're going to continue. This is what they're going to send over. We're going to send it to this list, email, boom, boom, boom. So I'm going to test this. Looks like they sent something in active campaign. Let's go check out that list. There's Judy Awesome Sauce. She's there. So I'm pretty confident this app's going to work. But I'll be even more confident when I try a live one. Always try a live one, people. Do not always test your stuff. Oh, you know what we forgot to do? We forgot to name this app. So this is awesome people to active campaign. Okay. Now, let's go see if we can do something with these awesome people. I think we're going to use Joe as the name today. I don't think you guys have noticed. There's a lot of Joes involved in WordPress. We'll go Joe Smith and jojo@gmail.com. And one of my favorite places to get lorem ipsum is Hippie Ipsum. You can thank me later. You'll have a lot of fun reading it. So anyway, let me put this in. Which one are we filling out? This one. Okay. We're going to submit this form. And we're going to hold our breath. And we're going to see what happens, because instantaneously, we should have something. We should have new things. Now, we should definitely have Joe in here. So I think I've got, like, my local is actually pulling in something too. So that's why Judy showed up again. I got to figure out why I'm doing that. So don't pay no mind to two Judys. But Joe's here. That's the one that really mattered. So let's go here. And Joe is in our active campaign. So it looks like this app is working. And will continue to work when you're sleeping, when you're out eating lunch, when you're doing whatever. Instead of you having to go in your email and get this person and all that stuff. And then if you want to go crazy, you could have set up an automated email sequence to tell them a couple of things like in the email. So that is the demo. And I don't know how much time I have left, but
we have a few questions rolling in.
Okay. I just want to let you guys look at the stack of pizzas that could be handled with this.
Awesome.
All right. So here's my card. All right.
And there's still 15 minutes on the content climber.
That's
so
cool.
why don't you introduce us a little bit with your other spaces.
Oh, all right. You mean my other spaces? Okay, so
who's Alicia?
Alicia St. Rose. I'm up here in Santa Barbara. I have WP with Heart is my website. And there's a lot of stuff going on there. I do custom WordPress development. I coach people one-on-one how to put their websites up. And I also have like a subscription, decked out WP content. I didn't put that up here, where I meet up with people once a week and we try to make your content look cool for the runway instead of just really, you're just crapping it out in your WordPress site. I'm also, you can see where my slides are. Sorry for that long link. I'm on Twitter. You can find me at Intrepid Realist. Altspace, I'm starting to add that because Altspace is virtual reality. You can find me in Altspace and we can hang out. Facebook, you'll find me at WP with Heart, LinkedIn, my name, and I'm also on Instagram with a very woefully neglected Instagram account. So that is me. And I know we probably have a lot of time for questions, but I can actually, if someone has an example of a connection or something that they're interested in, that's their personal Zap wish list, maybe we could talk about that. So we can see what we can do for them. Like people can give examples of what they would do with this.
Well, let's question about, there's a level of free, and then there's a paid, and then you got to level up to the next level. So there were some questions. So all Zaps aren't free, but I think 5 are. But could you tell us about where those dividers lie, and then maybe how you pinch your pennies and avoid, paying over what you really need?
Okay, so with Zapier, let's see if we can get back to the browser then. If my slides are still up, can you guys still see that?
I can see the pizzas. Okay.
The pizzas. I'm trying to get back to I think this is how I get back. It's the free account will get, you can get by with that. You really can. It's just that my whole thing with when you're running a business is you want to invest in it. So let's go see. I can't get to the home page. I might have to. I was going to look for the pricing. Oh, here we go. Just go check this out. I'm actually on a free. I have a paid account. Okay, look, it's not even. It is $20. It's a penny shy. So this starter one, 750 tasks. That means you'll get 750 zaps happening a month. And most people starting off, that's about all they would need. If you're trying to collect things in project management, or your email list is growing, if your email list is growing at 750 new people a month, then you're like jamming. And so you definitely could afford this level. But you can just see it's you can do a lot with this. And what it also does is the multi-step zaps is important. And then the filters. The filters is usually the only moment where I run into a wall with some of the clients so that they just don't want to pay, and it's free. They want to do the free one. And I really wanted to filter down to one specific thing, like this one product that was a workshop or something. And anybody who signed up or purchased the workshop, it would have been nice to get them in a special list instead of just anyone who purchased something off the website ended up going into ActiveCampaign or whatever. So, and then of course, this is where the geeky stuff comes in. Webhooks can be applied here. So you can see here, this will get you by if you're just playing around with it and you want to test it out. And if you want to just maybe funnel people into your email list. And the other thing is too, like this will avoid having to put a plugin on your site that slows it down sometimes. Like you can utilize Zapier to do that in a lot of cases. So you can, sometimes you'll have to pay for a pro plugin that takes stuff and puts it somewhere, and you got to balance it out. Should I just pay $19 a month and do Zapier instead? And then you can like take it. So.
And that was another question you just touched on. Is the speed? Is there a speed hit from your website when you're using Zaps?
I can't definitively answer that, but I can't imagine that it would be. One thing that I found was problematic is if you're applying your SSL with a plugin instead of having it set up on the server. Zapier will have a hard time with that sometimes because the HT access file gets rewritten and overwritten. It depends on the hosting company that you're with, so pick a really good host. If you're gonna
Okay, so what's your most productive Zap? And then secondly, Meryl wanted to know about 3 Zaps that almost anybody could use.
Oh, 3 Zaps that almost anybody can use that I think are vitally important. Okay, zapping to your email campaign from anything that you're collecting. Like, for instance, a membership site. Sometimes you're just getting members and you don't want to market to them, but you do want to send them information throughout the week. And so that's a great one. The other one is, this could come in handy. Zapping from an Excel spreadsheet, a Google spreadsheet, into a more amenable working space, or like taking a form and putting it into a spreadsheet, or whatever you want to do, working with your Google Drive. And also to eliminate some of those social media ones that you put a plugin in and you create a post and it puts it into Facebook or whatever. You can actually use Zapier to do that. Now, I think when you start integrating with Facebook and social media, they might want you to get that paid plan. I think that might be one of their premium apps. They have certain apps that are like, we're not going to do the free thing. So.
Okay. Jason asked, can you use the same account for different websites? So like you have clients and your own, how do you manage, who's paying for that Zap, or, are you using it among a number of websites? I guess it's sort of all over the place, right?
You really, if it's your client, you want them to get their own account. You really do. And you want to educate your clients about these things, because either they're going to be doing it, or a VA, a virtual assistant. At some point, we just have to realize our client, this is part of doing their business. And I know that maybe you think you're the person doing it too. Maybe you have a maintenance plan and you're doing all this, but this is a business thing. This is like getting in there in the nitty gritty of how they're running their business. And they really need to understand that and kind of get informed. They don't have to be like the most knowledgeable about it, but they need some education. Clients need to know that a website comes with other costs that are outside of it. The website's only an aspect of their whole presence. And so my clients, I suggest it. If they want the free one, I let them know this is as far as we can go, and we maybe come up with something else to address an issue a need that they want. But most of them understand the $19.99. Because it's, I mean, how much would you pay someone to actually sit in an office and do what Zapier is doing?
Right. So there are benefits to Zapier beyond just the webmaster's benefits. The clients realizing the productivity.
Because it will integrate with things that have nothing to do with your website. You could not even have a website and be zapping things back and forth. You could be zapping something to someone else's Google account. Like when we're dealing with, I know Google has its own sharing and stuff, but the sky's the limit. Like you can make an infinite amount of connections and zaps. And even Zapier was trying to count and they gave up. They're like, there's just so many ways people are using this that we can't even keep up. So it's a really awesome tool.
So is there a Zap marketplace or like some?
Yes. So I believe if I go into the Explorer, find ways for Zapier to handle repetitive tasks. So there are people who have actually created Zaps, like this one, register new leads for webinars, and 79,000 people are using this. So you can click this, and some of them are free, and some of them you pay for because there was a lot of work that went into them. And hey, learn more about Zapier, and that's a job. That's a new gig that you didn't know existed, creating Zaps and marketing them. So, I mean, there's just like so much that you can do with it. So yeah, I mean, you want to explore the site. And
Right.
like, I just did this in minutes, and it does. It saves hours. It saves hours.
Okay, then a little bit off the beaten path, but when is the WordPress meetup that's generally held in Santa Barbara? You know, is that a certain time on the calendar?
Yes, it's called the South Central Coast WordPress Adventure Group. Because I'm in the Central Coast, the South part. It goes all the way to Santa Cruz. And I'm willing to go to drive to anyone who wanted to set one up, and I wasn't going to drive that far. But anyway, it happens on Wednesdays, the second and fourth Wednesday at 7. Okay, and that's the kind of like beginner user. It's like a lab. You just show up, and whatever issue you had, we work through it, and people learn as they bring issues. Not issues, adventures. Like, you know, things to learn. Every time someone has something, we learn. And now I'm thinking of adding another one called the Geek Fest, and it's going to be the first and third Wednesday, and that might start at 6. And that one's going to be specifically for people who are building things. Like really like custom post types and template hierarchy, all the things that when you're trying to actually build a theme and make it work, because that seems to be some people are showing up to the other one needing that. So that's what's going on.
So Wednesdays
are the days. Yeah, and you can, if you do the South Central Coast WordPress Adventure Group or just Santa Barbara and WordPress, you'll find it. Because I'm the only meetup between Monterey or something and Thousand Oaks.
Great. Well, is there anything that we didn't really cover that you wanted to? We have a couple moments left, and then
I like to err on the side of short.
You did well.
I actually, I can think of. Well, if someone wants to toss out what a use, as I was going through this, did something spring to mind that they have, that they're working on, that they thought, oh my God, I could use Zapier for that? Did anybody have like that kind of epiphany? Because that would be interesting.
Well, I know what I'm going to do. I didn't see much on the chat, but next week I'm going to try to connect our SendOwl account, sort of a transaction thing for payments, with the LearnDash, the learning management system. So when a person signs up, they're going to, slide straight into the course that they paid for. So you've given me the push that I need.
It's right there.
Geek free.
Once there's a new order, yeah. So even SendOwl, which I've never heard of before, you mentioned it yesterday, is in here. So
it is, yes. Well, thanks. A big round of applause to Alicia. And people can stay on the YouTube, and you'll see a little bit of a live show, but this is the last presentation of the day.
Yeah.
And we're back tomorrow for another full day. But Alicia, you'll be able to continue the conversation in our unofficial hallway, and you enter the hallway. It's a Zoom link. There's a link on the website. And if you register for the WordCamp, you can get free access to the Slack chat room. So we want to wish everybody a happy weekend. And it looks like the LA Dodgers are just winding up their baseball game. So we got that to look forward to for all you LA peeps. Thanks so much. I don't see any other questions, and let's go to the unofficial hallway.
oh, 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 oh.